Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenude, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson our broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday. It's hump day, and I am early. I'm early. Early bird catches the worm, and I hope you guys are going to catch the worm as well. I don't know what that means. Anyway, we have a lot going on in the world. Immediately, people are in the chat going, please cover Jonathan Joss's murder. No one else is covering it. I just started. It's 9 minutes in. We haven't even gotten through the introduction yet, and people are already like, you have to cover this, you have to cover that. Anyway, it's 10:58 a.m., okay? There is a PlayStation event that's imminent, that's going to happen later today. I'm obviously going to watch that because otherwise people would lose their minds, even though half of the people don't want to watch it. So there is that as well. But don't worry, fear not. We'll have a little break from news coverage to do the PlayStation event. But as far as personal news goes, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. That's right. It's in the title. Wednesday, June 4th, 2024. It's a debate that's taking place for the New York City mayoral race. So there's that. There's so much going on. But ended the broadcast last night after 7 hours. Okay. Ended the broadcast after 7 hours, another half day. You already know. What is this? New Thirst Talks. Let's take a look. 2025, not 2024. Bros living in 2024 is true. Bros out of control. Bros living in 2024. All right. Quick self glaze. I do need a trim. I need to get a haircut. My hair is officially out of control. Hopefully I'll be able to get one quickly, expeditiously tonight. How was the rehearsal, HBO? I haven't watched it. I haven't really done too much. I haven't been doing a lot. I've been watching Primeval. The Western about how like Mormons are crazy, the dark gritty Western. Because that's like the show that I watch. We finally arrived at like a show that the whole family can watch. So that's been the show that we've been watching. So that's like, yeah, that's what we've been doing. Are you watching Love Island? No. I have watched like almost all of the second season of Rehearsal, but I haven't finished it. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I've been watching that. I went to bed, woke up early, lifted today. American Primeval was 100% written by an incel. Really? It's pretty good. It's pretty gritty, but it's also pretty good. You got to see the top post on r/Andor. Yeah, I saw. I'm gonna cover that. Hassan, hi. How was DreamCon? It was amazing. I love being around other people every now and then. You know what I mean? I love doing things that I normally don't do after an incredibly long process of just like constantly covering the news day in, day out. It's good to like switch it up a little bit. And it's also good to switch it up for the audience too. Honestly, that's the other part of the story is that like, because the audience is entirely invested. The audience is entirely invested in doing news and commentary, and then they get like annoying. They don't have there's no diversity to it. The Chris Hedges interview was fantastic. One of your best. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of good comments about that. My mom said she sat down and watched the whole interview, which is pretty crazy. She's like, normally she can't even figure out how to watch stuff that I do on YouTube, but she was able to watch that whole entire interview. She watched every moment of it and liked it. So that's cool. I'm happy. Are you gonna get a low taper fade? Yeah. Are you going to the Animate Expo this year? Maybe. You've done a lot of great covers lately on internet history terms of where all this right-wing stuff originates from. Yeah, you know, I'm trying my best. That's why you need to get Vanilla Mace on the pod. I'm down. Get that Andor villain on the show, Denise. I want to get the main guy from Andor on the show, honestly. Like the guy who wrote it, if possible. Like the Tony Gilroy is the guy I want to get. Anthony Joseph Gilroy. I feel like I need to see what my man is cooking, like what he wanted to say, because it's very obvious what he wanted to say. I just want to know what. I don't know. Why is chat so empty? Where is everyone? I don't know. They're gone. They left you. He's been on a few pods. You can do it. Yeah, I would love to. Does he have a Twitter? It doesn't seem like it. Have you seen Greta on? Have I seen Greta on Democracy Now? No, I have not. Chat was deported. I already watched this channel 4 interview yesterday. It was great. Do I bike? No, I do not bike. Okay, so are you gonna talk about the rehearsal? No, I'm not. Any chance of gaming later? Potentially, yes. How do you manage to not let the world's politics bring you down constantly? I've been struggling with this. Honestly, I just focus on my life and goals that I set out for myself and achieving said goals. And that gives me a lot of confidence and it gives me a lot of hope. It makes me happy. That's it. That's usually how I deal with it. All right, let's blast off and let's get started. All right, let's do it. Playlist. Thank you to Macias for the playlist. All right. Is Andor making people like Hamas? I saw Mrs. in LA now. Hoping you guys can collab again. Your JP streams were so damn funny. Yeah, we'll do that. For sure. Unk the music. I know the music is on. Damn, the NBA players collabing with FaZe and Agent during NBA Finals interviews. That's not surprising. FaZe is really popping off. AMP is really popping off. Twitch is dude, I didn't even realize like our coaches were Houston Rockets players. Like I didn't even know the dude who was coaching our team alongside Mark was a Houston Rocket. The only Rocket I know is obviously Şengün. So yeah, Jabari was my coach. I was chirping at him, not realizing. Fake fan. I never said that I was a fan of the Houston Rockets. I don't watch basketball. You know this already. I watch the Knicks because I like underdog stories, and I also love LeBron. That's it. It's not even a thing. Only Rocket I know is Dongfang Missile that I'm getting tied to. Exactly. Anyway, what was I gonna say? All right, let me blast off real quick. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. Why don't you like basketball though? I just don't like watching sports. I don't have time. I can't get invested into it. I don't have like a team that I love. And I think it's partially because I didn't grow up with it. You know what I mean? I didn't grow up watching any sports. I could never get myself into team sports, like into watching team sports. I love playing sports. I don't like watching sports. And I just couldn't fake it. That's it. All right. Trump x Musk clash over bill. Steel tariffs double. Is Andor making people like Hamas? Israel pauses aid after being told to stop killing people. And Sony PlayStation event. Sony PlayStation event later. And more. Get in now. Dang, not even during the Bulls? No, not really. I mean, I was a child, dude. What do you mean? I was like fucking 7. That's so funny. Being like, not even during the Bulls run in the 90s. It's like I was born in 1991, chatter. Anyway, here's the blast off. I have it on good authority. I have it on good authority that what's going to end up happening is one, I already mentioned the AOC, Zoran. AOC ends up endorsing Zoran post debate, like probably tomorrow. And also Sony endorses Bloodborne 60 FPS remaster. You feel me? Yeah. Bloodborne 60 FPS Sony remaster. It's also not only that, but they're also gonna release it at the Sony State of Play that it's coming to PC. If we're fantasizing, you might as well go the distance. You know, I mean, there's no reason for half measures when you're engaging in utter fantasy, right? So that's it. What the hell is this? Hooping against former NBA players? What the hell with Dwight Howard? What the hell? What is this? Where is this happening?
Great day.
What the hell?
That's athleticism right there.
Wait, what? I made a cameo in a DC comic. Yasanabe. What? Wait, that's crazy. Wait. Blue Snowman does emotional labor. Yasanabe. Yes, I use Robert to educate people, but I do so much more. Gender is fluid, but you'll be frozen solid unless you hand over the cash. Wait, that's literally... Wait, what the hell is this? A DC Pride comic too? Wait, what the hell? What is going on? Wait, they put me... Wait, what? I'm so confused. What? That's so sick. That's incredible. The writer is a lib and doesn't like you, I assume? No, dude, are you kidding me? No shot. That's not... Wait, what? That's so cool. I can't believe I'm in a DC comic. What? That's madness. That's madness. Amazing. Wait, so where are these boys? Do we know where these guys are at? They're playing basketball against former NBA players. Sports Illustrated predicts gamers versus greats event.
He necked us. You necked us.
Oh my God. I was invited to this. No. They actually let you play basketball against these people? Bro, okay, do you want to know why I said no to this? I have a really good reason. I have a really good fucking reason. I was invited to this. I said no to it. Do you want to know why? Let me explain why. I have a really good reason. Because the way that it was presented to me is that we were supposed to literally do like, not just like play basketball against these guys. They didn't tell me that at all. They told me that we were supposed to do like trivia, like sports trivia with like actual ballers. And then it would be gamers against like actual ballers doing sports trivia shit like that. And I was like, I'm not going to make a fool of myself. I don't know anything about sports. I don't know anything about sports trivia. I would get destroyed. So I said no. If I knew that they would let us play basketball with Dwight fucking Howard.
What year were you born?
5.
Wow. Damn. We're done with the 80s.
Cutie was right. Cutie was right. Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. This is not... The reason why I said no to it is because I thought it would be ridiculous if they had me try to do trivia. That's what they told me. That's what my management told me. I didn't realize it was actually playing ball against the ballers. That's crazy. Oh my God, this is my fucking dream. Oh, I'm so stupid. Dwight Howard has been on every stream in LA, but yours, just DM him. Bro's too locked in on basketball. You're focused on the wrong gaming, brother. Yeah, you make a fool of yourself talking about things you don't know every day. Why would this be different? Oh, shut the fuck up. Take a week off, dumbass. Okay. Your management fuck you on that? No. It's not even their fault. Dwight is pro-Palestine. You could definitely have him on stream. Go drive over there right now. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh my God, what is happening?
Yeah, Ron! Good D, I like that D! Another one, I want another one, hold on.
This is madness, bro. I swear to God, this is crazy.
It's the only way. It's the only way.
Oh, yeah.
The NBA came after Dwight for being pro-Palestine. Damn, these guys are not dropping any buckets, dude. It's like Marlon's going to cook them. That's crazy. If you're wondering why your favorite athletes remain silent or worse, publish Israeli propaganda, listen to what happened to Dwight Howard tweeted Free Palestine.
So I tweet Free Palestine.
Less than 10 minutes after I tweet that, I get a call from the commissioner of the NBA.
Stop it.
Agents, people like working with my foundation at the time, Texas, you gotta erase this tweet. You gotta take this down. You're gonna get it. I'm like, what did I do that was so bad?
Can somebody explain to me?
Yeah, can somebody explain? You know, and it was just like because I went against the grain. I said something that people didn't like, and I, you know, now
Not people didn't like, they didn't like.
So now it's like I gotta stand on what I believe and how I feel, and not go back on it.
Yeah.
And when you're in the league, you be in that place where if I say too much, if I say something, I may not get a job.
When he says they, he doesn't mean Jews. Okay, stop fucking jumping over the gun. He means like the administration, like management. Okay, calm the fuck down. He's saying NBA, as in the people are obviously on board with the message of free Palestine, but the management and the NBA is not on board with that message. Okay, he doesn't fucking mean literally the Jews. Okay, not everything has to always mean the Jews. He's talking about like the commissioner and owners of the teams and people who want owners of the teams and people who want to continue making as much money as possible, like the capital owning class. Bro, someone that's actually a funny meta. Like, imagine you're like trying to be woke and trying to be as like polite as possible by using gender neutral pronouns, only to have someone go, wow, this guy's being anti-Semitic. Dude, the commissioner is a Jew. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. That has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with anyone in a position of power and their opinion on Israel, okay? Please, guys, you have to stop doing this. Fucking Joe Biden is more of a Zionist than the average Jewish person that you meet on the fucking street, okay? Shut the fuck up. Goddamn. Y'all are so stupid. I can't believe 19 months into this shit, there are still people who are like, nah, this is about people being Jewish. It's like, first of all, there's not that many of them, okay? Jews in general. Not a lot of them, all right? It doesn't even fucking matter if all of them are pro-Palestine or all of them are anti-Palestine. It has nothing to do with the situation at all. Please. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, it sucks because like, the conversation, like Americans are way more ready and way more inclined to adopt bigoted points of view rather than a materialist perspective. The tweet he was talking about was from 2014. God damn.
Job no more.
That's that 70% of people that's out the league that got you.
I gotta hold my tongue.
Like, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. If in some totally bizarre role reversal situation where like Palestine was a settler colonial enterprise that played a formative fucking role in America's grand design in this resource-rich region, okay? Every single Jewish, Christian, Muslim team owner of a franchise or something as valuable as the NBA would be fucking screaming from the mountaintops about how the Palestinian settler colonists are able to do whatever they want. They should be able to do whatever they want. It has nothing to do with religion or whatever the fuck, and everything to do with people's material interests. Okay, it has everything to do with American foreign policy. Here, also, Kyrie Irving was pressed about it. Obviously, he's always been on board. Here's him saying I could post whatever I want. I guess, like, I don't know when this was from.
Put it out there, just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
You put things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff is not.
So let's move on.
Let's move on. Anti-Semitic.
Let's move on. Don't dehumanize.
Wait, this is not about pro-Palestine. This is wrong. You're wrong. This was about the fucking dumbass thing that I'm pretty sure this is. Yeah. Why did chat send me this saying this is about Palestine? No, this is about when he like posted his story in his story about like how Jews were doing the slave trade, a documentary about the Jewish role in the slave trade. Y'all are so stupid. Oh my God. Okay. Stop it. No, this was actually when he was like, I don't even think I've said this before. I said this when this stuff was coming out initially. Like, I don't think Kyrie Irving is like a anti-Semite more so than the kind of guy who wants to know like secret knowledge. And he posted that documentary without watching it, without ever thinking about it. You know what I mean? He's just like, he's a flat earther, you know? It's like, what do you want? It's more so it's not about like him thinking that there is like a major Jewish conspiracy, but instead instead being like a little bit of a hotep and being firmly invested in a lot of conspiracy theories that he has like a loose association with. But then as soon as someone gives him pushback, he's like, it's a classic case of people coming after me because I'm saying the truth. You know what I mean? I mean, I even said it back then. It was right around the time when like Kanye was actually being a fucking rabid anti-Semite. So it got packaged together, but that's it. Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of the Pro-Israel Lobby Anti-Defamation League, calls for strict censorship on social media platforms like X, Instagram, and TikTok. He says it's time for companies to knock the anti-Zionists off the platforms once and for all. Again, he fucking name dropped me again. This dude is going on every broadcast, brother. Holy moly. And I know you bought his shoes after that? Yeah, his shoes are bomb. Okay. Yes, I did. He got canceled and then his shoes were obviously about to be discontinued. So I bought as many of his shoes as I possibly could because once I find good shoes, once I find good basketball shoes, I realize that they're never going to make them again. I have to buy as many as possible. You don't understand how that works, do you? Kyrie Irving. Yeah, I got hella Kyries for cheap. It was like $30 a pop. Are you kidding me? Can I have one pair? I've gifted so many. I've gifted some to Nice. I gave one to Nicewig. I gave one to Ted Nivison. Nicewig even lost them. I'm sure reselling those are nutty. I'm never gonna do that. What is this? This was the post. Yeah. This is yeah. This was the Amazon. I mean, it was ridiculous. This was the Amazon documentary Hebrews to. I'm not gonna say it. Wake Up Black America. Again, I told you the background of it was like the Jewish participation in the African slave trade and like chattel slavery. Was this before or after Ted tried to poke your eye out? This was before. But I've balled with him since he tried to poke my eye out. Let's see what he had to say again.
Where you have graduation speakers spreading blood libels, in an environment where you have social media influencers making baseless claims, people like Hassan Piker over on Twitch, or there's others on TikTok. And
like, what am I doing? Can you just say what I'm doing? Other than just lying and being like, he is saying exterminationist rhetoric about Jews. Like, just fucking, because the reality is, if you were to turn around and be like, people like Hassan Piker on Twitch.tv are saying Israel is doing a genocide and it must be stopped. If you were to say that out loud on a broadcast, everyone would turn around and go, what the fuck do you mean? He's right. He can't seem to get my name out of his mouth. Is crazy. Please, he's out here issuing an American fatwa on you. I know. It's crazy. I'm sorry for making fun of him for being bald, okay? I apologize. Jonathan, get my name out of your mouth. Oh, my God. I don't have an issue with you being bald, bro. Go to Turkey. Go to Turkey. I will get it. I will help you get that taken care of. You know what I mean? You can come back with a full head of hair. Jesus Christ.
Instagram, saying wild, baseless things about Jews, about Zionists, about Israelis. Vlad, I worry that this...
About Jews, about what? About Zionists, about Israelis? I think it's wild because when he says, like, I say wild shit about Jews and about Israelis, like, and then people encounter what I'm saying about Jews and about Israelis and they go, wait, he says that Judaism has nothing to do with Israel. Israel is a state, okay, in and of itself. And is totally separate from Jews who are not a monolithic force. How are you going to be at odds with what I'm saying? One, you're Jewish. Two, you're American. Nothing I've said is things that you would disagree with. Why the fuck are you constantly saying? Why are you constantly saying I'm saying anti-Semitic shit? I mean, I know why. It's because, again, I am anti-Zionist unconditionally and uncompromisingly, but also simultaneously am not an anti-Semite. That's what it is. It's so funny because you literally cannot sue them for defamation because if anything, you're getting more popular because they're making you sound base by saying you're anti-Israel, not by saying you're doing blood libel, of course. I mean, it's getting to a fucking point where it unironically is like anti-Semitism is on the rise, okay? It is becoming fashionable. So being branded as a fucking anti-Semite is unironically becoming a fashionable thing. But of course it doesn't matter because most people know that, like, the actual anti-Semites know I'm not anti-Semitic. That's why they fucking hate me. It's like whenever annoying shitters, right-wingers will like concern troll or virtue signal like they care about trans people to turn around and say I'm transphobic. And it's like, yeah, if I was actually transphobic, you would be a fan of mine. You wouldn't be fucking complaining constantly. You know what I mean? And it's the same as like anti-Semitism. If I was actually anti-Semitic, half these people that are chirping would actually love what I have to say. It's so goddamn annoying.
Vlad, I worry that this could even get worse. So I think we really need tech platforms to step up and stop, lifting up these intemperate voices. We need elected officials to speak out. We need people from all walks of life to stand with their Jewish friends and.
What is this? This is what happens when you hire a guy who got into screaming fits over Choppa Trap House to write your Pride special. There's just something about this one. Wait, what is the issue? I think on gay shit, I don't think they would present me in a negative light. I'm in this. They put me in this. I'd like, there's no way, right? Would someone be like, he's actually a foe? Would they do that? Am I crazy? I doubt it. Where is it? Where'd it go? I had it up somewhere. I have it in front of me. The context makes it obvious you're not being shit on. They do. The author is a super lib who hates leftists. I think you guys forget I do have super lib fans. Like, I have a lot of super lib fans, especially from my TYT days and stuff too. So, there are, especially when it comes to like defending queer rights and stuff like that, I have a lot of super lib fans. People that might not like Chapo, will still like me a lot. They might think that like Chapo Trap House is like too anti-woke or something, but then they'll say like Hassan Abi Piker is woke. The author is Jude Doyle and is making it seem like you support the bad guy simply because they're gender fluid. They really hate Bernie Sanders. Wait, what? Once my dad spent a few hours making a pot roast, and when he thought it was slightly overdone, he picked up each plate on the table and flung it at the wall. We didn't get to eat that night. Yeah, I guess you were lucky that your associations with men yelling were positive. Wait, what? What the fuck? I don't know. I don't care. I'm happy about this, okay? There is no need to investigate further. There's no need to fucking find out what the actual political perspective of the comic book author is. I'm happy to have been referenced, even if it's a negative or even if it's a positive. I'm literally barely in the fucking frame here as Yasanabe, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm in the DC universe now, officially, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, SpongeBob pointing at TV meme. Look at me. I'm in the DC universe. I don't care. You guys are being silly and stupid. I'm canonically in the gay DC universe. Gay Hassan is in DC Comics. Exactly. Even though they did say I'm washed, 60K views in 10 hours. It is what it is. Okay. Here, let's watch the rest
today,
of it.
Maybe show up for their own walk next weekend and say we won't be intimidated by the bigots.
Because I look at social media now and many of these platforms, I mean,
I think the reason why Jonathan Greenblatt is constantly mentioning my name is because he wants to stop mainstream media outlets from like referencing me in a positive way. You know what I mean? I guess that's the reason. That's probably what's going on.
A characteristic that I see is what you're describing: anti-Semitism, racism, misogyny, and the spread of misinformation. So how to combat that? What is the ADL doing? I mean, are you having conversations with the leaders of these companies to at least try to remove that nefarious content from their platforms?
Yeah. Like, this guy has no fucking clue who I am. You know what I mean? I am just a name that he just dropped. He will forget about that in the immediate aftermath of this conversation, he will forget. He does not give a shit. He's like, well, you are the guy. You're the guy who takes out vicious anti-Semites. So are you doing anything to deal with the vicious anti-Semites?
Yeah, Vlad, we've talked about this before over the years.
And it's kind of weird because, like, on the one hand, regular media outlets, like mainstream media outlets, are now also arriving at the position that I've been at for years and actually covering Israel appropriately. And in the process, like, Jonathan Greenblatt is still trying to do his very best to try to, like, I guess, undermine someone like myself. But yeah, over 7 years ago, Hassan posted this as one of his first videos on his YouTube channel before he even got started streaming full time. Since then, nothing has changed. It never began on October 7. The double standard of brutality in Palestine, 2018, May 15th. Important to point this, Matt Leck says, important to point this consistency out and also make it clear that it should have been everyone's understanding of Palestine and that those in media who weren't on this sort of timing by 2018 are not credible or in fact suspect. Like, I've been doing this. Do these networks not invite you on for, like, table discussions? They would. They're coming after me and Miss Rachel. Also, Miss Rachel followed me back, and I followed her back. Might link up with Miss Rachel. I like that as I'm in the process of the ADL hunting me and deplatforming me, this guy consistently is spamming, hey man, check this video about the ethical evaluation of Luigi Mangioni's case about how let's talk about the ethics of, like, assassinating a healthcare CEO. This is a video I said I was going to watch initially, but, like, perhaps not so close to the ADL calling me out by name once again on numerous media outlets. Like, I think a lot of you are a little bit schizophrenic and completely and utterly delusional in terms of how this kind of stuff works. Are you okay? Do you have a severe inability to fucking read the room? Hevallah, ben yeni geldim. El Salvador soğuk. Amına koyacağım seni şimdi. Göndereceğim, Erdoğan'a söyleyeceğim, Silivri'ye göndersin seni. Özgün. Silivri soğuktur, El Salvador da soğuktur. Götüme girecek şimdi. Anyway. Pardon babuş. Bro, you got 5 stars on you GTA style right now. It's fine. It's not that. It's not that bad. It's not that significant. It's all good. We're going to do Welcome Fest as well. We're going to do Welcome Fest Reacts, rather. America's largest public gathering of centrist Democrats. Obviously, it's a meme and it's hilarious. Yeah, I don't even care about the rest of this fucking thing. Jonathan Greenblatt is, like, actively trying to make anti-Zionism illegal. Good luck to him on this endeavor. I really do hope that there are reasonable people out there who recognize and separate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. One has to ask, if you're really as anti-Semitic as organizations such as the ADL says you are, why are you being featured in CNN, New York Times, etc.? No, the reason why Jonathan Greenblatt is constantly fucking complaining about me is because of this. Is because I get positive mentions. Is because I get positive mentions in a media like that. That's why. Hassan, have you already covered the One Piece Season 2 event casted for Netflix Tudum with Chopper reveal? No. Hey, yo, Thomas Foolery, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Well, I mean, this all gives support to your analysis of why they're talking about you. Pro-Zionist ops definitely have internal numbers and analysis that indicates your platform is growing and highly effective compared to other commentators. I mean, look, I got interviewed by an international outlet yesterday, the entire day. And the reason for why I got interviewed, like, this journalist said that he had a direct fascination with, like, American politics in general, as many other countries do. But his fascination with what I was doing revolved around the fact that, there are plenty of people who have my point of view and are out and about and open about their perspective, but none with a platform and none with as much mainstream prominence. So yes, that does play a role. In this regard, clout unironically plays a fucking role. This is part of the reason why I also play this game to the best of my ability, do collaborations, things of that nature, to expand the network that I have and try to get you guys to be on board with those sorts of endeavors as well. One, because it's fun for me, but two, because it does play a unique role using my strengths and my real interests to my advantage. Do you see what I mean? Because in the aftermath of that, in the aftermath of things like that, the mainstreamification of things that I do, you get newcomers who come in with charitability. Okay, I don't think gaming is a strength of yours. No, gaming is not. I mean, even gaming plays a role in this too, though. It's not artificially crafted. It's not like me saying, "Oh, I'm faking." It's not me trying to deliberately find a thing that people would be interested in, or things that people would be invested in, to make it seem like I have shared interests. It's just like, these are my real interests. If I don't like something, I don't fucking entertain it. As you guys know, I'm very stubborn. Thomas Foolery with another 20 gifted subs. Goddamn. For me, my worldview and spreading this message comes first. Everything else I'm doing is in service of that. Everything else I'm doing is completely in service of that. All right. Arroyo, who is the entertainment reporter for Fox News, goes on Laura Ingraham to talk about Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel is once again under fire. Let's take a look.
Laura, why is everybody suddenly an activist? Now she's kitty care at the Foreign Relations Committee. No one wants to hear that from Miss Rachel. Mr. Rogers in our day, he didn't start lecturing kids about Russia or Iran or the nuclear threat.
Mr. Rogers absolutely did political messaging. Okay? That's also not true. He did. But even if he didn't, even if Mr. Rogers never did, why is it bad that Miss Rachel is doing it right now? I don't understand. First of all, if you were alive back then and you were, an adult at this age with the exact same framework, with the exact same mentality, you'd be shitting on Mr. Rogers too for talking about like segregated pools or whatever. You know what I mean? Or talking about like PBS being defunded. You would also be at odds with Mr. Rogers. This is what's so frustrating about these people, okay? They don't like people that rock the boat. They don't like progressive politics. And that is precisely the reason why he is currently using this platform to attack someone who's using the platform that they have to communicate about the truth.
That's not your job. And I worry. Everybody feels they have to get on the activist bandwagon now. Miss Rachel, you don't know anything about the Middle East, the Middle East, the Middle East.
So cringe, so unimaginably cringe. Oh my God.
Maybe we have to just kind of, speak in the vernacular.
Yeah, here's Mr. Rogers, by the way. Mr. Rogers helped break down barriers of segregation at swimming pools.
How are you?
Fine, won't you sit down?
Oh, sure, just for a moment.
It's so warm, I was just putting some water on my feet.
Oh, it sure is.
Would you like to join me?
It looks awfully enjoyable, but I don't have a towel or anything.
Oh, you share mine.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh,
Come along,
man.
I'll put some more water in here.
Oh, this is going to turn into a beautiful day.
You like bare feet?
Well, yeah, as I grew older, I liked it more and more.
Uh-huh. Good for you. You're pulling up your pants. I forgot to do that at first.
Oh, I don't want them to get wet.
Right.
Oh, that feels great.
Here.
You know, when you're a policeman, you do an awful lot of walking. And sometimes your feet get tired.
Right.
That feels better already.
Good.
Just massage them a little bit.
Damn, they got the piggies out. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, yo, didn't realize we'd be seeing Mr. Rogers piggies this early in the morning.
Well, thank you for your refreshments.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. You're welcome, Officer Clemens.
Shall we turn this off?
Mm-hmm. Is that enough?
Oh, that's fine. Well, that was so enjoyable. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer.
Well, I know how busy you are. But sometimes just a minute like this will really make a difference.
There, that one's dry. And now, that one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Directed by Quentin Tarantino.
Who can put your
His
hand
directorial debut.
And be ready.
Anyway, yeah, Miss Rachel should keep her chin up. Her hero, Mr. Rogers, whose show many people have compared to her, has once stepped in the firing line in the same way that she did. Okay? It's poetic that Curso had made Rogers her hero, and not just because they both had hosted a children's program. The late host, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, once stuck his neck out just like she did in 1969. So the idea that like these other people were not on the right side of history in the past is also incorrect. Okay. Mr. Rogers also defended funding PBS in front of Congress. There have always been people who have unconditionally and uncompromisingly stood on the right side of history, no matter what the odds are. You all play a different role here. We all do. Progress is sometimes not inevitable. Okay? People need to be pushed in that direction. And it's good that a lot of you are keeping up the pressure in a similar way. And that is part of the reason why I will not stop no matter how much they fucking attack me. It's that simple. It's that simple. Sometimes society regresses when people get too comfortable. There's also that as well, for sure. Yeah. Anyway, then you have the mythical white moderate, okay? The white moderate running an incredible show here, okay? Michael from Pennsylvania calls it out. Welcome Fest is happening in D.C. right now. And the neoliberal entities within the Democratic Party that have caused all of the Democratic Party's ineptitude and failures and lack of popularity overall are once again at the forefront of the Welcome Fest. Third Way, Blue Dog Pack, New Dems, Inclusive Abundance, okay? They're here and they're putting on an incredible show. Ladies and gentlemen, they're here to stay. I know Jean-Pierre also has left the Democratic Party. We'll talk about that in a second. But here is Welcome Fest. Alex Bronzini Vendor is there, freelance writer for the Baffler Mag, Guardian, American Affairs. And this is the largest public gathering of centrist Democrats, all 8 of them. Okay? Laksha Jain starts off by saying the voter you're trying to win over is a soccer mom who isn't really as concerned with the election on Tuesday as she is with her kids' soccer semifinal on Saturday. Citing Democratic lawmakers' visit to El Salvador, Matt Iglesias argues that the groups create bad incentives for Democrats. So like he is saying that the ACLU and all these other bad advocacy groups that are firmly within the Democratic Party structure, okay, that have their own unique interests and try to constantly push the Democratic Party in the right direction, they're actually bad for the Democrats. The Democrats should actually avoid working with them. Ironically enough, these guys personally love how the Republican Party operates, and the Republican Party is nothing without its incredible instruments, okay? Whether it be the media ecosystem that they've designed that goes all the way from the independent outlets all the way to mainstream outlets. Baba, bana liste vermedin. Bu mu liste? Bu mu? Yeni liste verecek misin bana almam için? Okay? Whether it be all of the sophisticated media ecosystem that the Republican Party has designed, or the think tanks that they have created, where they constantly focus group test whatever kind of messaging that they should be following with, whatever kind of messaging that they should be continuing with, in an effort to push for certain points and certain types of policy that are horrible for many Americans, but they try to feed that. They try to force feed that narrative, and they try to force feed that position as aggressively as they can in an effort to make sure, to ensure that they get a decent amount of positive coverage from that media ecosystem, and also are things that people will push for. A new JCS alert. Okay, I know, man. I know. What do you want me to do? You want me to just like fucking watch the new JCS? Why is everybody saying new JCS? What is happening? Huge news. Did you hear Trinity College in Dublin was the first university in the West to fully divest from Israel? I will be visiting Trinity College in the fall. It's unsurprising. Oh my God. Can you try to interview Rima Hassan? I'm going to shoot myself. I'm going to strap myself on a fucking rocket and shoot myself into the sun to never have to deal with my own community ever again. You guys love repeating the same shit over and over again that I address a million times over. I have already tried to establish communication with Rima Hassan. She's currently on a ship that might get fucking blasted by the Israeli Air Force. She is a little bit busy right now, okay? She's busy. Adam Jenelson, people wishing to push the Democratic Party in the correct direction should speak up more on Twitter, where people will pile on you. Representative Tom Suozzi recounts being asked by Dem consultants, why are you talking about immigration? That's a Republican issue. He recalls answering, no, it's what everybody's talking about. That's what they talk about when they go out to a party or a family dinner. He advises candidates in the crowd, you can't let yourself be pushed around by consultants. Ironically enough, these guys refuse to abide by any sort of popularism standards that they have created, that they've cultivated, okay, when it comes to the issue of Israel, because there is overwhelming support for a ceasefire, and yet they never listen to those calls, surprisingly enough. So there's overwhelming support for Medicare for all, and yet they don't listen to those calls. So maybe they have nothing. They have no interest, no investment whatsoever in actually dealing with popularism, okay? And I will tell you exactly why. I'll tell you what they are right about. The Democrats on culture war issues that don't actually touch the pre-existing hierarchies of capitalism are losing, okay? Republicans are destroying the Democratic Party on the culture war stuff. They are guiding the conversation. They are killing it. And because the Democrats themselves don't want to do anything that genuinely changes the pre-established hierarchies, genuinely don't want to do anything that genuinely harms capital owners and their profit margins, because they are they refuse to do anything about that. They want to hyper focus on culture war shit, but Republicans are dominating in the culture war sphere because that's the whole purpose of culture war shit to begin with. It's a distraction away from genuinely improving the material realities of the American working class. That's why culture war exists. Is purely and utterly reactionary. And if the Democrats don't do anything, if the Democrats don't try to change the trajectory, don't try to actively become a party that is identifiable by certain policies that are incredibly popular, they are never going to be able to win. They're always going to lose, because at the end of the day, with culture war narratives dominating discourse, Democrats are ultimately not going to be able to present a strong showing on the culture war front and inevitably yield to the Republicans on specific culture war issues like fuck trans people, fuck immigrants, all this stuff. And then they will give even more leeway to the Republicans on these issues by conceding to their framing. It's that simple. Yeah. And I talked about this extensively, so it's fucking insane that Matt Iglesias is using this as a negative thing. Insane point to make, given that this work, Trump's approval on immigration, went into the negatives for the first time while this case was being highlighted. It bounced back since Democrats gave up on it. I have been saying this non-stop, okay? I use Chris Van Hollen and the 1 week media cycle that Chris Van Hollen was able to fucking create around the issue of immigration by hyper-focusing on Kilmar Abrego Garcia and how successful that was in terms of undermining Trump's most popular policy position, which was immigration enforcement. It's so fucking frustrating. Democrats are such gross losers, man. It is, it's really fucked up. So, bu mu bütün liste? Okay, peki. Here it is. By a 22-point margin, Americans say they want Abrego Garcia return home. Even bigger margins among moderates and independents. It was one of Trump's worst testing immigration policies, perhaps the worst. I wonder why. Because it was identified. It was hyper-focused on. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself over and over again. And at the end of the day, I'm only repeating myself to an audience of like-minded individuals. I cannot breach the public consciousness with this stuff, even when it's literally happening in real time. It's so fucking frustrating. It's so frustrating to constantly have to repeat this to an increasingly shrinking audience that is bored of fucking hearing this shit and is completely and utterly checked out of politics once again until the next insane thing happens, and then they have to tune back in. This is my life. This is my fucking hurdle. Every single day I have to fucking put that boulder up on the goddamn hill only for it to fall back again, okay? Just one more Theo Vaughn appearance, bro. I swear it'll work this time. I mean, I'm not. What do you want me to do? Stop? These people are invited to DC because they tell the rich what they want to hear. Exactly. We all do what we must. We all do whatever we can in the little but albeit meaningful ways. Okay? But it's so frustrating to see the consulting class of the Democrats that are firmly committed to the Democrats being a controlled opposition party consistently denying reality. Okay? Consistently denying reality. Education Secretary says Holocaust denialism counts as viewpoint diversity. Linda McMahon is going to great lengths to defend Trump's war on Harvard University. Yeah, I oh my Lord. On the one hand, Holocaust denialism is educational diversity, but if you fucking, God forbid, say anything about Palestinians or Palestine as though they're human, then that is the maximalist anti-Semitism that you can do. There's also an outright denial of the abundance explanation in and of itself. In this viral clip, Ezra argued to Jon Stewart that the Democrats deliberately stuffed their rural broadband legislation with process obstacles in order to give local and other organized interest groups like environmentalists a chance to weigh in, and it backfired. Later, the Biden official in charge of the program, Bharat Ramamurthy, said that no, Republicans in Manchin Cinema had insisted on those obstacles at the behest of monopoly internet providers. So the poll asked a simple question: which explanation sounds more plausible? Ezra's story about the groups, or was it the monopolists protecting their own power? It was the monopoly 64 to 19%. It was the groups 36 to 19%. Here's the exact wording. The main reason internet service is too expensive is because the internet service companies have a lot of power, which they use to make sure they can keep prices high and block or slow down government action to expand internet access and provide more options. Strongly agree, 29.5%. Some would agree, 34.5%. Some would disagree, 14.3%. Strongly disagree, 5.1%. Unsure, 16.7%. As opposed to, the main reason internet service is too expensive is because organized interest groups and community groups work to block or slow down efforts by government to expand internet access to provide more options. Hyper-focusing on these other interest groups as though they are the major pathways, the major hurdles against development is so fucking weird to me. You're missing the forest for the trees almost deliberately. It feels like you are missing the forest for the trees in a deliberate manner. Okay? I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. That's why I said it almost feels like you're missing the forest for the trees in a deliberate manner. Okay? I think it is. It is deliberately hyper-focusing on the least powerful entities in this process. And it feels like Matt Iglesias and the other famous neoliberal consultants, the famous neoliberal consultant class, is now trying to wage war against the ACLUs and the Sunrise movements of the world, claiming that their attitude is too pie in the sky, too ridiculous for anyone to actually approach and take seriously. And that, Adam Jenelson, Lakshya Jain, Matt Iglesias, all of these guys have put the crosshairs on the true enemy of the Democrats. The true enemy of the Democrats, which is, of course, advocacy groups. That is what the real problem is here. It's not necessarily the lack of progress by design on a lot of these issues that end up harming the interests of capital. But it's not capitalism itself. It's actually all these advocacy groups that sometimes will make demands that harm the profit motives of these companies. The name of the conference is going on, I think, is Welcome Fest. That's what it is. Yeah, sometimes I get 1 million to 2 million on videos. Tom Swazi at Welcome Fest. Truanon is there. Our roaming correspondent, Brace Belden, is there. Front row, rapidly emptying as Richie Torres and Josh Barrow take the stage. Richie Torres, D-Israel. Sorry, that post has been deleted. Oh, no. Could you imagine if May Musk makes an appearance? What do you think Brace would do? He would... Am I being obtuse? I don't get why both answers are not correct. We know for a fact corporations are slowing down and blocking expansion, but the regulation bloat and minor groups also slow down progress a lot. The reality is both. These morons are ignoring corporations for capitalism. It's kind of like this, okay? It's like this. It's as though you are hyper-focusing on the least powerful entity and avoiding covering the most powerful entity that is a hurdle in front of progress. The American government is supposed to have awesome power, and therefore the American government is supposed to have awesome power, and therefore local government, state government is supposed to be able to do certain things. But there is one more powerful entity, and that is capital. Capital will always get in the way of new projects, whether it be improving broadband, ISPs themselves. And this, again, is a reality that the average American understands as well, as you can see from this, okay? Like high-speed rail in California has been a disastrous failure in development, not due to these like minor interest groups that have played a major role in blocking high-speed rail from being completed, but because of the incredibly corrupt public-private partnership, okay? And the lack of interest in actually putting together high-speed rail because of what it would do to the existing industries, what kind of harm that would do to the existing industries without ever factoring in the additional opportunities for commerce. The abundance guys have some points in regards to state capacity. I don't disagree with them that certain federal rules, especially around contractors and litigation, make actual federal action unnecessarily difficult. I need to actually finish the book, though, but I agree. I think they're missing the forest for the trees and not seeing the actual real problem is elite influence over the state, which has caused the restraint itself. I mean, every single fucking ballot that comes out of every single election in the state of California has overwhelming margins for fixing the housing crisis. And then they fundraise to the tune of billions of dollars. And then that money just like gets parked in a fund and goes nowhere. One must ask the question, why it goes nowhere? Well, the real reason is not because of, woke climate change groups that say, oh, you can't build anything, or the random fucking lefty, not in my backyard groups that don't want gentrification. The real reason is because real estate developers don't want additional housing to be built, or if it's going to be built, it must be built in a very specific way that only causes the existing housing inventory to also still go up in price. And beyond that, they never want to actually solve the problem. The real solution is to work towards decommodification of housing. Okay, there is no other solution. That is the reason why capitalists, socialists, whatever form of governance you have, the only places on the planet where there are lower rates of homelessness, okay, lower rates of homelessness and higher rates of home ownership are places that are either post-USSR Eastern Bloc countries or currently in existence capitalist countries like Singapore, where the government owns all of the land. The government owns all of the land and can basically take away your housing. That makes it virtually impossible for you to be a landlord, okay? Singapore is a great example of this. An even better example, obviously, would be China, but a fantastic example also is Austria, the city of Vienna in particular. These are all. Vienna is Vienna has a housing market that is 65% state owned. 65% of housing in Vienna is owned by the fucking state. It's public housing. There are many different ways to solve this problem, but every single one of them revolves around the state basically making it as unprofitable as possible for you to own multiple units and to make money, to generate revenue off of the capital that you own, private capital, okay? Private ownership of housing that you safeguard. That is what the current government has done. That's what the government has always done. Housing was an incredibly important part of the American dream, and therefore there were a lot of protections for homeowners. There was a lot of there were a lot of initiatives to help people purchase their first homes. And over the course of the past couple of decades, obviously, people have taken advantage of those existing protections to make housing one of the most valuable, one of the most reliable forms of investment. Because housing, on the one hand, is shelter. It's a necessity for survival. But on the other hand, if you both treat it as a shelter and a necessity for survival and offer it additional protections, it becomes the most valuable. It becomes the most valuable, the most significant way of generating value, generating wealth. It becomes your nest egg. It becomes a point that you can use as leverage. It becomes something that you can actually take money out for and you know, take out a second mortgage or whatever. You understand? Referenced by Kaufman. Derek Kaufman of Inclusive Abundance. Abundance is a North Star to create factions on both the right and the left. You can talk about it as a way to combat homelessness in our big cities, and you can talk about it as a way to compete with China. Kaufman, a former hedge funder, says abundance supporters should find like-minded candidates and give them resources to be competitive. Imagine a world where young people aren't thrilled by college Dems or college Republicans and join college abundists. What? A huge contributor to this was also keeping interest rates so low for so many years after 2008. Property became the least volatile and most reliable growth place to park large amounts of money, which is why all the hedge funds and shit started buying it up. Yes. Housing is not an investment. Housing is shelter. Everyone needs housing to survive, okay? Even an animal needs shelter in the wild. And the further you move away from that, reality, the worse the housing crisis gets, and the more homeless people you see on the fucking streets. And the more homeless people you see on the streets, the more you think crime is completely out of control. Because visible poverty is directly associated with crime. That is the reason why you've seen major shifts in blue cities in the direction of the Republicans. This is another incredibly scary consequence of refusing to fix the housing crisis. Okay? On the poorest end of the spectrum, you're basically cutting people off from ever having hope or ever having to vote for you because you very clearly don't care about their interests. And on the wealthier side, people that already have their housing, people that already have their life set up, on the older end of the spectrum, okay, people look to the endless amount of homelessness and despair all around them and go, crime is out of control, and our fucking woke-ass libtard administrators are not helping. They're not doing anything. That's it. And it sucks because there is no place in this country where you can actually point to a direct way of tackling the housing crisis in a meaningful way. Okay, houses are still cheap in the Midwest. How do you price in big cities? What? Yeah, okay, little bro. Houses are still cheap in the Midwest. How do you price in big cities? First of all, houses are not cheap in the Midwest as in comparison to how cheap they were fucking 20 years ago. Okay, 30 years ago. So you're wrong about that as well. They're just cheap in comparison to how expensive housing is in places like Los Angeles. Okay, what? 20 years ago, housing in Los Angeles was still comparatively way more expensive than housing in the fucking Midwest. I understand that people's conceptualization of wealth and affordability is a relative phenomena. So you actually are constantly matching it up against like whatever you can see. But you are delusional if you think that housing is still cheap in the Midwest. Yeah, cheap as opposed to fucking Los Angeles, but it's always been cheaper in the Midwest as opposed to Los Angeles until climate change makes it uninhabitable, and then people have to rush to move into the Midwest. Okay? My parents in South Dakota bought their house about 15 years ago for about $180K. The same neighborhood houses have going for upwards of $400 to $500K. Yeah. This, for the record, is untenable, okay? Our interest in supercharged profits and the maintenance of supercharged profits for all of the people that own multiple properties, but also, and this is also significant, for the people that own one property and yet see that one property as a vehicle for upward social mobility. This is unfortunately something that they will never come to terms with. This is something that I talk about quite frequently with Los Angeles, with the state of California. Okay, what's the single home ownership rates in home ownership rates in home ownership rates in California? Home ownership rate California. What is it, like 44%? I think is the second lowest in the country. Okay, not surprising. Goddamn, 55%. In the state of California, 55% of families own their own home. Okay? 55%. That means for 55%. I think in Los Angeles it's even lower. That's why I was thinking like 44%. I believe like in LA, in LA it's even lower. So one thing you have to consider here, okay, is that means 55% of people that own their homes, one, are constantly giving money to the bank because they didn't just like purchase it outright. Okay. They did not purchase it outright. Yeah, it's 47.94 in LA County. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. So that means that 55% of Californians are, one, paying money to a bank to continue owning their home, right? And therefore, if their property values decline, all of a sudden, if the decommodification of housing takes place, their property values decline. Now they're paying a mortgage. Now they're paying a debt for a property that is no longer as valuable. If the property value consistently goes up, then at least that debt is fine to pay because guess what? I'm generating value around this thing that I own. It's more valuable this year as opposed to last year, and the value will continuously go up. And by the time that like I retire, I can maybe even sell this house and have some money so that I can go and live somewhere cheaper and even leave a little nest egg for my children, right? There's that side of it. The other side of it is that when the value is consistently going up, like I said, it's your retirement fund. For people who own, for 55% of Californians, this is their retirement fund. Yes, I said children. I said children, dumbasses, because who the fuck do you think owns homes? It's not you. It's your parents. It's your grandparents. Those are the people who fucking own homes, okay? People with children that come from the previous generation when you could do such a thing. Unless you literally lucked out and became a fucking Twitch streamer and were immensely fucking fortunate to be able to be like a one in a multiple million shot lucky and were able to fucking purchase a home for yourself and your family before the age of 30. For 55% of homeowners, the reason why they are terrified of their property values going down is because this is their retirement fund. It needs to endlessly grow, okay? They associate intergenerational wealth with home ownership. This is something that will be very difficult to push past. Do you understand? California's YIMBY Abundance faction is advancing a bill, AB 698, that would create a new bottleneck for affordable housing funding measures. This bill would require a legislative body of a city, as specified before it adopts any transfer tax of the sale of real property, to develop and post it on its internet website analysis that examines at a minimum the effect of that proposed transfer on tax, among other things, the production of affordable housing, including affordable housing produced by market rate housing projects. The bill would include findings that changes proposed by this bill address a matter of statewide concern rather than a municipal affair, and therefore apply to all cities, including charter cities. Apparently, this bill is a response to LA's ULA, a 2023 voter-approved tax increase on property transfers over $5 million. Notably, the LA City Council retains authority to reduce or eliminate the tax without further voter approval, including to increase affordable housing production. Existing statutory law enacted by Prop 62, as approved by the voters at the November 4th, 1986 statewide general election, prohibits the local government district from imposing any transaction tax or sales tax on the sale of real property within the city, county, district, except as provided. The California Constitution authorizes cities organized under a charter to make and enforce all ordinances and regulations in respect of municipal affairs. How do we ensure affordable public housing is quality housing? By making the state build it and not using a private-public partnership, but just having a federal guaranteed jobs program or a state guaranteed jobs program with state resources. That's it. And not deregulating. It's just, at the end of the day, I am a broken record on this because all of these problems still go back to capitalism. It's as simple as the profit motive. A lot of people still have the capacity to understand how silly this argument is when you're talking about the Postal Service, right? It's not supposed to be for profit. Not everything is supposed to be for profit. Healthcare is not supposed to be for profit. The Postal Service is not supposed to be for profit. Housing, the building of housing and the maintenance of housing is also not supposed to be for fucking profit. Okay? There are hundreds of thousands of Americans on the streets while socialist housing policy is working perfectly in Vienna. I know. We are once again repeating this over and over again. It works in Singapore. It works in Vienna. It works in China. It works in places where there is heavy government intervention that stops you or makes it impossible for you to own multiple properties. That's one aspect of this. Another aspect of this would be to curb back on Airbnbs, like, because there are different degrees of harm here, all of which revolve around the profit motive. Okay. In America, because we have supercharged our profit incentives, we have like endless amounts of different hurdles to clear. Airbnb being one of the immediate ones. Okay. Airbnb is a massive problem. And then also on top of that, on top of Airbnbs being a fucking massive problem, you then also have to tackle the issue of people owning multiple properties for rental, like long-term rental properties. It's incredible when you think about it. Like in Singapore, it is not illegal to own multiple properties, but it's virtually impossible to make that a profitable endeavor because of the heavy taxation that comes along with owning multiple properties. Mike, they have a capitalist city. The only reason they're able to afford this wasteful spending is because of capitalism. The well will eventually run dry for free things. It's not a hard concept. They've followed this policy for 100 years. Watch the clip, moron.
Recent years have seen land and real estate prices in many European cities spiraling out of...
By the way, talking about this unironically resembles talking about Red Vienna reminds me of all of the endless conversations that we've had about removing the profit incentive from healthcare, and how so many other OECD nations have been able to successfully implement socialized medicine and socialized healthcare, and yet we simply can't do it here in America because Americans go, la, 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 I can't hear you. That's not real. That's not a real country. France is not a real country. No way do they have socialized medicine. What the fuck are you talking about? It's actually so much worse. So much worse. Infinitely poorer nations are able to solve this problem when it comes to healthcare. But Americans do not want to fucking hear that at all. They just don't even want to. They just have deluded themselves into thinking, because intelligent people have told them, by associating it with like whatever the fuck they care about. Okay? People just genuinely think that it's not real. It's just not like it's not a reality that exists in the world right now.
Control. To counteract this development, the city of Vienna amended its building code in November 2018 by introducing the subsidized housing zoning category.
It's not really the Americans in general, though, is it? It's the donor and political classes. No, it's Americans as well, because of what I just explained. It's not. The donors are able to break the minds of the American working class as well. Like, it's kind of like how 401ks have basically made it so that the average American worker thinks that they have a investment in the stock market constantly going up, okay, in finance capital. Why do they have this? Why do they have this attitude towards the stock market? Because it's been basically universalized for every single American. Because the reality is, when the stock market is doing well, they are seeing meager gains in their 401ks. When it's doing poorly, they're seeing incredible losses in their 401ks. And therefore, they have associated themselves with the health of the stock market as well. The same thing goes for 55% of Californians that own their own homes. Kyoto recently made a 150% increase on the land value tax for empty homes. As a resident of Japan, housing is very affordable, not only because of a lack of zoning, but also because of public housing for middle class, banning gated neighborhoods, making housing not much of an investment because the property goes down in price instead of going up, strong tenant laws, etc. You need to have both upzoning and regulations. Exactly. But also the other part of it is, from what I understand at least, it's like the weird aspect of Japanese culture that is that dictates that like housing is supposed to be stop colonizing Japan. What? That housing is not like there's this weird attitude towards like not wanting to own someone else's home, right? Like there's not like houses are not built to last, so you're supposed to constantly break down and rebuild housing. Doesn't sound weird. No, I mean, it's just like there's also a cultural aspect to it as well. You feel me? Anyway.
If land is thus classified as belonging to a subsidized housing zone, 2/3 of the usable floor space created for housing purposes must be taken up by subsidized dwellings. This caps rents and safeguards that affordable homes will continue to be constructed across the entire city, and again, ensures a good social mix all over Vienna. All these measures provide for an adequate supply of good housing in Vienna, as well as the rest of Austria. Last but not least, these benefits contribute to Vienna being continually voted the city with the highest standard of living in the world. Vienna was ranked as the most livable city worldwide 10 times in a row. This includes Quality of Living ranking 2019 by Mercer, as well as being classified as the best place to live worldwide by the Global Livability Index 2019 through The Economist. In comparison with other big cities, Vienna has rather moderate rent prices. To maintain this, even in times when the housing market is under great pressure due to the financial markets and the ever-increasing population, the city administration invests, as mentioned, annually roughly 400 million euros in housing construction and renovation of older buildings. With this funding budget, around 7,000 good quality, affordable apartments are built every year, and over 5,000 apartments refurbished on average. Nowadays, the benchmark rent for a well-equipped municipal apartment is €5.81 per square meter, excluding taxes and operating costs. The benchmark rent for a subsidized apartment is nearly the same. When we study how people live, we can determine that Vienna is a city of tenants. Over 3/4 of Vienna's population rent accommodation, with only around 20% living in flats or houses that they own. There are mainly two forms of affordable housing in Vienna: the municipal housing apartments owned by the city of Vienna, and the non-profit residential construction buildings owned and operated by non- or limited-profit cooperatives or associations. Already since the 1950s, parallel to the social housing construction of the Viennese municipality, non-profit housing construction has been making a considerable contribution to apartment production.
Do you think Vienna is Venice, chatter? Is that what you think is going on? Do you think Vienna is Venice? Maybe. Japan's cooked. Australia does it better. This ain't it. Australia shits on Vienna housing. Australia has major issues with housing. You are so incredibly wrong. Australia also has massive problems with homelessness. And Vienna is not in Venice. Do you think that Australia is Austria too sometimes? Maybe. Smartest fucking bogan, dude. Oh my lord. Incredible. Put another fucking shrimp on the barbie, mate. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Arnar. To your point, all you have to say to most Americans is you might not get to keep your doctor, and they immediately become raging fascists. Fuck the poor. We're so screwed. Yeah, Americans are very malleable. They are incredibly easy to manipulate, and that does definitely play a role. That does definitely play a role in the way that the capital owning class will routinely present certain issues in a way. I mean, they spend millions, tens of millions, if not billions of dollars trying to figure out exactly how to communicate these issues in a way that that universalizes the burden, in a way that actually makes people feel as though, in a way that actually makes people feel like it's bad if they get nice things. Genuinely frustrating stuff. Anyway, someone who is invested in solving these problems with state interference and actually puts a dent in this issue a little bit would, I think, would be able to become one of the most historically popular candidates. Would get an unimaginable amount of support. It's also about making people believe, though. Here's Linda McMahon talking about the budget requests.
Very much. Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chair, what's the definition of sanity?
Of sanity or insanity?
Insanity.
Insanity?
Yeah.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
Right. And what was we ranked in reading and math in 1979?
I'm sorry, what?
What was we ranked nationally in math and reading in 1979.
We were very, very low on the totem pole.
We were number one in 1979. Today,
Oh, in 1979.
1979.
Sorry. Okay.
In 1979, we were ranked number one in around the world.
What the hell? Is Markwayne Mullen base now? What's going on? Yeah, also, that's not the definition of insanity. They're using fucking Instagrammable quotes from entrepreneurs and shit. It's crazy. Oh, new meta. DOJ says campus protester had contact with Hamas. Remember that incredibly schizo lawsuit that was launched? It's from Far Cry 3. No, that's not just from Far Cry 3, chatters. It's not. It's been around since before Far Cry 3, okay? The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Has been a trope and a stupid fucking quote in perpetuity. It's not just from Far Cry 3. I don't even think it's actually Einstein that said it. People attribute it to Einstein. I don't even know if Einstein actually said that because it's a stupid quote. It's most commonly misattributed to Einstein. Anyway, but it's certainly not from Far Cry 3. It's from Far Cry 2. All right. Anyway, the definition of insanity is trying to defend Israel. That's what the real definition of insanity is. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. And here is a great example. Speaking of Einstein, who was an anti-Zionist by today's definition, going back to American politics and how insane we have gotten. Here it is. If you recall, a couple months ago, I covered briefly this lawsuit that was launched by one of the hostages that was released, that claimed that Hamas was actually flexing that they had a direct line of communication with Students for Justice in Palestine, Columbia University chapter. Now, of course, if you're like a normal person, or if you have any remaining critical thinking skills, you hear something as insane as that and you go, come on, dude. But that didn't stop Zionist groups from advancing this lawsuit, okay? And in the process of advancing this idiotic lawsuit, they made other erroneous and, dare I say, schizophrenic claims, such as the Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine actually reopened their account or became active on their account right before October 7, which, of course, is there is a very normal reason for such activities of a student-backed Instagram account becoming reactive, like activating their student-based Instagram advocacy group account as the semester starts. But of course, this was used as a way to claim that Yahya Sinwar was in direct contact, or Abu Ubaidah was in direct contact with students at Columbia campus. And now, because we live in upside down world, because we live in a world where insanity is now the new sanity and lies are the new truth, you have official government entities like the Department of Justice operating with these insane fucking claims. And here it is. The Department of Justice, campus protester had contact with Hamas. The Department of Justice is basically like a New York Post writer at this point.
You look at the protests in college campuses, and they say the same thing that these protesters said, that mutant that shot the couple in D.C. that said, free Palestine. Then you find out about the protesters, and you say, were these all students at Columbia last year and a few months ago? And the answer is no. For example, the cover of the New York Post, you can see it now. If not, I'll hold it up, has a 20-year-old, and this 20-year-old was on campus creating havoc, saying anti-Semitic phrases, punching Jewish kids in the face, and he is directly contacted and supported by Hamas overseas. He has the flag over him. He's been arrested, I assume going to be deported, if not jailed here, and he was part of the unrest. College age, but not a...
The claim that is now being advanced is that this student at Columbia University was in a fucking group chat with Abu Ubaidah, okay? I'm sorry. This is one of the most, this is just adding on to the insanity. Okay. Notice how he's like, look at him wearing the flag as though what? Like wearing the Palestinian flag is now illegal. Like what the fuck's going on there? Okay. I suspect what they mean is he was following the Telegram communique channel for Hamas. That is not a fucking group chat with Abu Ubaidah. Okay. It's like following, if there was an Instagram account for Hamas, for example, and you follow that Instagram, it's like saying, oh, he was following the Instagram of Abu Ubaidah, which means Abu Ubaidah was directly talking to him. Incredible stuff. Let's take a look.
A college kid up in Columbia.
Jew hater, contemplating setting a student on fire. Direct links to Hamas. He was chatting with this Hamas group on social media. Awaits trial, indicted on 3 federal hate crimes against Jewish people, and wore a green headband worn by Hamas.
And a mask.
So after October 7th, the show sent me to all these college campuses. And I'm asking all these students who are protesters, they say they're protesters, you know, about October 7th.
I'm dating Jennifer Aniston on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. No, the most likely outcome here, the most likely way that they're trying to massage the narrative here is that he was in a Telegram. He was in one of these Telegram channels that is followed by, you know, hundreds of thousands of people that will post communiques from Hamas, like statements from Hamas, which, by the way, many journalists also follow. The claim that following one of these Telegram channels is one directly putting you in contact with Abu Ubaidah is insane. Okay? And it's also a very dangerous claim that the Department of Justice is advancing. As in, if you follow people that the Department of Justice considers dangerous people, terrorists, threats to American security, then automatically that is a prosecutable offense is insane to me. The government, in the simplest terms, is follow policing. But now with the actual fucking police. So now it's literal follow policing. Yes, news agencies follow these channels as well. I follow a lot of Telegram channels the government definitely knows about and does nothing about because they're also feds like the Patriot Front clowns. Exactly.
7th. What about what they did to babies? What about the hostages? And they're all denying it. We're like, man.
Regardless, this guy very clearly was an anti-Semitic piece of shit. The evidence is uncontroverted as to this. Yeah. Also, being an anti-Semitic piece of shit is not prosecutable unless it is unless it's a factor in a crime. Like, what are we talking about? Following Abu Ubaidah on Telegram is also not a crime.
Man, they sound like little Hamas, right? Well, come to find out they are. A lot of the leaders are. Now, there are some naive kids, but I think we've got to be smart as a country. Either we're going to be little Gaza or we're going to be America. But we can't have people going down Midtown Manhattan or going downtown where they attack the towers with keffiyehs with the flags of Hamas calling for a caliphate. It just doesn't make any sense. And we keep saying First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. Where do we draw the line? If the people say...
Dude, it's look at Fox News. First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. Where do we draw the line? Remember, for years, these guys said that it's free speech to be able to say the N-word. It's free speech to be able to protest as a fucking neo-Nazi. And there is nothing you can say or do. You're being too woke. You are being too woke if you say college campuses should not be safe havens for neo-Nazis, right? You're too woke. At no point was there any government enforcement upon neo-Nazis, by the way. At no point was there any real government enforcement. And even outside of a severe lack of government enforcement, they still complain. Now they are demanding government enforcement, which is unironically an actual violation of the First Amendment. There was government protection for neo-Nazis against anti-fascists. These guys constantly cut propaganda. Mia Khalifa on Hassan Abisoon. Wait, where did that come from? I was just DMing her about possibly having her on. Yeah. Where the fuck did that come from? That's crazy. Leaked? No, I mean, I don't know how the fuck the chatter knew that. That's crazy. shot in the dark and you folded? No, I mean, it's not. That's crazy that chatter just like randomly brought that up out of nowhere.
Sound like terrorists are saying that they want to destroy the country. Shouldn't we be?
How did you get her number? I didn't. She's followed me for a very long time, and I DM'd her. I followed her for a very long time as well. Anyway,
Be able to arrest them? I think yes.
Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, who teaches at Stanford and is running the Hoover Institute, said this about what she's seeing at elite institutions.
Let me say, universities have made a lot of mistakes, including in the way that reacting to October 7th. You know, our kids chant from the river to the sea. Some of them don't know from what river to what sea. And so we have failed in terms of educating them about the Middle East, educating them about history, where we still talk about oppressors and oppressed, colonizers and colonized. The scientific research base of the United States of America is the research university. We made that decision 80 years ago. We don't have a plan B. And so I am a major believer in making sure that we are able to continue the kind of research that produced the stem cell revolution, that produced, actually at Stanford, the double helix, that produced the heart transplant. We just have to make sure, especially at a time when we are being challenged by China along the technological front.
Dr. Rice is totally right, Brian, and she makes a strong case. But
Universities
have to decide. Either they're going to commit themselves to the research and saving lives, or they're going to commit themselves to the anti-American Hamas rhetoric going after Jews on college campuses. But either you want to be activists or you want to be scientists. But you can't do both and get our money.
Yeah, they're all complaining. You're taking away our research money, cancer research.
dude, what the fuck? They're literally advocating to undermine higher education as this government is currently doing, while simultaneously saying, and yeah, you can't actually do, you can't just do higher education because you're too invested in defending Hamas or something. Like, what is happening? You're the guys who are saying that Harvard is Hamas word now, and therefore we have to take away all the fucking grants. Oh, my brain is hurting from trying to explain what's going on here. What do they want these universities to do? They all call the cops to have them beat the shit out of the protesters anyway. I know. I guess they just want the universities to, like, well, I mean, Israel and anti-Semitism especially is just simply a talking point to actually enforce whatever kind of control they want to have over institutions of higher education. It's not real, okay? It's not a real concern. It's fucking completely made up. Maybe there are some hysterical people who legitimately believe that it is like, as a Jewish student, you'll be assassinated on Columbia campus or whatever the fuck, okay? You know, you can't deal with people's hysteria, unfortunately. Okay, there's nothing you could do about people just hallucinating this alternative reality. But the reason why the administration is using this as an entry point is because they want to, one, undermine the First Amendment protections, and two, they want to basically control institutions of higher education. That's it. They're just using anti-Semitism as a way to enforce this, because anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism has a lot of institutional power. And part of the reason why it has a lot of institutional power is because combating anti-Semitism has been the way that pro-Israel groups have been able to defend the interests of Israel, which aligns with the American State Department. That's the same reason why there is no combating white supremacy groups that are as powerful, seemingly. Because if combating anti-Semitism was the primary responsibility of these institutions, then it would be cast aside, just like combating white supremacy is cast aside. It is not about anti-Semitism at all. It is about Israel. It is about American foreign policy. It's that simple. Like, think about how little influence anti-racist initiatives have, as opposed to how much influence anti-Semitism, how much influence and how much control, seemingly, groups that task themselves with combating anti-Semitism have. Think about that. Why is it? Is it because Jews are a special status, that are a monolithic force, and that everybody cares about Jews? No. It's because all of those groups don't give a fuck about Jews at all. They just care about Israel. And Israel is an incredibly important part of America's project in the fucking region. You think any of these rich white assholes give a fuck about any kind of bigotry? They're bigoted themselves, including but not limited to anti-Semitism. That's it. If there was a settler colony out there, Liberia style, okay, but like actually fucking effective in undermining the interests of like whatever kind of revolutionary groups that exist in the fucking area, then and all of these like anti-black racism advocacy groups were actually protecting that settler colony and its domination of the region. Yeah, then also anti-black racism would also have a lot of institutional prominence. Is that simple?
Then don't be silent about this. Silence leads to violence. If you want that money, you got to follow.
Look how woke they are. Silence leads to violence. Your silence is deafening.
The law. You can't allow terrorism to happen on your campus.
And don't sue the president. You sued the president, doubling, tripling down. Now you're going through the courts. Now it's a brawl. So that's what the president, that's what the former Secretary of State said.
Woke MAGA, baby. Soy right. Ugh. Gross, dude. Fucking gross. Speaking of which, that's still not changing the dynamic, obviously. Here is a new poll that shows Israel's unpopular across the West. Even in Hungary, where state propaganda and paid Orban flunkies like Rod Dreher promote it, it's still minus 17%. The Western country where it's the most popular is the United States of America, minus 8 net popularity. There it is. In the Netherlands, Israel has a 45% very unfavorable, 40 fucking 5% very unfavorable rating. In the United States, that is at 19%, and somewhat unfavorable is at 34%, whereas somewhat favorable is at 31%, and very favorable is at 13%. In Germany, which is the only country that I think is closely resembles America's interest in Israel, like that's how aggressive they are. Even in Germany, it's 15% very unfavorable, 49% somewhat unfavorable. In Sweden, 41% very unfavorable, 35% somewhat favorable. 24 country median is 69% unfavorable. Nice. U.S. matched the views of Hungary. Not a great comparison. I mean, that makes sense. But even in Hungary, 20% very unfavorable, 33% somewhat unfavorable. Is this good? Yes, it is good. It's good because like people are fucking waking up to what Israel has been doing. Israel is a pariah state in the minds of regular Americans, in the minds of regular Westerners. Here is the source, by the way. Most countries across 24 surveyed countries, most people across 24 surveyed countries have negative views of Israel and Netanyahu. Turkey, 84% very unfavorable view of Israel. Holy fuck. Are you going to react to how the radical left dehumanizes the right by Remnant 777? No, that sounds idiotic. Especially because the right dehumanizes themselves by associating themselves with incredibly stupid fascist principles. Now, Nigeria, what the fuck is Nigeria on, bro? Kenya and Nigeria, 32% favorable, 19% very favorable in Kenya, 35% favorable, somewhat favorable, 24% very favorable in Nigeria. What happened? What an insane... What the fuck? Evangelical Christians? Is that what it is? They don't got internet? What the fuck? South Africa is crazy, by the way. No, it makes sense. 37% unfavorable, 15% somewhat unfavorable versus 19 and 15. As a Nigerian, Israel is seen as a friend of Christianity. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Explain Turkey. I'm losing my mind. What do you mean? Explain Turkey. It makes complete sense, brother. What are you talking about? I told you in especially post one, Turkey is a majority Muslim country in the region that has always obviously had a point of view about Western imperialism, even if they don't recognize that they themselves are also servants of Western empire. Okay. The 10 countries with the most negative views of Israel were Turkey at 93%, Indonesia at 80%, Japan at 79%, the Netherlands at 78%, Spain at 75%, Sweden at 75%, Australia at 74%, Greece at 72%, Italy at 66%, and Germany at 64%. Amazing. We got to get those numbers up. As I always say, if you think you hate Israel, you don't hate Israel enough, okay? We got to get those numbers up in the United States of America as well. And I suspect that it's not all about religion, bro. No, that's why I said Turkey sees, everyone in that region sees Israel as Western interference in the affairs of the region that actually violates other countries' sovereignty and autonomy. Okay? Did you not hear what I was saying? Did you not understand the point I was making? It's not about religion. It's more so about countries in the region that recognize Israel's position as a settler colonial entity and a proxy of the West. Yeah. Ireland numbers would be nice. Standing with Turkey for sure. Yeah, most likely. And it's not shocking that Irish people have that kind of opinion as well. So if not for NATO, Turks would have already formed a coalition of the willing. I mean, if not for NATO, Turkey probably would be a fucking communist bloc country. So if NATO didn't exist in Turkey, Turkey would be a socialist country right now. And who knows what America would have done to Turkey in that process. Turkey would probably resemble Iran in some ways. Being shut out from the EU entirely, as it already has been, and also, I mean, the world would be very different. I think the region would be very different. Turkey has always been an extension of American empire as a consequence of NATO and a very valuable ally in the Cold War. If Turkey was not a NATO nation, the Cold War would look different. The USSR might still exist. Like outside of Israel, I would say outside of Israel and Saudi Arabia, Turkey is perhaps even more important than Saudi Arabia to America's foreign policy intervention in the region. More like as a consequence of their post-World War I nationalist origins, yes, that was the starting point for sure of Kemalist attitudes. Okay. Having said that, there was still a lot of socialist mobilization in the country. There still is more socialist mobilization in the country of Turkey as opposed to somewhere like the United States of America. Anyway, conversely, the countries with the most favorable views of Israel were Nigeria, 59%, Kenya, 50%, the U.S., 45%, India, 34%, and South Africa. Oh my God. Dude, top 10 nations with the most favorable view of Israel is after Nigeria, every single one is 50% or lower. Israel is so cooked. That's crazy. Only one country has an above water approval rating for Israel. Oh my Lord. Biggest mistake of Kemalist libs is their love or fetishization for the Western civilization, which ended up with Turkey joining NATO and practically becoming a pair of tongs to deal with Middle Eastern issues. Yes. But it's also funny because Turks literally hate Western intervention. That's what's so interesting about it. Turks fucking hate Western intervention. Look at the numbers on Israel. Turkey is an ally to Israel, and yet the Turkish government's communiques and the way that they communicate about Israel is very different, right? You would think that they're the number one op of Israel. And yet, I mean, this is the reason why. This is the reason why. Turks hate Western intervention and don't recognize that they serve Western interests and are a firm and committed partner in Western intervention in the region. It's that simple. Like Turks would be like, oh, fuck Yankees coming into this country and doing crazy stuff in the region. And then they won't even ask the question why there's so many American military bases. Look. Sen bizim hakkımızda konuşma. Hizbullahçı. Bak. Hizbullahçı. This guy goes, don't talk about us, you Hezbollah supporter. Oh, Turks also hate Iran. That's the other thing. And it's not even necessarily about like sectarian infighting, like Shia Sunni divide or anything like that. They just fucking despise Iran and they despise Hezbollah. The West have found and support two of the most extremist ideologies, Zionist and Wahhabi Saudi. Yes. Who don't Turks hate? Name one neighbor they don't. Azerbaijan. Easy. Easiest answer of all time. Anyway, obviously, things are changing, attitudes are shifting, and it will continue to shift further as the media starts covering the process more honestly. Okay, the media will start covering the situation on the ground more honestly, and that will only increase. Like, there is no point from here on out. There will be no point where like Israel recovers its popularity. Okay, why is Azerbaijan so pro-Israel? Sorry if you covered it before, because Azerbaijan did an ethnic cleansing campaign in Karabakh of the Armenians that live there, and they were able to conduct this ethnic cleansing campaign, forced displacement campaign, with Israeli weapons and Israeli technology. Azerbaijan also is an energy provider to many countries, but most importantly, Israel. They sell energy to Israel by way of Turkey. The Baku to Tel Aviv energy grid runs through Turkey, and Israel, in exchange for said energy, will give them weapons that they can use against the Armenians. Yeah, Artsakh. Azerbaijan is also a forward operating base for Israeli covert ops in Iran. Yes, there are many Azeris that live in Iran. It's a major ethnic group. Okay. And therefore, there is a direct entry point into Iran as well by way of the connection through Azerbaijan. So Israel will utilize Azerbaijan as a forward operating base for intelligence operations, covert operations within Iran. There are more Azeris in Iran than there are in Azerbaijan. And Azeris, of course, are Turkic. That's the other thing. So there is that connection with Turkey as well. There are many nations all around Asia that are Turkic. Turkey obviously keeps tabs on all of these Turkic nations, and also will offer logistical support, training, and intelligence to the Turkic nations and their militaries. This does not mean that all Azeris living in Iran are ops or anything. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that there are some that can be used in that way by the Israeli state. Nurse, he got out and is talking about how everyone's Turkish again. No, all jokes aside, I'm not doing a pan-Turanist argument. I'm just simply telling you Turkey's involvement with other countries that have Turkic populations, all the way to Xinjiang, as a matter of fact. Like, this isn't a defense of China's actions in Xinjiang in terms of mass surveillance, dragnets, and cultural erasure. But it is not an accident that there are Uyghur Turks that are literally fighting in Syria, and they're basically Salafists. They're incredibly fucking radicalized, fundamentalist, ISIS-style operatives that are literally, technically, I guess, under the banner of China, and yet they are being trained by the Turkish government. How does that work? Why are Uyghur Turks fighting in fucking Syria alongside the rest of the Turkish militants, Turkish-backed militants that are, of course, once again, funded by NATO? Something to consider.
Tents of aid. That's how a UN spokesman has described the US and Israeli-backed food distribution operation in Gaza. The comments coming as aid centers in Gaza are closed today, with growing calls for an independent investigation into the killings of dozens of people. Backed food distribution operation in Gaza. The comments coming as aid centers in Gaza are closed today, with growing calls for an independent investigation. Said it was closing its sites for update, organization, and efficiency improvements works. The group had been operating 3 aid centres, with a 4th yet to open, concentrated in the south of the Strip. Rescue workers say at least 12 Palestinians have been killed and several others injured in an Israeli airstrike on a school in Khan Yunis. Eyewitnesses reporting that an Israeli drone struck.
Yeah, they're murdering people that they have displaced over and over again that are desperate for a crumb of food. Its expansion is propaganda for Turkey. Central Asian countries don't share the same ambitions as Turkey. What? Okay, but it doesn't matter, because the fucking half of those countries are dictatorships, and the dictatorship likes the weapons and training that they get and correspondence that they get from the Turkish government. It's not about the population's interests or the population's view of the world. It has everything. It's like the same with the Gulf nations, okay? You listen to the leadership of Gulf nations, they are fucking firmly invested in normalizing relations with Israel, but the Gulf nation populations are not. Same with even Turkey.
2 tents, which were housing dozens of displaced people, including women and children. The Civil Defense Agency said rescue workers had recovered the bodies of 2 children. According to the UN, the majority of Gazans facing catastrophic malnutrition are actually in the north of the Netzarim corridor, a strip occupied by Israeli forces. The GHF has not set up a centre north of the strip. This Palestinian family said they feared travelling south to get aid.
What will the children eat? How are they going to stay alive without this food? My daughter died of malnutrition. We were told to come take food from the soup kitchen, and now the food is gone.
This aid, for me as well as many others, is considered a glimpse of hope. But unfortunately, in light of the lines of humiliation and insult the people are facing in the south, in light of the mass crowding, in light of the daily killings of people who go to get aid, the unjust distribution of this aid, and the lack of enough aid for people, I did not even think about going to get it.
The president of the International Committee of the Red Cross has told the BBC the situation in Gaza has become worse than hell on earth. She's been speaking to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
You were in Gaza earlier this month, and in April you made some remarks, and among those you said that Gaza was hell on earth. Has anything changed?
It has become worse. Humanity is failing in Gaza. It is failing. We cannot continue to watch what is happening.
The U.S. appears to have backed a plan by the Syrian government to assimilate thousands of foreign rebel fighters into the Syrian National Army. Reported on Monday, an estimated 3,500 foreign fighters, mainly Uyghurs from China and Central Asia, would join a new unit called the 84th Syrian Army Division, also comprised of Syrians. 3 Syrian defense officials told Reuters. Yeah, they're bringing the Turkish-backed troops under the banner of the Syrian army. All of the I wouldn't say that they're ISIS style. They're not ISIS directly, but they're ISIS style troops. And many of them are incredibly radical. There are numerous different groups that are similar to ISIS in their ambitions, in their fundamentalist principles. Even if they're not ISIS, or even if at times they have fought against ISIS. Like HTS is another great example of this, obviously. Almost all of them are funded by either directly or indirectly by way of NATO and Turkey by the United States of America.
It's surpassing any acceptable, legal, moral, and humane standard.
I don't think I would describe East Turkestan fighters as ISIS, probably more like the Taliban. Okay, sure. Okay, like the Taliban. I'm saying that they're incredibly fundamentalist, incredibly violent, engage in beheadings, things of that nature, things that you would associate with ISIS. That's why I'm saying they're like ISIS style.
Standard. The level of destruction, the level of suffering.
Also, ISIS and the Taliban are directly comparable as well. Like ISIS and the Taliban are also directly comparable. What are we talking about? ISIS is basically the new Taliban meta. How the fuck did the Taliban come to power? What happened with the Taliban? Okay, the Mujahideen were also funded and were offered tremendous logistical support by the American State Department. No, they are not. One is designated by the U.S. and the other isn't anymore. Okay, dude, that's why I said in the past, okay?
But more importantly, the fact that we are watching people being entirely stripped of its human dignity should really shock our collective conscience.
Israel, of course, says it's acting in self-defense.
Every state has a right to defend itself. And every mother has a right to see her children return. There's no excuse for hostage taking. There is no excuse for depriving children from their access to food, health, and security. There are rules in the conduct of hostilities that every party to every conflict has to respect.
So you are talking, though, let's be clear about this, about the consequences of Israel's offensive.
It's the consequence, as far as I'm concerned, of the whole world watching a type of warfare that shows utmost disrespect for civilians, that deprives civilians of their dignity entirely. Today we are in it. Today we can reverse it. We can save lives today. That's why it's important to act now. State leaders are under an obligation to act. I'm calling on them to do something and to do more and to do what they can, because it will reverberate. It will haunt them. It will reach their doorsteps.
Really powerful and passionate interview that Jeremy conducted there with the president of the International Red Cross. He joined me from Geneva.
Yeah, whenever people say it's a war and not a genocide, it blows my mind because it's like, it's a war against children, okay? Half the population is fucking children, okay? Half the population of the Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. What are you talking about? That is not a war. You can't say, I'm going to war with toddlers, okay? I'm going to war with toddlers that I have held captive in an open-air prison that I have shut off all access points into. And
Geneva to reflect on the conversation.
I felt she spoke with a great deal of moral clarity and authority, not just backed up by the weight of the organization that she heads. The International Red Cross has been helping alleviating the suffering of civilians and victims of war for more than 150 years. I think it's because she would absolutely say they're not taking sides, that they are a neutral organization. That's how they operate. But what they are seeing, that's what she was saying to me, that what they were seeing is an affront to the conscience of the world. She said that we are seeing there an entire people being stripped of human dignity. And she also said that this has really bad implications for the future, not just for the Israelis and Palestinians, but for all of those of us around the world, many millions who could be affected by war.
In Gaza this morning, food distribution is on hold after several days of...
Israel's like, oh, you won't let us kill people in the process of aid distribution? Well, I guess we got to go back to the drawing board. No aid for anybody. Okay? Once again, all of this completely manufactured crisis that Israel is designing could change if they just let the fucking aid freely go into the Strip, the aid that is waiting at Israeli checkpoints right now. There is already a distribution mechanism. Israel is not allowing said distribution mechanism into the Strip. Israel wants to control the aid distribution and use it and weaponize it. Israel wants to weaponize the aid distribution to the starving population that it itself starved for months at this point, to continue to ethnically cleanse the population, to continue to fucking kill people that are in the process of trying to receive aid. None of this is a war. This is a Holocaust.
violence. Dozens have been killed, allegedly by Israeli forces, while trying to pick up food as a designated checkpoint. The cutoff follows another round of deadly airstrikes in Gaza. Imtiaz Tayeb reports.
A CBS News team was there as Palestinians rushed to rescue the survivors of an Israeli strike on a destroyed bank in Gaza City where families had been sheltering. At least 7 people were killed and dozens injured, according to first responders. The attack followed an announcement by the U.S. and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's decision to halt operations following 3 consecutive days of mass shootings.
I can't believe it. I'm seeing Eye on Palestine Instagram account posts on CBS Mornings. Wow. What the fuck is going on? What an incredible change. Where was this since October 8? Okay. This is eyewitness phone camera footage that mainstream media has denied using. Okay. They're Hassanabi posting. What? Oh, guys, is this real? Star Wars subreddit politics is banned. Andor subreddit. Tie me to a missile and fire it at Tel Aviv. I am ready. We're going to talk about the Andor subreddit in a second. Andor subreddit is getting interesting. And I think that it's got 17.5 K upvotes. They're going to fucking ban this subreddit, probably.
Near its southern aid distribution hub in order to, quote, enhance security measures. GHF, which is staffed with heavily armed American private security contractors, did not exist up until a few months ago. But one of its affiliates, Safe Reach Solutions, which employs several of the contractors, has a publicly available address in Israel. We went to the central Tel Aviv building to see if we could talk to someone from the...
This is crazy. They're actually doing journalism. Are my eyes deceiving me? Am I seeing CBS Mornings do actual journalism? Actual investigative reporting? What the fuck is going on? Doing actual investigative reporting on Israel, the most moral nation? How is this possible? What the fuck is happening? They do news now? They're doing reporting. This is an incredible shift in attitude. Not just in tone and demeanor. This is like they're actually doing real work for once. This is unheard of. This is unimaginable. What a market shift.
Wyoming registered company about their operations in Gaza.
I'm just confused because, like, why aren't they just listening to what Itamar Ben-Gvir has to say and then acting like that is the truth? Because that's a little surprising. They're starting to cover the truth like they got a fucking Nuremberg trial coming up or something. You know what I mean? It's interesting. It's interesting. I don't care if it's ass covering, chat. I don't care because, look, I'm being cold, calculated, and pragmatic. Okay? Yes, it's far too late. Yes, it's far too little. Okay? But I am not going to sit here and constantly fucking complain about this shit, because the reality of the matter is this is how that pressure continues to build. Okay? This is how that pressure continues to build, because when you show this as opposed to showing my coverage to your fucking grandparents, they are going to be infinitely more responsive to this. Okay? This is complementary to your goals. If you want to change people's minds, having some random dumbass who curses all the time, who wears a t-shirt in his news coverage, is not going to be the most effective communicator to change the minds of your parents and your grandparents that have firm commitments to believing that Israel is the most moral nation on the fucking planet. Having the media, mainstream outlets, say these things that I've been saying for fucking months and actually doing real journalism is good, because it will then create even more pressure. It will cause even more people to take it to the streets. I never would have imagined that this level of actual investigations would ever take place in mainstream media. I believe that you will see more and more people even using the G word. You might even start seeing mainstream media use the G word, maybe in like 3 months, 4 months from now, depending on how this issue is trending. The Resist Libs in my life are posting about Gaza because of Miss Rachel. Yeah. Stimp TM, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The Pew poll showing Israel unfavorability in U.S. going from 42% in 2022 to 53% in 2025 happened because of people who are late to the game. Anyone who sits and acts holier than thou on this issue just wants to stay at that 42 in perpetuity, I guess. Yes, some people want to gatekeep access to the truth, and it's very unproductive. That's all I'm saying. It's cute you think this is because the winds are changing and not permitted because job is done and now they need to let liberals clear their conscience. No, there is that as well. This is part of it as well. But ultimately, if you're in the business of advocacy, if you want the rest of the Palestinians to survive, if you want any Palestinians in the Gaza Strip to survive this process, you have to keep fucking pushing. Do you understand? Israel and Western leadership relied on people turning a blind eye to these atrocities. They thought that people would just simply refuse to care. They thought that this would turn into like the Syrian civil war. They thought, oh, it's just like happening over there. Who gives a shit? What they failed to recognize was that our populations understand that we are directly responsible for this. Okay? Because I talked about this yesterday with this journalist. Israel is directly involved with Western affairs because Israel cannot continue existing in the violent ways that it does without unlimited support from the West. And therefore, Israel and its actions are not as avoidable as what happens in Syria, regardless of U.S. intervention and U.S. involvement. You see what I mean? We have more involvement here than even with respect to Russia invading Ukraine. This is precisely the reason why it never actually went away. Even Ukraine and support for Ukraine went away, despite the fact that liberals loved being on the right side for once of any fucking global conflict, even if it ultimately was for the wrong reasons, even if it ultimately was not to save Ukraine at all, but instead to shift our military budgets away from Afghanistan to a new area where now even soldiers don't fucking die. It's fantastic, right? Bro, Hassan, I really can't stop this infinite charity thing. If we let libs come over to our position after cheering for genocide for 20 months, is ideological genocide. These colonizers get to do this with no rhetorical or material opposition. There's no justice in that. Brother, you will never find me casting aside any person that arrives at the correct conclusion, even if it's fucking months late, okay? Months too late, because I understand that in order for change to take place, especially in order for people to recognize that perhaps the previous ways in which people have actually been able to implement change in our supposedly democratic process is not working. You need numbers for that. You need pressure for that. And it doesn't happen overnight, okay? Not everyone is fucking born woke or on the right side of history. It takes a lot for people to get there, okay? So you do have to have allies in this fight. It's a struggle, and it takes a long time to get people on board. I never told you to fucking forgive people. I'm just simply saying, while you can maintain your critical attitude towards those who you have heard have stood in opposition to Palestinian emancipation, you should still welcome them as new allies and try to redirect their attention to more productive ways of protesting. You should get them to re-examine what caused them initially to be on the wrong side in this, okay? This should be an opportunity for you. This should be an opportunity for you to say, hey, look, there has to be a reason as to why you thought what Israel was doing was correct until recently. Try to engage in a little bit of self-criticism and figure out what that was so that next time something like this happens, you're not immediately rushing to defend whatever the American State Department position is. Do you understand? And no, this charitability does not extend to the likes of fucking Matt Miller. Come on, dude. I'm talking about average Joes who get duped by the likes of Matt Miller, who get duped by the likes of CBS Mornings.
What we've been told is that, by the women we've spoken to, is that there's only one person, one family in this building.
She asked us to obscure her identity to protect her privacy.
The woman who lives in this building didn't want to speak to us on camera, but what she did tell us is that there is an apartment in this building that is rented out as an Airbnb, and that a group of Americans, well-dressed Americans as she described them, stayed there for a few nights, but that she hasn't seen them for the past 10 days.
Almost as long as the group has been on the ground in Gaza.
Now, very little is publicly known.
Also, another thing you have to understand is, like, this is still ongoing. This is not the same as, like, liberals basically saying, after championing the Iraq War and its continuation, turning around and being like, yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea after it's done. Okay? This is still an ongoing issue, and therefore, it's still an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign, and therefore you need every fucking ally you can get. Do you understand? Many of you are late to the game. This has been an ongoing atrocity for 77 years. Do I ever sit here and tell you how late to the game you were as opposed to someone like myself? No. A lot of you learned about this process recently, as opposed to Palestinians who have been advocating for their own emancipation for a very long time, or even someone like myself who has been a advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 fucking years, 12 years at this point. Do I sit here and tell you, haha, Like in the aftermath of October 7, did I sit here and tell you, oh, look at that, you finally arrived at the correct conclusion? No, I don't. So you should also carry yourself in a similar way, because it's not about being right. It's not about gatekeeping progress. It's not about fucking gatekeeping process. It's about literally bringing as many people as you possibly can to your cause, with the hopes that eventually you can change the tide. You can make it so that there is so much pressure to support Israel that even the American government has to recalculate their priorities. I never do that. Anyway, let's talk about Hassan Abi Vindication Month. You do sometimes do that. Okay, well, I'm not doing it on this because this is still an ongoing issue. Okay? And by the way, whenever I talk about vindication, I also still package that with, it's vindication for all of us, usually, not just myself, but I also still package that with, now understand how you arrived at that position initially. Understand why you stood in opposition to what I was saying initially. Try to figure out where you were getting your information from and reconsider whether or not those people have biases that were hidden to you. I was a lib pro-Israel guy because I didn't know anything, even thought, of course they should defend themselves. Only after my girlfriend introduced me to you a few months ago, I finally realized what was really going on and learned about the Middle East. Yeah, there are always new people coming in here. The goal is not to fucking shut off people from learning. My goal is to explain the situation to people, no matter where they're at. Don't attack allies.
About the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and Safe Reach Solutions. But a CBS News analysis has found that both companies are registered in Delaware and Wyoming, respectively. Now, we asked a representative of GHF about the source of their funding, but he would not say. Nate.
MTS Tayyab in Tel Aviv, thank you.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalist ship to deliver humanitarian aid. The boat is called the Madeleine, named after Gaza's first fisherwoman who ran her father's fishing business after he was injured in a 2009 Israeli attack. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition initially planned to sail from Malta last month.
Yeah, this is a great take. Chatters are emotionally focused on the punishment of perpetrators rather than the liberation currently desperately needed. It's a misdirection of energy. Lock-in chat is correct.
But their ship was damaged after it was bombed by drones in international waters. At Sunday's launch of the Madeleine from the Italian port of Catania, actor Liam Cunningham, known for his role in the series Game of Thrones, spoke out in support of the effort.
Oh.
My name is Liam. I'm from Ireland.
They're so fucking gross, dude. Hamas is doing everything possible to prevent it and is spreading lies, but Gaza residents are voting with their feet and with smiles. Civilians in Gaza arrived again this morning to collect aid packages from the Gaza Humanitarian Fund. After we starved every single person here and shot a bunch of their family members and killed a bunch of their family members, they are excited at the prospect of receiving a crumb of aid. They love us. Also, we're going to keep shooting at them. Incredible.
The reason I'm here, as far as I'm concerned, the heart and soul of humanity is in Gaza. For me, this attack, this genocide, is not just on Palestinians, it is on the whole human race. These wonderful, brave people who are setting off on this boat are heroes. And also the people of Gaza, for the last 600 days, are heroes. They are, in my mind, they will always be heroes.
A group of 12 activists are carrying the aid for Gaza, including the Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, who will join us from the Madeleine ship in a minute. She spoke Sunday at the launch.
A month after our latest attempt to go on with this mission, the boat was bombed twice. All evidence suggests Israel. And we are doing this because we have to keep our promise to the Palestinians to do everything in our power to protest against the genocide and to try to open up a humanitarian corridor.
This is why I call ProPublica, because this is how Amy Goodman says ProPublica. I get all my notes from Amy Goodman, my queen. Greta Thunberg.
Since setting sail, passengers on the flotilla have faced many threats, including from U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, who wrote on X, quote, Hope Greta and her friends can swim, unquote. The Gaza Freedom Flotilla has also been shadowed by at least one military helicopter and have reported drones circulating the ship. This is Thiago Avila.
Hello, everyone. This is a new alert. We can clearly see a drone right now to our left. It's gaining on us a little bit. Please share this alert. Second alert of the night. The third day of our journey to Gaza to break the siege and create the People's Humanitarian Corridor on board the Madeleine. Please share our location. We'll send in the exact coordinates.
In 2010, Israel conducted a deadly raid on another Gaza-bound aid ship, the Mavi Marmara. Israeli commandos stormed the boat in international waters, killing 9 people. A 10th died after 4 years in a coma. For more, we're joined from the international waters by Greta Thunberg, the internationally renowned Swedish climate activist known for inspiring the global youth climate strike. In 2019, she received the Right Livelihood Award. She's also been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Greta is speaking to us aboard the Gaza Freedom Flotilla's vessel Madeleine, which is on this voyage from Sicily to Gaza, again carrying life-saving aid in an attempt to break Israel's siege of the Gaza Strip. Greta, it's really something to see you on that ship right now. Can you tell us why you're taking this journey, extremely dangerous, and how you're planning to challenge the Israeli blockade?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, as you said, we are doing this mission following 1 month after our last attempt. Both Conscience was bombed and disabled. So that's why we are trying again, because we cannot afford to give up. There is simply too much at stake. And in times of injustice, as we are seeing now, the genocide and blockade happening, we have to do everything we can to demand an end to these atrocities and war crimes committed by Israel. And for me personally,
they've tried to do this already. Yes, they did this in 2010. A Turkish humanitarian aid flotilla wanted to break through the Israeli naval blockade, and was shot and killed. 9 of the humanitarian aid workers were killed on board. They also tried to do another humanitarian aid flotilla last year. Turkey did not allow them to leave the Turkish docks. Then they tried to do it from Europe, and Israel struck their boat off the coast of Malta. This is yet another attempt. Now with Greta Thunberg and numerous other people. Was she even alive in 2010? No, she wasn't. It's not the same people, chatter. I think that they are incredibly brave for doing this. And I hope that Israel does not actually end up striking this humanitarian aid flotilla, but they most likely will try to apprehend it. Like the Israeli Navy will most likely try to commandeer the ship.
I happen to have a platform for some reason, and then it is my moral obligation to use that platform. And if my presence on this boat can make a difference, if that can show in any way that the world has not forgotten about Palestine, and to try once again to attempt to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor and deliver the extremely needed humanitarian aid.
Yeah. Also, Rima Hassan is there. She's a member of the European Parliament, a part of France Unbowed, the France Unbowed Party. Every other country shooting it would be considered a declaration of war against NATO, but Israel gets to do stuff like that usually, so we shall see.
Then that is a risk I'm willing to take, and it's something that we just simply have to do. We cannot just sit around and do nothing and watch this live stream genocide unfold in front of our very eyes. So we are doing this because we are human beings who care.
Yes, I know. An 8-minute state of play is going to start, and we'll watch the state of play as tens of thousands of people will run away from the
about justice
from the stream.
And when our complicit governments fail to step up, it falls on us, unfortunately, to do so.
And Greta, could you talk about how you see the issue of Palestinian freedom connecting to or intersecting with the issue that you're best known for, which is climate change activism?
Yeah, for me, there's no way of distinguishing the two. We cannot have climate justice without social justice. The reason why I am a climate activist
This is a great take. What she's about to say here is a really smart take.
is not because I want to protect trees. I'm a climate activist because I care about human and planetary well-being, and those are extremely interlinked. For example, when we see the genocide in Gaza, of course, there are some very obvious links that ecocide, environmental destruction, is a very common method used in war and to oppress people. But also, it should be much simpler than that. No matter what the cause of the suffering is, whether that is CO2, whether that is bombs, whether that is state repression or other forms of violence, we have to stand up against that source of suffering. If we pretend to care about the environment, if we pretend to care about the climate and our children's future without seeing and acknowledging and fighting against the suffering of all marginalized people today, then that is an extremely racist approach to justice that excludes the majority of the world's population.
And how? What is the mood aboard the ship? You have participants from Brazil, France, Germany, Spain, and you yourself are Swedish. What's the mood there?
The mood on board the ship is, I would say, that our spirits are very high and we are very determined to continue. So far, we have won over one of the major predicted obstacles, which is to be stuck in port due to the bureaucratic warfare that has been very strong, especially in the past. And the fact that we have gotten over that and that we are out sailing now and that we have gotten quite a far bit is already a victory in itself. Of course, this mission includes many risks, and we have done many risk assessments. But of course, we deem the risk of silence and the risk of inaction to be so much more deadly than this mission, of course. And we are 12 peaceful volunteers who are not carrying weapons. We are carrying food, medical supplies, and sanitary products and other very needed humanitarian aid into Gaza following the blockade. We will meet whatever is thrown at us with non-violence in any scenario.
They're planning on reaching the Gaza Strip by June 7th.
So we are trying to prepare and to maximize our safety and the success of this mission as much as we can.
Greta, as you attempt to bring in baby formula, medical kits, flour, prosthetics for kids with amputations, the Israeli military has threatened to block the Freedom Flotilla. The Israeli army says it's prepared to raid your ship. We know what happened to the Mavi Marmara with the Israeli raid and the killing of 9 activists on board. Ultimately, a 10th died. So are you seeing drones? How are you prepared to deal?
Yeah, we are seeing drones. Last night, there were 2 different moments where there were drones circulating above us. And we have safety procedures that we will use.
Is there a manifest of the supplies? Yes. What will stop Israel from claiming that Greta is just smuggling guns? They have said that in the past with Mavi Marmara as well. They literally had the audacity to present all of the tools that they found on the ship as weapons of war that they were trying to sneak into the Gaza Strip. The tools that they found on the ship were literally like screwdrivers and kitchen knives. Okay? Like, it was insane. They drop shipped commandos from a fucking helicopter onto this humanitarian aid ship and slaughtered 9 aid workers. and then had the audacity to just show all of the cutlery on the fucking ship to say, oh, these are the weapons that they used against us. Yeah, here it is. Look at all the scary weapons that they had. Terrifying CDs, a keffiyeh, literal kitchen knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, tools used all around the ship, pieces of fucking wooden sticks, sanding discs, not CDs. Okay, sorry. Oh, that makes it extra scary. I apologize. Especially when you present it right above, like a hook. There's a hook here, a keffiyeh, sanding discs. I mean, obviously these are tools of mass destruction, worthy of immediate retaliation.
And we have different scenarios that we are prepared for to try to maximize our safety in a non-violent way. So we are trying to do our very best, and it shows quite a bit that peaceful volunteers who are carrying humanitarian aid and necessary for survival is being threatened to be raided, intercepted, or attacked. I think that says quite a lot about the priorities and approaches of Israel right now. But we must also remember that this mission is not about us. It is not about the voyage or the people on board. This mission is about Palestine. It is about the genocide, the occupation, ethnic cleansing, and the other methods of war and oppression that are being used by Israel against the Palestinians. And we do not only need humanitarian aid to be let into Gaza, we do not only need a ceasefire, we need an end to the occupation.
How do you plan to break the military blockade around Gaza?
Sorry, what did you say?
How do you plan to break the military blockade around Gaza?
We are planning to continue sailing until we cannot sail anymore. It is very difficult to predict what scenario it will be, but as far as we know, we are planning to continue as we are now.
And what is your message to folks around the world, especially to young people who throughout the...
I'm going to move into the PlayStation event and then, of course, go back to the same. I'm going to go back to my coverage after. We have an hour. We have an hour where we will cover the PlayStation event. My dad is burning the house right now.
Ocean running through our veins, heartbeat, love is making waves, emotion running through our veins, heartbeat, love is making waves. I'm facing my fears, I'm facing my fears, not backing away. We're touching skin to skin, we're feeling the human, only human emotion.
Is this fucking Sony Tetris?
Love is making waves.
What the hell? What the helly?
Hello from Enhance. I'm Tetsuya Mizuguchi. ディレクターの石原隆です。ルミネスアライズのトレーラー楽しんでいただけたでしょうか。この秋、PlayStation 5、PSVR2 対応で発売予定です。ルミネスアライズはバラエティ豊かな曲と美しいビジュアルが没入感を高め、いつまでも遊びたくなるゲーム体験となっています。その世界はとても心地よく、プレイヤーを共感覚の世界へと導きます。よくある普通のパズルゲームってことだよね。テトリスエフェクトを一度遊んだことがある人はわかると思いますが、ルミネスアライズはただのパズルゲームではありません。夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定です。
Don't worry, we will also sometimes tune into the Asmongold chat to see what the Asmongold community has to say, to see if games are woke and gay.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna Filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
What the fuck? AI?
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
Oh, it's
There you are. All better.
it's meta.
Patched me up.
I got scared for a second.
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic.
Hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me.
Is this woke? It's a child, but she's a blonde and white. A female child.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am DI.
Okay.
D.I.? D.I.?
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Diana! I have no idea what this game is. This came out of nowhere for me.
Oh, hey, today is Saturday, which means curry time.
Awesome, I love curry.
Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually a humane. What does that mean? It's okay, I'll get it.
Learn curry time.
Romeo, stay with me. Grandpa, you're gonna die. Romeo, listen up. You're gonna die in about 15 seconds. Seriously? Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear life support system. Don't move, okay? You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead.
I have no idea what the fuck this is.
No, wait, that's pretty lame. Dead man! From now on, you're dead man.
This has like, what was it, like No More Superheroes or whatever? It's Dead Rising. It's similar to Dead Rising. No More Heroes. Dude, Japanese games are so funny. Dead Man is awesome as a name.
Romeo is a dead man. Coming 2000.
I don't even know if this is Japanese, but it comes across very Japanese. I guess it is Japanese.
That was Grandpa's voice.
Dead man.
Are you like a spirit? I'm on your back. What?
皆さんこんにちは。グラスホッパーの役者の須田剛一です。いえ。皆さんトレーラーどうでした？グラスホッパーの久々の新作ロミオイザデッドマンです。いよいよ発表できました。このゲームはですね、主人公のロミオがロミオスターゲーザーという名前なんですがかっこいいでしょ。時空犯罪 FBI 捜査官として、凶悪なですね指名手配犯をさまざまな時空に飛んで、倒していくそんな、ブラッディなアクションゲームとなっています。そして今回はですね、剣だけじゃありません。銃も使えます。ストロングスタイルのアクションゲームとして、チーム一丸となって
I'm a real gamer, by the way. Suda51 clocked it.
タイトルがですね、ロミオなのにデッドマンなのか、それは皆さんぜひ続報をお待ちください。プレイステーション30周年過ぎちゃいましたけどおめでとうございます。それでは引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
When I said no more heroes, baby. Holy fuck, all the games are Japanese.
どこ行くの？
I love it.
こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。いいおばあちゃんまでいないなんて。これし。
I will probably never play this, even though people will want me to play it because it's scary as fuck. You don't need to see what Asma's chat is saying. It's a Japanese schoolgirl. They're fucking nutting all over themselves, okay? It's Japanese and it's a fucking schoolgirl as the main character. They do not think this is DEI. Remember, if you can masturbate to it, then it's not DEI. It's not a challenge, it's a promise. Stop spamming F's in the chat whenever you see F's in the fucking screen, okay? It freaks me out. Oh my god, immediately. Right as I said it.
The castle has been sighted again. The church's orders are absolute. These human sacrifices must be stopped. We will track the ethereal castle, break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within. The Demon Lord himself will fall by our hand. This mission will test the limits of your courage. You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts that defy reason.
Is this actually Castlevania or a copy?
Creatures born of pure darkness.
Thousand Blossom! Die on!
With me! Cross!
Reaper! Tonight, we start our mission!
Castlevania, but French? I mean, France is having a big come up on gaming too with Expedition, so.
So you've come.
Gamers like France too.
Into the palm of my hand.
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years, but the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent. Our ultimate mission is to uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form.
Is that what you call us, Digimon?
I'll always be right here
What
with
the fuck,
Who exactly
Digimon?
are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that?
You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
The world on this end is running out of time.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
I guess people in Japan still fuck with Digimon. Is that what it is?
The World Tree has been attacked. It is just as the Great One, Plutomon, said.
It can't protect anyone. We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by Digimon.
Attack!
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Everything's riding on
To
you.
move forward into the future.
We must fulfill our mission. Agent.
I've always had so much brand loyalty to Pokemon that it, like, as a child, caused me to hate Digimon for some reason. I don't know why. It's just so stupid, but it's just something that I had internalized.
Oh, Father, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
If you feel wrong, blame yourself or the Father.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Final Fantasy does nothing for me.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann, here to deliver news and release dates for games coming to PS5 later this year.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. The game will include 2 versions of the original PlayStation Classic. The enhanced version, which features improved graphics, fully voiced dialogue, refined gameplay, and much more, as well as the classic version, which brings a faithful recreation of the 1997 original to modern consoles. Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles launches on PS5 and PS4 September 30th, and will be available for pre-order later today.
This next game is something really special. When I first played it, I laughed so hard I almost barfed. Let's check it out.
But is there maybe just toilet?
Toilet?
Yeah, I just need to pee.
How badly?
Just normal. Bad.
Just go behind this bush. I'll wait.
I can run away.
Pee shy.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't want me watching.
You can watch.
In baby steps, all you have to do is carefully place one foot in front of the other, which is easier said than done. Main character Nate requires some pretty deliberate movement to make even the simplest progress. It's a captivating open-world experience filled with oddball characters.
Here we go. Knock up. Oh, no. You found it even without a map. The best toilet on the mountain.
Isn't this the fucking guy who makes
Definitely
those...
check this one out when it comes to PS5 on September 8th.
streamer-focused games?
Hirogami is a unique action-adventure title from Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. In this journey to save your origami home, you'll transform into paper shapes with distinct abilities, including a paper airplane, a nimble frog, a hardy armadillo, and a powerful ape. Master the art of folding
I'm
when
not
Hiragami
invested in
arrives
this.
on
I'm
PS5
sorry.
later this summer. Sid, why don't you tee this next one up?
Thanks, Sean. The Hot Shots series has been with PlayStation from the very beginning, and its latest installment, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, boasts its largest character
Hog.
roster ever.
It's
Compete
woke.
in courses
It's
from
woke.
10 different
Women shouldn't be
regions
golfing.
around the world.
This is woke.
Each with weather effects and new nighttime variants. Pre-orders begin later today, and those who do will get Bandai Namco's iconic Pac-Man as an early unlockable character. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots drives onto PS5 September 5th.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is a challenging new entry in the long-running action franchise. From the makers of the Blasphemous series, Ragebound stars dual protagonists from rival clans, forced to combine their souls and skills against a demon uprising. And longtime fans will really love the pulse-pounding soundtrack featuring guest composers from the original series.
No, I don't like 2D games, but I get why people do. They're
Ninja
very
Gaiden
mechanical.
Ragebound arrives July 31st on PS5 and PS4. From the game bakers, Cairn is a survival climbing experience where you must carefully plan your ascent up a deadly mountain. Manage balance and stamina to discover secrets.
Hey! Hey, wait for me!
Encounter other climbers.
I'm Marco. Nice to meet you.
And survive the harsh conditions of the climb. You can give it a try yourself with a demo that arrives later today.
Bro, Hideo
That's all
Kojima
for
has
Buzz,
bricked the entire industry. Everyone was like, oh, Strand-type games, they'll never take over. Every game is a Strand-type game.
Nothing can prepare you for their next collection.
They basically took like different parts of Death Stranding and hyper-focused on one aspect of it.
Play, people were excited about it. The most rewarding part of it is just seeing people react to it. We knew that we were onto something.
It was such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat fatality.
We're showing you a part of a world that is much larger.
There was no template to make the games. It's a bit of the Wild West.
Every part of that game is an
So many
expression
remasters,
of
bro.
who we were and what we wanted to do.
Flawless victory.
What the hell's going on? Give me something new, man. Stop giving millennial slop. Or if you're gonna give me a remaster, give me Metal Gear, the entire franchise, and also Bloodborne. You don't like anything? I do. There's things I like.
Control here.
They just never met. There you go. There you have it. Things I like.
No, he's close.
Right after I said don't, they're all remasters.
Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
Loading like this, it's a revolution.
All right, Commander.
Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
You won't get away from me.
Time for you to taste some real pain.
What's the matter? I'm over here. Go back to your own world.
See you in hell. I'm frying you in What the?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, remake, remake, remake. Okay, that was a good remake.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Fuck, man. That shit is gonna be, oh, that's gonna be so good. When this, leading up to this game's release, I'm planning on doing a Metal Gear Solid marathon if I can. I have the GameCube console for it. I have Twin Snakes here as well.
Spirit stones. Shining stones imbued with humankind's never-ending dreams.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do MGS1. I'm gonna do Twin Snakes.
Since time immemorial, this power has been the impetus for human wars.
Such an ominous atmosphere, and one thick with the presence of Aratama.
What makes a shogun? Here is my answer.
Only 700 bosses? What a rip.
How foolish of you to have entered the depths of hell.
Utter woke nonsense.
Who might you be, warrior?
Tokugawa Takechiyo.
皆さんこんにちは。チーム忍者の安田です。
戦国死にゲーシリーズの最新作仁王3をついに発表させていただきました。今作のアクションはシリーズおなじみのサムライスタイルに加え、新たに忍者スタイルを追加、より多彩な戦闘を楽しめます。ステージもオープンフィールドとなり、探索や攻略の自由度や没入感が大幅にアップしています。本日よりプレイステーション5で体験版も配信いたしますので、ぜひプレイしてご意見をいただければと思います。2026年の発売に向け、続報にもぜひご期待ください。
I'm not, yeah, I am scared of Neo. Yes, it is incredibly fucking difficult.
No one knows how old the city really is. For me, it's all I've ever known. My whole world. I was raised in this city's shadow, free to take whatever I need to survive.
VR.
This city hides many lost and legendary treasures, locked away, waiting to be found, waiting to be taken. But some treasures come with more trouble than others.
I thought I was dead. And who are you?
They made Thief woke. They stole Thief from us. The Wokes.
Tidewalker, are you there yet?
Whoa, what is this?
Cleo has uncovered a formula for a cure, but she's keeping it safe in her tower.
Hey, you got some hosen?
Marketland seems a bit tense today. I heard something happen with another Tidewalker. Damn it! It's gone! Someone beat us to it!
Ever since the Great Flood, Elend, my dear planet, has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers,
I like the art style, don't like the color palette. And I like the dystopian future shit.
To use that power.
Oh, I love dystopian climate change future.
This is our new recruit! Please, help me. Get down!
Soundtrack is incredible so far as well. Guys, I love Waterworld. For those of you who don't know, I love Waterworld. I think Waterworld, if you didn't watch it back then, but you watch it now for the first time ever, you will literally love Waterworld. I think Waterworld is one of the most criminally underrated movies of all time. And my assessment of it is that
I'm Nicholas Ducey, the
if you
game
watch
director
it for the
of
first time ever
Astrobot.
right now, you'd be like,
It's
wow,
a
this
pleasure
is an
to be back
incredible
today
movie.
to share more news with you. What the last few months it has been in the world of Astro. Astrobot launched last September to such encouraging feedback, even receiving a few orders we are truly grateful for. In October, we added 5 speedrun levels, followed by a
Freaking
Christmas
Astrobot
special
again.
packed with festive surprises.
Stole
And
from
then
my
earlier
beautiful
this year,
Wukong.
the Vicious Void Galaxy made its appearance, adding yet more new challenging levels, all of which came at no additional cost. And today, I am pleased to announce that later this month, you will be able to enjoy 5 brand new challenge levels in Astrobot, bringing the total to a whopping 90 planets. And new special bots will be there too, including Atsu from Ghost of Yotei, alongside other fans' favorites, but these ones are a surprise. And finally, the Astrobot DualSense wireless controller will return later this year, with a slight twist, so be on the lookout for more news coming soon. From all of us at Team Asobi, thank you all for the amazing reception you gave our game, and enjoy the rest of the show.
This fucking...
My old man always said to me, he told me to get a ship. Then it hit
Someone said water slop.
no old man.
It looks kind of cool.
Got a ship.
I just don't like the purple, like all the color. The color palette annoys me. I don't know why. But I like the art style again. It's Sea of Thieves, isn't it? The color palette is gay and woke for sure. Saturation has to be 200%, or the iPad kids literally can't distinguish colors and shapes on the screen. Wait, is that why? Is that why they do that? Is that for the iPad kids? Is that why I don't like it? Because I'm old? Like, it's like the post-Fortnite world. It's this post-Fortnite universe where, like, all the fucking color palettes are so bass boosted. Even if I like the art style, the color palette is so saturated that it, like, annoys me. It looks blown out. And I don't know if it's a byproduct of the Unreal Engine 5, Or just like what the next generation's taste look like now.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Zitani. That was a new look at Sword of the Sea, a visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and Pathless. We're excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog.
I gotta see the Asmund chat on
On
this.
June
Hold up.
17th, Remedy brings otherworldly action to game catalog with FBC Firebreak.
Wait,
In this
they
cooperative
banned me.
FPS set in the paranatural world
No!
of Control, you and two fellow agents must confront and
They
contain the
banned me!
reality-warping chaos found within the oldest house. Fun in short bursts or deep dives, FBC Firebreak launches day one into game catalog on June 17th.
Hold on.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this summer.
Literally
The PS2 version
1984,
of legendary
100%.
immersive
It
sim
is
Deus Ex
1984.
arrives June 17th. In July, Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4 join the service just in time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal, which arrives July 31st in select countries, including Peacock and the
DEI
US.
slop.
Additionally, two of Capcom's most beloved games from the original PlayStation are set to join the Classics lineup. Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will
Fucking
arrive later
animals.
this summer in the Classics catalog. Additionally, Myst and Riven will arrive later this month as part of the Days of Play celebration, running now through June 11th. Days of Play is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more. Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full details.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain.
Dude,
He was
gamers are
11
so
years old.
fucking disgusting. Like,
Then
unironically,
started
they
the
are
grand tour
such.
of every major boarding school in Britain.
They
Always
are
at the top of
so
his class.
gross, dude.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him,
James
Mom.
Bond is good.
No.
James Bond with a black and brown character is
Same
bad.
way. But what he did in Iceland.
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck.
DEI?
Only one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple.
Is she
Bond
Indian?
is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
Giga Chad, never mind. James Bond is white. We're safe.
have an
We're safe.
appointment?
We're safe.
James Bond.
James
Gamers,
Bond.
we're fucking safe.
He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
Shouldn't have.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the end game is, we won't see it coming. Jet lag. Gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
Someone said the game looks
do,
fire
James?
despite the
Lately.
DEI.
Headhunting.
That's such a sad way to live, dude. Like, you see one fucking black female character and you're like, oh my god, I must boycott this game. Even though it looks dope.
I suppose this is another teachable moment.
I think this game will be fire. It's IOI. It's gonna be good. I will play the fuck out of this game. They're gamer Karens. I was thinking about this a lot.
Hello,
like,
I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Iron Interactive.
Turk.
The team is thrilled to announce 007 First Light.
Turk.
You'll experience James
yapmış.
Bond as a young air crewman
Hakan
in the Royal
Abrak.
Navy. Before the tuxedo
Kurd, I
and
don't
the
know, but it
martinis,
sounds Turkish.
as he first
It's
steps into
probably
the world
Turk.
of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at Iron Interactive has
Mossadayız,
poured their
Mossadayız,
passion and
Mossadayız.
dedication into crafting an experience that honors the legacy of Bond,
Mossadayız.
harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of
yeah,
a
he's
journey
fucking
with 007.
Turkish,
And we
Danish.
can't wait to share more with you soon.
Howdy are these? Howdy are these? We are everywhere. Oh shit. It's DEI time. Ghost of DEI. DEI, DEI, Ghost of DEI, skip. DEI Tsushima.
You're still with me?
Ghost of DEI. Oh, they're such fucking weirdos, man. It's awesome. Oh, amazing. I saw the Unreal Engine demo for Witcher. It looked fucking amazing.
君のことは親友だと思っているが、やるしかないようだな。ビブラニウムのシールドだけでは私のアーマーには勝てないぞ。よし、本気でやるぞ。
What is it, like Marvel vs. Capcom?
耐えてみせろ。
任せてちょうだい。パンチ。私の名前の通り、マーベラス。
親愛なるリンディ、スパイダーマンだ。スパイディーセンス。今日も見事大勝利。スパイディーセンス。俺とやり合うってか。調子が出てきたぜ。俺様の名はスターロード。胸に刻んでおきだ。覚悟しやがれ。シュートベルト締めたたげ。イーストロス流のスペシャルメニューお願いするぜ。いやーベイビー。その目に焼きして貧弱なる。
It's Marvel Guilty Gear? Yeah. Guilty Gear's always had the best art style.
援護する。風よ、あれ来る。たとえ人々に嫌われていても、私は世界を守る。さあ、たかしら。
正義のために。これが私のとっておきだ。
こっちだよ。
全てをやっつぶしてやる。
抱かれなさい。
またなベイビー。我々のチームワークは絶対に破れない。
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ。
Marvel Dokkan Fighting Souls. Wait, what? Back to back. More games in Japan. More games in Japan. More Japan. Pog. Or wait, this doesn't.
プレイステーションの友人から急になんか飲みに行こうぜっていう連絡が来て、なんのこっちゃと思って、予定合わせて行ったんですけど、ちょっと飲んでる中で実はアークの方でマーベルの格闘ゲームを作ってみないかというような提案をいただきまして、いや本当に聞いた時はびっくりしましたね。で、世界的に本当に有名な IP ですし、光栄だなと思いつつも、まず
It's just backstory to how Ark made a Marvel fighting game.
もあり。
Japan #1. No politics here. No politics.
The inspiration for working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting genre. And that got us really excited because we had worked with them before on successful stuff like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise with Insomniac.
When it came to approaching Marvel, we had to kind of first float the idea and let them know, hey, we're thinking about approaching a company like Arc System Works to make a fighting game. We'd love to partner with you to do this really great collaboration. Would you be interested?
When they named the developer, that really perked up our ears. It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge of tackling Marvel, putting their own spin on it, and then just uppercutting that challenge into the stratosphere. And that's what you get with this team. I mean, they couldn't make something boring if they tried.
社長からも本当に作れるんだったらぜひやりたいでっていうことを言われました。話を受けてしまった以上これは私がプロデューサーなのかなっていうところで。
The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a sacred genre for Marvel. The tough part is finding a partner that's crazy enough to take on the task, because you either do something like this big and bold, or you don't do it at all.
I feel like I have a good grasp on their art style and how they would approach certain IPs. You come in with your kind of own expectations of, here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on a Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
一番最初にマーベルさんに提出した時はなんとなくマイケルさんの反応はあんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、何がまずいのかなっていろいろやっぱり直接話していくうちにもっとアークのやりたいマーベルを見せてくれというような話をいただいたことがあって。
I remember personally the first time I saw Iron Man was really when I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマンのデザインを皆さんご覧いただければ分かると思うんですけども、かなりこう日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすこぶる良くて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Iron Man is supposed to be the sleek fighter jet, think luxury race car mixed with a brick house. And the fact that they added anime mech elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
One of the mantras that we have for this project is from Japan to the world, and really trying to take not just the IP but gameplay mechanics and say, what can we really take from Japan, the creators that are doing awesome work here, and bring that to the global platform.
特別なところいっぱいあるんですけど、本当にやっぱり強調すべきは格闘ゲームのチームバトルの中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で挑戦的なところだということ。
Bro, why so long in a Marvel game? I don't know. I guess this is like their signature thing that they're selling this time around because it's a IP. I don't really care necessarily about Marvel IP that much.
Up until now, you've seen tag fighters that have 2v2, 3v3. We felt like we just had to go 4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で、4キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか、安心してください。
Learning 4 characters is extremely daunting, but the team at Arc System Works has found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
Don't people like Marvel versus Capcom because it's Marvel versus Capcom and not just because it's Marvel in a fighting game?
I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production, and it's just a dream to even be working with these two great partners.
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、それぞれの強い思いの中でこのタイトルを成功させよう、いいゲームにしてファンに届けようと。
The 3 companies have come together to do this, and I think we really are going to make something magical here.
このタイトルですね、まだまだ開発途中ではありますが、続々とキャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
I mean, this looks pretty cool. I'm not a big fighting game guy, as you guys know. It looks cool. Who knows? This is the end, I think. No Bloodborne, it seems, by the way.
You're still with me?
This is a recap.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
There was some hits in here. This game looks fucking incredible. Like, the one that I'm most excited about, I would say, is the one with the little baby in it. Like, that one looks very cool. And obviously Metal Gear Solid. James Bond is great, too. Out of the new IPs that I've seen, Pragmata, yeah. That one looks very, like, I like the art style. I like Waterworld, the Waterworld game. That looked fucking sick. Ghost of Yotei. This is a solid lineup, man. This is a solid-ass lineup. Obviously, MGS.
PlayStation.
Hasanabe, over under on AOC endorsement now that we didn't get Bloodborne? Okay, I was fucking joking about Bloodborne. You missed the DLC announcement, man. What? The hit game Power Wars Simulator has just revealed its newest expansion will be set in filthy, festering bedroom of streamer Asmongold. I'm not sure we'd have the equipment to handle this one. Wait, this is from August 29th, 2024, man. Gabe Newell traveled down on his yacht for an announcement during this week's events. Get hyped. Here's a summary of your takes during State of Play. Hassan so far, too scary. Final Fantasy doesn't move me. I don't like 2D games. Boring. I don't like fighting games. Mortal Kombat is millennial slop. Don't like the color palette. Gay and woke. Gamers are disgusting. Claims he's doing a Metal Gear Marathon and says he'll play the 007 game. I don't care about Marvel IP. Rival sponsored, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I can like Marvel Rivals, which is a very fun fucking game, but also simultaneously be like, I don't really care about the Marvel IP. Marvel Rivals is fun in and of itself. It's a more fun Overwatch, partially because of the whole lot of ass that it brings to the table, both for the men and the women. You know, it's for the girlies. Waterworld might be the single most base take you've ever had, especially if you go right through the 4-hour Ulysses cut. I'm spamming because I need you to take your flowers on this one. I did not watch the 4-hour Ulysses cut, but I did watch Waterworld, and I actually really liked Waterworld. What game first in your MGS marathon? With Twin Snakes. I'm going to try to put together a MGS marathon, starting off with Twin Snakes, and then MGS2, and then MGS3, and then MGS4. I'm going to play all of them. Instead of MGS1, I'm going to do Twin Snakes. Come on, you know why not MGS1. You know why. You know why. And no, I'm not going to start with the original Metal Gear that was like top down or like whatever, the 2D one. The reason why I would do Twin Snakes rather than MGS1 is because it's more replayable. Chat, like, you are once again claiming that you know what's best. Let's see what MGS1 looks like, okay? MGS1 gameplay. And I'm sure this will be like an emulator and it'll be touched up too. Okay? Normal playthrough.
And are headed your way.
You need a PS3 to run MGS4? Just an FYI, I have a PS3. I don't know if it still works, but I have one. I'm pretty sure that is this the high definition remake or something? Spoilers by the way, bro. I played this game. What are you talking about? Okay, now let's look at Twin Snakes. Okay, Metal Gear Solid, Twin Snakes, GameCube remake.
That doctor.
Hold on. Oh shit, I fucked it up.
Except for your binoculars.
I wonder which one seems more playable. Looks worse? Okay, you guys are fucking stupid. Shut up. Twin Snakes was chopped up because it's a Nintendo product. Was ass. Don't fall for the graphics. Dude, the difference is insane. Kojima wasn't involved with making it Twin Snakes. Okay, Kojima is not involved with the Metal Gear Solid remake either. And I'm gonna play the fuck out of Snake Eater. So what's the point?
Who's that? I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
Dude, you are being the same as audio pedophiles, Mr. Graphic Pedophile. That's crazy. Dude, you are insane. Visuals are a major part of the fucking watchability of any game. The voice acting is different in Twin Snakes. They changed the script from the original too. Okay, I didn't realize I had this many fucking weirdos in the chat. For the record, I've never played Twin Snakes. I've never played it at all. I have no idea what it's going to be like. I just know that it has better graphics. But having said that, I'm excited to play Twin Snakes. Not weirdos, Metal Gear Solid fans, because MGS is god tier and anti-imperialist based. Yeah, okay, all of the Metal Gear games are anti-imperialist. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Metal Gear Solid versus the Twin Snakes. How not to remake a classic. Comparison, critique, and review. 667,000 views 4 years ago of, oh my god, Metal Gear fans.
It had to be a great game by providing the player a thrilling experience, and it's consistently entertaining enough to succeed through that lens. I actually think the area where gameplay and narrative overlap the most, that being the interrogation sequence, is one of the game's weakest moments because when you really step back and think about what's happening, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Ocelot doesn't even need any information out of Snake besides the secret to the PAL key, but Snake doesn't even know that at the time, and killing Meryl has nothing to do with his underlying goals. You can pick apart a lot of the individual scenes within the game like this, but that'd be a disservice to the broader strokes of the narrative, which fare much better. Many people like to say that MGS1 is about the horrors of war or how nuclear weapons are bad, and while that's definitely true, viewing the game this way limits its applicability to everyday life. Metal Gear Solid retroactively works within the larger theme of the series, that being the subjugation of individuality at the hands of external powers. From the ever-changing relationships between countries forcing soldiers to abandon their personal connections to information being manipulated in an effort to suppress free will, the Solid games are all centered around a man versus machine conflict. Machines that aren't the titular weapons, but instead systems designed to carry out the ideologies of people that have no regard for those that are grinded down and left to bleed out in the process. As I see it, Metal Gear Solid explores this idea in two key ways, the first and most obvious of which is the game's commentary on genetics. This is a slight subversion of the franchise's overarching message, as genetics aren't a result of human intervention, but this theme similarly challenges our sense of control within life. The game's message is that we can't let our genes restrict and steer our personal decisions. That's why Liquid's the bad guy.
You can't fight your genes, it's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes. That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me.
This theme pervades the entire narrative in fairly clever ways. Naomi's a geneticist, the genome soldiers were strengthened through gene therapy, Fox Die specifically targets people by identifying their DNA, both the protagonist and antagonist are genetically related, and the recessive clone of Big Boss is the one who ends up victorious, furthering the idea that genes don't have to dictate our outcome. How this idea is expressed through dialogue leaves a little to be desired, however. Naomi flat out telling the audience what the game was going for robs them of the ability to really interpret the game's message, which would have been sufficient given how well...
Okay, this is it's literally just an analogy for the default perspectives and behaviors, reactionary ideology, and those who rely on the foundations to justify their clearly unjustifiable actions. The half-official canon is that Twin Snakes is Otacon's recalling of events, and Metal Gear Solid 1 is Snakes. You should absolutely play Twin Snakes. I feel like that's made up after the fact to appease the gamers. Marvel Rivals already down 76% of player base. The game ain't lasting another year. Meanwhile, Overwatch is still going strong after 10 years. I wonder why that is. Maybe because Marvel's Rivals is slob. You're an Overwatch purist. It's a better game. Overwatch going strong is so funny. Overwatch more like overblown, overcooked. Overwatch co-op in 2025 is crazy to hear. Overwatch fans in 2025 is like the last Japanese soldier on the Philippine island, still going strong after 30 years, refusing to leave its military position. You haven't encountered Team Fortress 2 fans? No, I know. Overwatch has 20k players on stream. Rivals right now. Rivals has 100k players. LMFAO. Yeah, but it lost 75% of its player base. Zoran debate soon. Yeah, Zoran is heading to the debate. My God. He's heading to debate in the motherfucking subway. I can't wait to watch this. I am actually low-key excited about this. What have you watched this video yet? What is this? Billionaires के पास
इस इलेक्शन में सिर्फ 20 दिन बचे हैं और चॉइस मेरे और एंड्रू कोमो के बीच में है। अगर आप पहली बार इलेक्शन के बारे में जान रहे हैं तो ये है जो एंड्रू कोमो ऑफर कर रहा है।
आज मेरे पास बिल्डिंगें हैं, प्रॉपर्टी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, बंगला है, गाड़ी है, क्या है तुम्हारे पास?
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 मिलियन रेज किया है। 6 लाख से ज्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं और बस इतने करीब है इस शहर का पहला साउथ एशियन मेयर बनाने के लिए। पर बात ये नहीं है कि मैं क्या बनूंगा, बात ये है कि मैं क्या करूंगा हमारे कम्युनिटीज के लिए और हर एक न्यूयॉर्कर के लिए। मैं हमारे शहर को अफोर्डेबल बनाऊंगा। न्यूयॉर्कर्स मुश्किल से अफोर्ड कर रहे हैं रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान। मैं ये
New Yorkers are struggling to afford the roti.
रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान। मैं ये सब बदलने के लिए लड़ रहा हूँ। रेंट फ्रीज, फ्री बसेस, यूनिवर्सल चाइल्ड केयर और सस्ती ग्रोसरीज के जरिए। पर आपको एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ, तुमने कभी किसी को वोट किया? कभी किसी को रैंक किया? देखो, यहाँ न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में हम रैंक चॉइस वोटिंग यूज करते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि सिर्फ एक कैंडिडेट को चूज करने के बजाय आप 5 कैंडिडेट्स तक को रैंक कर सकते हो अपनी पसंद के हिसाब से। सोचिए, ये 5 लस्सिया कैंडिडेट्स हैं और मैं ये वाला हूँ। ये सिस्टम ऐसे काम करता है। सबसे पहले फर्स्ट चॉइस वोट्स काउंट होते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट के वोट सबसे कम होते हैं उसे हटा दिया जाता है। लेकिन अगर वो आपका पहला चॉइस था तो आपका वोट खत्म नहीं होता है, वो आपके नेक्स्ट चॉइस को चला जाता है। ये प्रोसेस तब तक चलता है जब तक किसी कैंडिडेट के पास आधे से ज्यादा वोट्स ना हो जाएं। आप जितने ज्यादा लोगों को रैंक करते हो उतनी ज्यादा आपकी बैलेट और आवाज में ताकत होती है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मुझे, ज़ोहरान ममदानी को, अपने बैलेट पे पहले नंबर पे रैंक कीजिए। और सिर्फ मुझे नहीं, बाकी बैलेट भी जरूर भरना। ये 3 दूसरे कैंडिडेट्स हैं जिनको आप रैंक कीजिए। लेकिन एक बात याद रखना, एंड्रू कोमो को रैंक नहीं करना। उसका कैंपेन ट्रंप के डोनर्स के पैसों से चल रहा है। अगर वो जीता तो डीसी के साथ साथ एनवाईसी भी उनका होगा। विश्वास नहीं होता तो खुद उनसे सुनिए कि क्या होगा अगर कोमो जीता तो। बिलियनियर्स के पास ऑलरेडी सब कुछ है, अब आपका टाइम आ गया।
Bro, this is so sick. God, it's so good. Oh my God, it's so cool. That is so fucking cool. Holy shit. Every 7-Eleven owner and MD in New York City will be voting Zoran. Explaining ranked choice voting through Mango Lassi is excellent. He's rolling up in a second line parade. Fuck, man. He's too good. He's too good. Too much aura. He's too powerful. When is the debate? Stop ducking hot girls for Zoran ad?
What the hell?
You looking for a car wash, Daddy?
Sure, anything for the cause, I guess.
Oh, boys!
What the fuck? Okay, don't show this to the aunties, okay? I'm sorry. Do not show this to the aunties, okay? Because Zoran is trying to win over the black and brown unks, aunties, dads, granddads, okay? Do not, this is just for us. You know, we saw it. Haha, it's good. Let's not. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh, they're dripping.
And yeah, I just think that would be a great way to get the message across.
Sounds like you just want to do that, big bro.
No.
What does that have to do with not getting Andrew Cuomo elected?
Think about it, guys. These next few weeks are important. We just need to go hard for Zoran, and everything will work out, I promise.
Dude, enough with the fantasy. Zoran's platform is awesome. It speaks for itself. All we got to do is canvas and knock on doors. Look, we tell people about universal childcare and fast and free buses and the rent freeze, and he's going to win.
But I just think it's a great idea.
We're not doing that.
Fine. Didn't want to do it anyway.
Classic leftist sketch goes on too long. Okay, chill. All right, let's do Trump says Putin told him in a call he will respond to Ukraine's weekend drone attacks.
Breaking news, President Trump just wrapped up a call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The U.S. president says they spoke on the phone for approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. I want to bring back CNN's Kristen Holmes live from the White House. So, Kristen, what did Trump say about this call?
Yeah, Manu, he really dives into two separate things. One, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, and two, the deal with Iran. So let's start with reading this post, because this is really the White House's version of a readout of the call. He says he just finished speaking by telephone with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. The call lasted approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. We discussed the attack on Russia's docked airplanes by Ukraine and also various other attacks that have been taking place on both sides. It was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. President Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfield. We also discussed Iran and the fact that time is running out on Iran's decision pertaining to nuclear weapons, which must be made quickly. I stated to President Putin that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and on this...
Isn't this crazy that he's like fucking acting as like a press secretary for Vladimir Putin? Like, I'm so confused. Anyone knows that Trump has had a running daily commentary on world and domestic affairs, but said nothing about the Ukrainian drone attack until this afternoon, when he vaguely reported discussing the matter with Putin and said the discussion will not lead to immediate peace? How is Anisa and Ian doing? I don't know. Why are you asking me? The fuck?
I believe that we were in agreement. President Putin suggested that he will participate in the discussions with Iran and that he could perhaps be helpful in getting this brought to a rapid conclusion. It is my opinion that Iran has been slow walking their decision on this very important matter, and we will need a definitive answer in a very short period of time. So let's break these into two separate camps, because that's what they are. They're two separate deals that are going on here.
Guys, remember, day one is not here yet, okay? Because obviously if day one had happened, Trump would have ended the war as he promised. So clearly it's not day one. It's basically day minus 100, maybe. Okay. It's not day one, because my beautiful Trump would never lie to me. Okay. My beautiful Trump would never lie to me. He's not lying. Obviously it's not day one yet. Okay. Because if it was, then he would have ended the war. Trump is ranting about Xi at 2:17 a.m. I like President Xi of China. Always have and always will, but he's very tough and extremely hard to make a deal with. Oh no. But I thought you had his ass. I thought you bent him over your fucking knees and you were smacking it, dude. What's going on? I thought you were stealing China's lunch money while also simultaneously saving China from how devastating this tariffs regime looked like. I just don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I thought we were dominating China. What's going on? What's going on? Why is China not capitulating to our ridiculous demands of nuking its own economy? Excuse me. I don't understand. Why is China not capitulating to our demands, which are very reasonable? Demands such as kill yourself, kill your economy, kill your citizens. Please. What? At least he's trying. What are you doing sitting on your ass, content creating, bitching, playing basketball? Trying to do what? At least Trump is trying. He's the president, dumbass. Hey, guess what? You know who has had a more positive impact on the global economy than Donald Trump? Me and you and virtually everyone else who didn't try to drop a nuclear bomb on global trade for no other reason other than he's bored. Okay? So technically, we should give ourselves a round of applause. Actually, the past month or so has been Trump trying to mitigate the damage that he caused by slowly but surely arriving at the position of every random American, myself included. So eventually, if you're a Trump dick rider, once he gets back to no tariffs, I was just kidding, ha ha ha, in like a couple months, at that point, it will be just as though Trump had never done anything at all, right? And he would be similar to a powerless American individual such as yourself or myself. And you will sit there and celebrate it. You'll sit there and you'll go, oh my God, he did it. He fucking did it. He saved the world. Once again, he done did it again. Thank you, Donald Trump. You are my GOAT. Meanwhile, he didn't do shit. He actually did negative things and then tried to salvage said negative things that he did over the course of a long, drawn-out, idiotic tariff back and forth where he withered away the remaining goodwill that America has around the global stage. The only thing that's holding this entire process together is the fear of European vassal states of the Chinese hegemony, okay? They fear the Chinese century of prosperity, and that's the only thing that causes them to consistently give more back to the United States of America when the king comes in and demands more tithing, the king says, and our vassal states come in and go, okay, you know what? We'll do it. We'll give you more money, my king. We'll buy more of your weapons, my king. That's the art of the deal. Amazing. Abundance Fest happened today. They did a great job. Yeah, Centrism Coachella, mostly attended by journalists to make fun of Centrism Coachella, by the way, from what I've seen. Like, have you noticed how little Trump supporters, whether it be Asmongold or any number of different Trump supporters that like dick ride him into oblivion, have altogether shut the fuck up about the tariffs? Why has that happened, you think? Because in the initial phases, they were unconditionally riding Trump. They were like, oh, he's doing it. He's doing the damn thing. He's actually fucking dominating China. What happened? Why are they not covering how much Trump is continuously dominating China? I thought that's what he was doing. He's been dominating China, right? That's what he keeps saying. Is he still dominating fucking China? Where are they at? Why are they no longer talking about Chinese dominance? Interesting. It's actually good that the abundance movement is finally being very honest that it sees unions and workers as the villains, says Josh Barrow. There's no pretense anymore. The mask is falling off. They're now screaming about their motives, so at least there's no deception, which is good.
Fans here today. When I look at policies in New York that stand in the way of abundance, very often if you look under the hood, you eventually find a labor union at the end that is the driver of that. I mean, to take some examples, it is illegal to build a new hotel in New York anywhere in the city without special permission from the City Planning Commission. This is a law that was lobbied for by the Hotel Workers Union and has had the intended effect of shielding existing hotels from competition, driving up hotel rates. The city's also basically banned Airbnb.
It's great, man. I love living in a country where both options are right-wing. It's so sick. I love it. I love it. It's so awesome. Do you want gay fascism? Do you want homo-fascism? Or do you want homophobic fascism? Those are your two options, okay? Which one do you want? Homo-fascism or homophobic fascism? Because there's no other option. There's no anti-fascist option, okay? Which one do you want? Do you want the smug, smarmy, entitled, technocratic approach to homo-fascism? Or do you want the schizophrenic, insanely violent version that is also still very smug, mind you, and is in a state of permanent fucking victimhood? Which version of fascism would you like? Both are going to kill you. I said homo-fascism. I didn't say homo-trans fascism. Both of the fascist movements will kill trans people. Okay? Make no mistake. They've both written out trans people as like permanent enemies of empire. An example of wins above replacement war. The base will vote for you anyway, says LX Eagle 17, Lakshya Jain. Don't worry about liberal defections. So the lesson of the Harris campaign was that the Democrats should do more events with Liz Cheney. Abundance is a new revolutionary approach to centrism. It's not fascism. Dog, centrism inevitably yields fascism, especially because it refuses to address the material harms that cause people to become reactionary. So it basically is the softer, gayer version of fascism. It's the precursor to fascism, both historically and in contemporary society. It's happening in front of your fucking eyes. You are watching a fascist administration currently work its way through the steps of consolidating power at the top, while simultaneously undermining what remains of American civil liberties. The marginal civil liberties that remain, they're taking those away. And what are the Democrats doing in the process? Talking about how actually it's the people that want the Democrats to do more to combat this wave of fascism that are actually wrong. We should become more fascist and people should vote for us anyway. Because when given the option between homo-fascism and homophobic fascism, I'm sure people will choose homo-fascism. It's marginally better, after all. That's what I mean. What about building coalitions to win over the working class? Fuck no! How dare you? What kind of right-wing nonsense is this? Don't you know that the working class is a reactionary dog whistle? Excuse me. The working class are evil. They're evil monsters. They want healthcare and stuff, and I hate that. It's bad. I will ban you. I would rather sell off this country to Kroger's, Goldman Sachs, Amazon, okay, that becomes this unique merged blob of evil than to allow you to get free healthcare. I would rather stop that every step of the way. I will use all of my existing brain power to ensure that I stand in opposition to things such as free healthcare, free college, things that improve people's lives, things that actually offer people an opportunity for prosperity, an opportunity for social advancement. The markets will be unleashed, whether you like it or not. The freer the markets, the freer the people. Markets cannot fail. They can only be failed, okay? Neoliberalism, real neoliberalism has not been tried yet, okay? Real neoliberalism has never been tried. Real neoliberalism is the way. Real neoliberalism is the method. I worship the altar of markets. I worship the market gods. Do you understand? Make no mistake. The freer the markets, the freer the people. Remember this, chat. Real free markets have not been tried. Real free marketeering and profiteering will actually save us. The market will solve this problem. Oh, climate change? The market will solve this problem. Racism? The market will solve this problem. Homophobia? The markets will solve this problem. God, it's so simple. What don't you understand? Free healthcare? Puh, no, that's communism. The markets will solve the problem. Do you like that? This is my new pitch. As my new pitch is a totally new and unique thing that I just invented. No one has ever thought of this before. No one. The markets cannot fail. They can only be failed by us, mere peasants who don't understand. This is zealotry. Okay? That's all this is. It's zealotry through and through. Make no mistake, there is no difference. There is no difference between this and religious zealots. They can try and act as though what they are saying is the norm and that you have pie in the sky ideas. You're an idealist. You're a purist. Why make perfect the enemy of good? They'll say all of these things. Meanwhile, what they're trying to advance, the cause that they're trying to advance is not only unpopular, not only unjust, but also way more ridiculous than having an expansive social safety net that exists in virtually every other comparable OECD nation. As a matter of fact, it even exists in fucking underdeveloped and undeveloped nations. But in America, God forbid, we can't have that because after all, we got to worry about the fucking GDP. Well, that's right. We must continue to understand how best to regulate the markets. It's mathematically proven that markets allocate resources to the most competent people, to each by their ability. We just need to work on regulation so that the wealthy stop exploiting the government, only their advantage. The government must remain unbiased for the good of all. What are you saying? I can't tell if you're fucking memeing alongside me or if you're like a genuine believer. What the fuck? You unironically are repeating the thing that I just said sarcastically, but now you're saying it without sarcasm. Like, it feels like you're saying this sincerely. I hope you're joking, and I hope you're not being sincere. The Nordic model is not fascism. Abundance is a new revolutionary approach to centrism. It's not fascism. Let's be honest, you got cooked on this one. Admit defeat and play the original. It's not about the visuals, it's about the soul of the game. Oh, he's also a MGS1 defender. You went too hard. You attacked the real capital fanboys. He's a lib and believes in the invisible hand of the market. Okay, but even fucking Adam Smith himself recognized that there was an end to that. You know what I mean? There's an end point. There's a point of unsustainable. There's a point where the market fundamentals are inevitably going to erode people's existence, people's liberties, people's livelihoods. And it's just weird because for some indecipherable reason, okay, for the record, one, abundance is not the Nordic model, okay? That's number one. Abundance is, like you said initially, a revolutionary approach to centrism, which paves the road to fascism. And the idea that the Nordic model is the end all be all and there is no evolution beyond the Nordic model is so fucking stupid. Listen, at this point, if you guys were at least China dick riders, I would be a little bit more understanding. Okay? The Nordic model is not strong. The Nordic model is very weak. Look at the Nordic nations right now. Look at the Nordic nations right now. They are going through that exact same erosion of social safety nets in the welfare state that we never really fully had in comparison to the Nordic model, but in a comparable way relative to their previous standing, they're exhibiting the same exact fucking austerity issues right now. Finland is a great example of this. Finland's educational outcomes are being eroded. The Finnish right-wing coalition has advocated to unironically cut funding to public broadcasters. And now they're a part of NATO because of their understandable fear of Russian incursion. They joined NATO, and now their politicians are excited, salivating at the prospect of building a robust military force, which they already had a more competent military force due to, again, their proximity to Russia and the fact that there's conscription. But now, on top of that, they're excited to spend 5% of their fucking GDP on American weapons. So where does that money come from? What does that do to the living standards of the average Finnish person? And as they recognize that their living standards are getting worse, who do they blame for that? Oh, that's right. Refugees, brown people, Muslims. That's who they fucking blame for that. Because that anger and resentment will manifest, and the people in that process, right-wing, reactionary, fascist dipshits in that process, will very quickly work to manipulate public consciousness and change the resentment that people might have towards their politicians for selling out the goddamn country, or owners of capital who have dominated their fucking lives and demand more from them year in, day out. You now arrive at the situation where there is so much volatility and a group of people who have an answer and a solution. It's not the right solution. It's probably the final solution, as a matter of fact. But there you have another road paved towards fascism under the banner of Western liberal democracy. Fantastic. No turning back from this. It's awesome. Very excited to see the abundance model work in America, except it won't, because Americans have already fucking lost faith in the political process to begin with. Yeah, we should try to figure out how to regulate the markets, except what? 50 years of market regulation? And look at Europe. The only time where they actually had an active counterbalance towards growing capitalist sentiment in these countries in the post-World War II economies was when USSR was right there in their fucking ass cheeks, seen as liberators initially, and presenting an alternative model. That is how so many of these countries were able to move in the direction of expansive welfare states and social safety nets. Once the USSR was over, once that project was done, and it was completely fucking destroyed due to the endless greed and due to the unlimited success of capital owners, we arrived at late-stage capitalism, the neoliberal era. No more no more alternative solutions, no more dreams of any sort of shifting the fucking dial of time in the appropriate direction of socialism. Maximum capitalism, maximum greed, maximum profiteering. And look what happened in that process. The Western liberal capitalist countries are basically victims of their own success. They so thoroughly dismantled socialist movements, revolutionary socialist movements, revolutionary communist movements. They so thoroughly dismantled the alternative that the mean shifted firmly into the right. And in the process, you got endless amounts of greedy capital owners and profiteers ruining the living standards of the fucking working class. There was always a limit to social democracies. And I'm not even specifically talking about the limits that exist as far as like social democracies relying on unequal exchange, whether it be the beautiful mixed market economy or the beautiful social democracy of France that relies heavily on neo-imperialism and commanding the currencies of many fucking Western African nations, or whether it be the fact that the entire global economy relies on the unequal exchange from the global south, whether it be the extraction of rare earth minerals that are necessary for new technology, or the extraction of labor power at an incredibly cheap price as a direct consequence of endless amounts of imperialism. That has negative consequences everywhere. That has negative consequences internally in the labor aristocracy as well, because the labor aristocracy can't outcompete the incredible price points of manufacturing in the global south, in countries that have been previously dominated. But holy shit, God forbid those countries that we've dominated have actually enabled themselves, have actually developed themselves evenly and become market competitors. Now we're scared, which is why we will turn around and rely on American empire to once again do what must be done, be ruthless, be cruel. And in the process of fascism manifests in all of these Western liberal capitalist nations, well, it's all right. At least we're not fucking Chinese. That's where you're at right now. Talking to me about the motherfucking Nordic model when every single goddamn Nordic nation is alarmingly moving in the direction of Nazi politics. Actually, I would worry about how China will fare when she is no longer the leader. If there's not another strong leader, they may face the same erosion by markets. Okay, you can't do that. You can't, on the one hand, say that like Xi Jinping has done a tremendous job at fighting back against the interests of capital and has actually continued the project of even development and actually handled the corruption, and in China it would be the interests of capital, and say that that is actually a fucking fantastic model, while simultaneously turning around and being like, well, Nordic democracies are great. Wrong. I see us in Norway hugging it out with Xi before Trump, the way things are going. We have issues with CCP, not China, and big issues with the Orange Menace. You have issues with the CCP. What does that even mean? CCP is China and China is CCP. Listen. The Communist Party of China, okay? The Communist Party of China, is modern China. That's number one. Number two, the Communist Party of China is immensely popular in China. That's it. The idea that it is not an immensely popular force of politics is wrong. And that is not my estimation. That's not dick riding China. That's Harvard's own polling, where they go to China and they ask people and they try to fucking get like, they try to fucking find out like why Chinese people seemingly love their fucking politicians, why the Chinese population loves their party. Why is that the reason? Well, there's a very easy answer for it, okay? It's not because they're like actively suppressing any sort of speech or actively suppressing any sort of like political dissidence. I mean, that does happen, but that's not the reason why there's so much fucking popularity that the Communist Party of China enjoys. No, it's not because they'll be killed if they say no. Shut the fuck up. No, that's not the reason at all. Get the fuck out of here. They're literally in places like China. If you rock the boat, you get a rebellion, okay? Where people know that they're being dominated. When people know that they're being dominated, when people know that there's a tremendous amount of authority and control, the moment that you fucking actually do not abide by the wishes of the population, that moment is when you get destroyed. That moment is when you get fucking a rebellion. Okay? Now, let me answer why people actually think the party performance is good. Well, it's pretty simple. It's because if you are 40 years old living in China, over the course of the past 4 decades, you saw China make tremendous fucking gains. You saw cities that were being built that had no population in them whatsoever turn into cosmopolitan beacons of the fucking planet. And that happened over the course of a tiny amount of time, like relative to advancements being made in the West. If you're a 40-year-old, you saw your country become an immense power. Why wouldn't you be happy? Why would you not be happy? Of course you're going to be happy. Are there issues with civil liberties, not being able to say whatever the fuck you want to say? Sure. And I'm sure that's a major problem. At least according to the Chinese people I talk to, while they have tremendous pride in their nation and their national standing now as opposed to where it was fucking 40 years ago, okay? There are still issues, just like there are issues here in the United States of America, okay? But it's ridiculous to refuse to reckon with why China is such a powerful force on the planet, and it's ridiculous to refuse to reckon with why China is has a popular form of governance. And no, it is not because they are so domineering and so scared, although the Chinese government is scared of disruptions, political dissidents and whatnot, and does have a heavy hand. But that's not the reason why people are happy. The reason why people are happy is because of the economic improvements that they've experienced. And if you were to compare this, will you simp for Japan? I simp for the Nordics? No, there's a major difference here. I don't actually simp for Japan. I like the cultural output, but I actually criticize Japanese society and Japanese living standards quite frequently. You just don't hear it. You only hear me talk about anime Pog. And also, a comparison between the DPRK and China is so fucking ridiculous because the DPRK is shut out from the rest of the goddamn planet. What the fuck are you talking about? You think China and DPRK are comparable in any way, shape, or form? And even a better comparison would be like Saudi Arabia doesn't have a rebellion as opposed to China. Even then, that would be a better comparison. Okay? Like you're talking about a global participant in international trade that is perhaps one of the most important global participant in international trade, as opposed to the DPRK, which is economic output is cryptocurrency schemes, and their entry point into the world is maybe some Chinese commerce on the side. Ridiculous. All of this still fails. China is semi-shut off. In theory, they will be able to do it if they need be. No, it's not. China is not semi-shut off. What are you saying? China is not even remotely semi-shut off. It's not shut off at all. Can you fucking fly with ease to North Korea? No. Can you fly with ease to China? Yes. Can a Chinese citizen fly with ease to any country it wants to as long as that country is willing to give them a visa? Yes. Can a North Korean do the same? No. How is this even remotely fucking comparable? What are you saying? This is the edge of liberalism, okay? This is when liberalism fails. When an alternative mode of economic output exists out there and it is actually doing gangbusters, okay? And it's actually immensely successful. Liberals go, how could this be? It must be that there is something afoot. Maybe it's the Chinese culture. Maybe the Chinese are servile people and they respond to authority differently. It's got to be some other fucking spiritual, idealistic reason. They don't use worldwide social networks, only their own versions and only their own content. Yeah, do you fucking blame them? Have you seen Twitter? Have you seen Facebook? I don't fucking blame them at all. And having said that, the notion that that is the reason why they're shut off from the rest of the world is so stupid. Oh, yeah, dude. If only China saw a couple fucking brain rot TikToks, they would turn into what? Stupid American pigs? Is that what you want? You also make it seem as though Chinese people can't, go on these websites, or Americans can't go on these Chinese websites. They certainly can. War refugee turned Nobel Prize winning scientist in the U.S. posts about Trump administration cost of funding for his biomedical research. Within hours, he gets an email from China offering to move his lab to any Chinese city with a guaranteed funding for 20 years. Artem Pataputian's story is not just for the American dream, it's the American science. He arrived in Los Angeles in 1986 at the age of 18 after fleeing war-torn Lebanon. He spent a year writing for an Armenian newspaper and delivering dominoes at night to become eligible for University of California, where he earned his undergraduate degree and a postdoctoral fellowship in neuroscience. He started a lab at Scripps Research in San Diego with a grant from the National Institute of Health, discovered the way humans sense touch, and in 2021 won the Nobel fucking Prize. But with the Trump administration slashing spending on science, Dr. Potaputian's federal grant to develop new approaches to treating pain has been frozen. In late February, he posted on Blue Sky that such cuts would damage biomedical research and prompt an exodus of talent from the United States. Within hours, he had an email from China offering to move his lab to any city, any university he wants, he said, with a guarantee of funding for the next 20 years. You know what I say? That's victory, once again, for America. Good riddance, sir. We don't want no woke and gay-ass science. We don't want no woke libtard, DEICRT, gay science. Yeah, go to China. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? I love the thread of, what is this? Asmongold is a little trolling to see Hassan and his community care about Palestine. It'd be really funny if we could raise money for the relief efforts in Gaza than Hassan's community if I went to Palestine and he didn't. Oh my God, that would be amazing. I hope they do that. I would be so triggered. I love how the threat is actually doing something good for the first time in their lives. Yeah, I would be so fucking triggered, man. Oh no, I would be so owned. Asmongold and your community, please don't do that. I would be so mad. I would look like such a fucking clown. Think about how much content you can make out of that. Imagine fundraising tens of millions of dollars for Palestinians. Think about how much the Sloptuber community would celebrate that fucking whopping dub. They'd be like, Hassan is a fucking loser. He hates Palestinians. Asmongold is the real cockroach king who is the king of all the Palestinians. I would be so owned. Please, please don't do that. I would hate it. Also, what do you mean if he went to Palestine? If he went to fucking Israel, he would probably get fucking escorted by the IDF. So I suspect that that's not what he's talking about. Motherfucker doesn't even leave his bedroom. What is he talking about? Going to fucking Palestine. You know what would be really funny? Asmongold going to, trying to visit Palestine. And obviously that's not going to happen. But the Israeli authorities hear his statements about how Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserves to be genocided. They immediately are like, of course, you're allowed to come into our country, sir. You are actually a welcomed guest. And then in the process, he visits Jerusalem. And you know what happens to motherfuckers that kind of look like Jesus in Jerusalem. Jerusalem syndrome, baby. Jerusalem syndrome. Asmongold goes to fucking Israel thinking that he's going to go to Palestine. He is welcomed with open arms because of his genocidal statements. And he gets hit with the fucking Jerusalem syndrome beam. And he lives the rest of his life living exactly as dirty as he currently does, but on the streets of Jerusalem instead, telling everybody he's Jesus Christ who has returned. Think about that. Yes, I will be watching the New York City mayoral debate in a little bit when it comes, when it happens. Yeah. Also, as a new depiction of historic Jesus, okay, no matter how many West Bank settlers spit on him, that would be like taking a shower for the first fucking time for Asmongold. He's already nasty as fuck. Asmongold Jerusalem syndrome, Mark. What is the Jerusalem syndrome? This chatter asked. This is the Jerusalem syndrome. A group is a group of mental phenomena involving the presence of religiously themed ideas and experiences that are triggered by a visit to the city of Jerusalem. It is not endemic to one single religion or denomination, but has affected Jews, Christians, and Muslims of many different backgrounds, not verified in body. It is not listed as a recognized condition in the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders or the International Classification of Diseases. The best known, although not the most prevalent, manifestation of Jerusalem syndrome, classified as type 3, is a phenomenon whereby a person who seems previously balanced and devoid of any side of psychopathology becomes psychotic after visiting Jerusalem. Reminds me of Paris syndrome. No, Paris syndrome is very different. Paris syndrome, most commonly experienced by Japanese tourists who are otherwise Francophiles, is the idea that they have designed Paris, the city of Paris, in their minds as this like beautiful utopia that does not actually meet their standards at all once they visit. They visit Paris and they fucking hate it. Paris syndrome is, yes, just false expectations being shattered. That happened to me with the USA. Oh, yeah. I have the debate. I have the debate link. You don't have to send me the debate link. It's right here. It's happening in 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Celebrities are also forced to tweet good things about Israel. Just look at what happened to Bobby Lee. I mean, that's, yeah, I know. I've heard this a million times. I know.
Is flying out like celebrities for free out there to do a tour for free, and it's on the house. They fly you first class, the whole thing. And I go, it's free? And they go, yeah, it's not free. Because when you land there, they go, you have to every day tweet positive things about Israel.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I just felt so uneasy about it. I don't know much.
Say you love Israel? Why you not love Israel? Bobby Lee! Bobby Lee! Why you not love Israel? Say I'm Israel high. Pooh. Say I'm Israel high, Bobby. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. Bobby Lee, you are Hamas. Oh, you don't love Israel? Oh, Israel not number one for you. You are anti-Semitic. You are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. Bobby Lee, pooh, you are Hamas. Why you not love Israel? Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Calling these protesters AstroTurf, the Centris Coachella, brought to you by Market and Dreesen and APAC is good work. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention someone who also got hit with the "Do you love Israel" beam.
About it, I just know that they're in conflict. But I did what they said. It was just basically, Palestinians. Israel's a beautiful country.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say you condemn Hamas. Say you condemn October 7. Say you condemn October 7. Bobby Lee's like, what is October 7? I'm in Israel in 2021. What are you talking about? Say you condemn October 7.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's true.
It is true, but then it's like I had to tag the government in it or whatever.
Oh, that's crazy. The Israeli government?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's weird as shit.
Yeah, and it was just like every day it was just nonstop.
You were cucking for the Israeli government.
Yeah, but I wish I hadn't gone really.
Your Israeli accent has gotten worse? No, it hasn't. It's gotten only better. Use this for your debate blast off tweet. Best House Hobby DreamCon video. Oh, I saw this. Hold on, I gotta repost this. You don't like native Israel tongue? You don't like native accent to Levant? You are Hamas! Another one? I was making all those shots, by the way. That's why they're sending me the ball back, because I was making all those shots. That one also went in, actually, secretly. See? It went in. That also went in. Dude, I know the New York City debate is about to start. I know. I've been waiting for it to start. Okay? The debate.
Crushing costs, pushing New Yorkers out. Crime concerns, from the subways to the streets. Fears of deportation.
What the
in a city
fuck?
built by immigrants. The greatest city in the world at a tipping point. With challenges from Washington Heights to Washington, D.C. Who will lead the way? Is the city's next mayor? Live from Rockefeller Center, the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor with City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, former State Assemblyman Michael Blake, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, City Comptroller Brad Lander, State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, State Senator Zelnor Myrie, State Senator Jessica Ramos, former Comptroller Scott Stringer, and former hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson.
Boo!
Sponsored by News for New York, Telemundo 47, Politico, the New York City Campaign Finance Board, and NYC Votes.
Zoran
Here now,
Sindaban!
News for New York anchor David Ushery.
Good evening, everyone, from 30 Rock, and welcome to the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor. I'm joined by my colleague, News 4 Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, Sally Goldenberg, senior New York editor for Politico, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate live on all NBC New York and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms.
Yeah, 60 minutes, 4 points, 2 out of 5, 0 assists, 4 rebounds.
This first hour
It's
also
good.
live on Channel 4. The leading Democratic contenders are here tonight.
First question,
Their
do
positions
you
on
love
stage were
Israel?
chosen by random drawing. Few rules for the candidates. For traditional question and answer, you'll have 1 minute to respond, and we'll offer 30-second
First
rebuttals
question,
at
do
the
you love
moderator's
Israel?
discretion.
We'll
Do you
also be asking
believe
some questions. We're
Israel
looking
has a
for
right
shorter
to
answers.
exist
A lot
as
of
a
ground we wanna
Jewish
cover,
nation?
candidates. And we also reserve the right to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules. But of course, we don't want to do that. The goal is here for you to hear each other and for New Yorkers to hear everything you have to say. Good luck to you all. We'll begin with Melissa Russo.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. It's good to have you. We're going to begin tonight with the issue that polls show is number one for New Yorkers, and that is affordability.
Oh,
the cost
damn. Not Do You Love Israel?
residents
That's
in our
weird.
city. New housing can take years to build, and we'll get to your plans on that a little bit later in the debate. But right now, we're interested in how you would help residents immediately. So what's your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? We'll begin with you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me this evening. You know, I'm actually the only candidate on this stage who is actually doing the work already. We have a housing plan already. I have built and delivered 120,000 new units of housing. And now with the new proposal that we have in front of us, we have over 80,000 new units of housing that will be coming up and will be affordable to the people of the city of New York. New York is not affordable. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I want my children to stay here, just like real New Yorkers want their children to stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I should remind everyone, this is a 30-second answer. We'll go to you next, Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Lander. I'm the New York City Controller. I'm a lifelong affordable housing activist, and I'm a proud Brooklyn dad. Tonight, I'll show you that I'm the only one in this race with the progressive
such a
values to
dweeb,
make the
dude.
city more affordable, with the public integrity to sweep away the corruption of Eric
He's
Adams and
dweeb-maxing.
Andrew Cuomo, and with the proven management experience, having already delivered over 50,000 affordable homes to actually deliver on my promises. I'll get 500,000 homes built over the next 10 years.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Ramos. I want to remind everyone the question is, what is your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? 30 seconds, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening. Buenas noches to everyone watching at home. Thank you so
Hit the
much for
buenas
holding this
noches.
forum. Affordability has been top of mind for New Yorkers since before the pandemic, but the pandemic only exacerbated the conditions for New Yorkers. This is why I set out as chair of the Labor Committee in the New York State Senate to raise the minimum wage, to tie it to inflation, and I'm proud to be the last person to have done that. I'm the only person on this stage tonight who has already had a desk at the mayor's office, and this is why I know that the first thing I want to do on day one is enact a mental health emergency so that
Okay.
we can keep our streets safe.
Okay, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie, your big idea. I haven't heard many big ideas yet, so if you can answer the question, please, in 30
She
seconds.
just
Your big
shitted
idea
on.
to make the
She
city
just
more
dookied on the last three.
and how will you pay for it?
Thank you, Melissa. I don't have one big idea. I have three. I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. I want universal after school for every kid in this city from age 3 to grade 12. And I want to extend pre-K and 3K past 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. My parents came here 50 years ago, worked in factories to put food on the table, where union members sent me to public schools, and that's how I became a state senator and why I'm standing on this stage tonight. That same opportunity needs to be restored for so many New Yorkers, and that is why new leadership is needed, not the leaders of the past that caused the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank WNBC and Telemundo for hosting today in Buenas noches. I'm running for mayor because I think the city is in
Because
real trouble.
I'm gay.
I think we have a management crisis between the Adams and Lander
I'm a
administration.
woman.
I think we have a fiscal crisis where the
I'm
city is
black.
actually spending more every year than it is taking in. And I think we have a societal crisis where we have division and hate. On affordability, raise the minimum wage, put more money in people's pocket, more child care, after-school care,
Mr.
and then,
Cuomo.
of course, build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I know how to do it.
Thank you. I'm turning it over to Rosarina.
Thank you, Melissa. Bienvenidos a todos. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're going to ask the same question again, but please listen carefully. You have 30 seconds to answer. What is your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? Again, 30 seconds, Mr. Chilson.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Now may take a couple of years, but I think we need to address the housing crisis. Most of the people on this stage have called to freeze the rent, but I want to go one better. I think we need to drop rents by 20% by unleashing the private sector to build a lot more housing. This isn't pie in the sky. New York did this 100 years ago. Austin has done it just in the past 3 years. So the key is, though, is to ease the zoning restrictions and all the other regulations that are tying
Thank you, Mr.
the private
Toth.
sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamdani.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. We are live here in the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And I am running to be your next mayor to make this city affordable. I will do so by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare. And I will pay for this by taxing the 1%, the billionaires and the profitable corporations that Mr. Cuomo cares more about than working-class New Yorkers. I will ask them to pay their fair share so we can have a city that everyone can.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Blake. Can I jump in for one moment? Mr. Mamdani, how will you convince Albany to pass that tax increase? Because from what we've heard from Governor Hochul, it's not really something that she's thinking about doing. How can you guarantee that will happen?
So I have experience in this, actually, because in my first year in the state legislature, I came to Albany where we had a governor then who didn't want to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. That was then Governor Cuomo. And we actually overcame his objections, raised $4 billion in new annual revenue, and finally funded the very public schools that he had starved for so many years.
Thank you very much. We have to go with Mr. Blake now.
As a South Bronx native
Redirected
family of Jamaican immigrants, the way we actually address affordability is by ending credit scores and increasing income limits for housing applications and having universal child care that is happening not just after school but throughout the weekends. We pay for this by having a vacant apartment tax for those that are not living in New York City, by withholding taxes to D.C. that Trump tried to take against us, and making sure, as much as I love the Knicks, and I'm sorry they fired Tibbs, but they had to, you have to tax what's happening at Madison Square Garden. That is how you pay for it. That is how we have affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
I want to actually put forth a program that can get done for young families and for the people who built this city. And it's very simple. We need to use city-owned vacant land, 1,000 properties, and transform that land into affordable housing. That property should go to not-for-profits, to limited profit developers, not the luxury developers that fund Andrew Cuomo's campaign, but the developers that can actually build the Mitchell-Lama 2.0 that we need. We owe it to the people who built this city and are now fleeing the city because they can't afford to live here. And we need to welcome the next generation of New Yorkers who will be here if we give them hope and opportunity and affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Sally Golden.
Thank you. Now let's turn to President Trump, who looms large over the city, given his proposed funding cuts and his interest in hometown affairs. Democrats say they want a mayor who will stand up to him. Mr. Cuomo, you've branded the president a bully. Mr. Stringer, you called him a schmuck. And Mr. Lander, you put his name on a car and crushed it in a TV ad. But voters want to know how you will actually deal with the president if you are elected mayor. We have questions for each of you, and you'll all have 1 minute to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you. You have experience collaborating and battling the president.
Oh,
Currently,
my God,
his
stop
Justice
glazing. Stop the
Department
glaze.
is
Stop the
investigating
glaze.
you,
Stop the glaze.
Following a criminal referral from Congress, alleging you lied during testimony about your involvement in a report that undercounted nursing home deaths during COVID.
Oh.
With that probe underway, how do you ensure voters that you would not be compromised in your dealings with the president if you were elected mayor?
Yeah. Well, this is what Mr. Trump does, right? He started an investigation against me, against Kathy Hochul, against Senator Chuck Schumer, against Hillary Clinton. This is one of his tactics. I know how to deal with Donald Trump because I've dealt with him before. Many times, we've had many encounters. We fought on a daily basis through COVID, and I won many of those battles.
By
I fought
killing
him on
every
ICE.
senior in the state
This
of
is
New
not
York.
the first time he's brought ICE to New York. He's done that before, and we fought him and we won. So he can be beaten, but he has to know that he's up against an adversary who can actually beat him. And I can tell you this, I am the last person on this stage that Mr. Trump wants to see as mayor, and that's why I should be the first choice that for the people of the city.
Bro, he's
as
lost
mayor.
his step.
Follow up on
He's
that,
also
though.
old.
Democrats also raised some concerns about your testimony, so it wasn't only Republicans. But just putting partisan politics aside for a minute, how would you respond to voters about the congressional findings of your involvement in that report?
Yeah, first, putting partisan politics aside is virtually impossible nowadays. It's so toxic out there. The issue of COVID became a political football right away. It still is a political football between Democrats and Republicans, and even within the Democratic Party and within the Republican Party. And it's unfortunate. We should have been learning from the experience and finding out how we could be better prepared for the next time. But unfortunately, in this toxic environment, it's been nothing but politicized over and over again.
Okay, we have to move on, but I just want to add that the question was, how would you respond to the allegations? But we have to move on.
Melissa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani, you have said that Mr. Trump's Department of Justice can't be trusted, and that was after the news broke of Mr. Cuomo's alleged reported DOJ investigation. First, quickly, just a yes or no answer. Do you think that President Trump is unfairly targeting Mr. Cuomo?
No, I don't think that it's unfair, but I have no interest in believing that they're actually pursuing justice.
Okay. Second part of my question.
And to be clear, it's not unfair because Andrew Cuomo did lie to Congress, but ultimately we know that the Trump Justice Department and the Trump administration as a whole is interested more in vindictiveness and persecution of political enemies than in anything to do with justice.
Okay, so moving forward, you are also a socialist, and because of that, why wouldn't President Trump target you and by extension target New Yorkers? You have 1 minute.
President Trump will target whomever is the next mayor of the city. President Trump even targeted his, in many ways, accomplice, Mayor Eric Adams, who has collaborated with the Trump administration at almost every opportunity. And still, in the midst of that collaboration, we saw that New Yorkers are being taken off the streets in their apartment building lobbies. We have $80 million being taken out of our city bank account. So I don't think there's any question that there's any mayor here that will be free from being attacked by Donald Trump. What's more important, however, is that we have a mayor who will actually fight back. And that's what I will do. I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, please. Mr. Mamdani is very good on Twitter and with videos, but he actually produces nothing for him to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt. Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight.
All right, brief response, Mr. Mamdani, then we have to move on.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working-class taxi drivers and actually delivering it to the working-class people.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Lander, you've presented yourself as a tough-talking Trump resistor, but as mayor, you're expected to deliver, including aid for the city. So how can you do that if you're always at war with the president? You have 1 minute.
Look, when Donald Trump and Elon Musk stole that $80 million from New York City's bank account, I uncovered it, I rang the alarm bell, and I forced the mayor into court to get it back. You stand up and fight. You go into court when you are in the right.
Cuomo used his ultimate early with the he hates Barack Obama.
Anywhere in the country to lay out where all that federal money comes into our budget
Expert
with a really
fucking Perry
concrete plan
and
for how we
riposte
put money in
from
reserve
Zoran.
so we'll be able to respond. But look, with all the corruption that's in Washington, we can't have corruption here in New York City as well. It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress, which is perjury, he also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal. That's corrupt. That's what I crushed in that junkyard. So when I'm mayor, I will stand up to Donald Trump. I will make sure that we've got a budget that's ready. So when they come for our Medicaid, we've got an independent authority ready to keep providing reproductive health care, housing, and education for
Mr.
all.
Cuomo, would you like to respond?
Yeah, please. Mr. Lander is a little loose with the facts. If he wants to talk about the facts on nursing homes, we'll talk about the facts. He's just parroting Trump's allegations,
I said it long before he
which were actually
did.
disproven by the federal government now.
Which ones are you
New
talking
York-
about specifically?
In terms of the rate of deaths in nursing homes, New York is number 38 out of 50. Number 38. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death, which is really something when you consider that we had it
That's
first
a
and worse than
terrible
anyone else. And when it comes to
counter.
corruption, Mr. Lander knows corruption because his office approved $500,000 of contracts to organizations associated with his wife,
Okay.
which he said his
But
deputy
I would really just like to
approved,
clear
even
one-
though the deputy reported to him.
I would just
mean,
like to clear one thing up,
it's
Mr.
part
Cuomo.
of the corruption
Okay.
of the city. is
It's a
what I'm saying.
lie, and you know it. Every word.
Yeah.
Lies
I hear
all the
you.
time.
But the question is whether or not it's political and whether or not your congressional testimony was truthful. Were you, now that you've had time to reflect, involved in producing that report that undercounted those nursing home deaths?
Oh, there was no doubt that my administration produced the report, and it did not undercount the deaths.
Okay, but you're still saying you were not involved in
No,
producing it.
It's very clear. That's
You
the
hit the
Trump
deaths.
line, the MAGA line, right? Because this was during the Trump reelection.
Okay.
The New York reports always counted the number of deaths where they occurred, in a nursing home or in a hospital.
Okay.
Now that all the dust is clear.
Okay, we have to move on, though. We have to give other people a chance. We'll all have a lot more time on other subjects.
It's a very easy answer.
All right, hold on, candidates.
Did you lie
if you're all
to
talking?
Congress?
All right.
Will you acknowledge the deaths?
Okay.
I mean, it's a very black and white.
Okay.
Did you lie to
It's
Congress?
simple. They undercounted the deaths in the nursing homes. That's it. That's why the DOJ is investigating
All right, here's a
Cuomo.
chance to answer the question as Melissa presented it.
Yes.
Mr. Cuomo.
No, I told Congress the truth. No, we did not undercount any deaths. When they are all counted, we're number 38 out of 50, which I think shows that compared to what other states went through, we had it first and worst, and that only 12 states had a lower rate of death. We should really be thanking the women and men who worked in those
Mr.
nursing
Cuomo,
homes. and did this.
Okay, very good. Yes or no follow-up, if I may.
Dude, he's
Just the
about
question
to bring out the pots and pans and bang for the fucking workers again.
No question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
No, before it was released,
times,
Mr.
and I
Cuomo. The
stand
question is
by
about the
report.
production of the report, the
Okay.
creation.
All right, I think-
Okay, we're going to move on. We're not getting an answer. We're not
I
going to.
stand by the report.
It was just to whether or not you were involved.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Myrie, Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul have negotiated with Trump. Former Governor Cuomo has as well. As mayor, what experience would you bring to the table with President Trump?
Well, let me just say to the people watching at home who are afraid to send their children to school, to the families who are afraid to show up to court proceedings, seeing agents snatch people up doing the right thing, I want to
What is
speak
this?
directly to you in this moment because you're not hearing that communication. You're not hearing about a mayor that is going to stand up and have a backbone to stand up for our city. I'm the son of two undocumented immigrants who came here for opportunity.
What the fuck
My
is the
parents
title
could
of
take
this?
me to
Hassan is a
school.
pedo?
They
What
could
the
take
fuck
me
is
to the
this?
hospital without fear of deportation because they knew the city would have their back. That's the kind of mayor that I'm going to be. One that stands up when necessary. Of course, we're going to work with the president when it's in the best interest of the city. But what he has demonstrated over these past 6 months is that he is not interested in helping this city. We have to grow our tax base so that we can be independent from the federal government. And that's why I have a plan to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want free after school for every kid in this city. And it's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K.
Chatters, I'm telling Cutie to get Vanilla
Mr.
on the
Myrie.
pod.
Rosarina?
Okay, shut the fuck
Thank you,
up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the
Melissa.
fuck up.
Vamos
I'm
a hablar
working
de
on it.
Trump ahora. You talked about fighting President Trump. In questionnaire that you seek partnership with him. How do you envision working together with him? You have a minute.
You know, I've already seen a very clear blueprint about how to elegantly school President Trump. And we saw it in Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and how she led on negotiating the tariff scandal with the president. And so I'm here to say that not only should my administration litigate to protect immigrants, to protect gender affirming care, but we should be ready to withhold our federal taxes when Trump unlawfully takes away funding from the things that we need. We have to play chess and we have to be smart, and our taxpayer dollars are our leverage.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Stringer, the next question goes to you. Fighting Trump has been a key element of your campaign. Is there anything that Trump wants that you will be willing to give him in exchange for something that the city needs. You have a minute.
Look, this is why it's so critical to elect a mayor with real experience negotiating, experience understanding what the stakes are here. Look, Donald Trump is coming for New York City. He's hell-bent on collapsing the social safety net. He wants to pick kids off the streets, but he also wants to destroy everything we've built in America, in this city. So I know how to fight him because I fought him in Trump 1. When he was coming after us, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuel. I divested from private prisons. I divested from gun manufacturers. He didn't slow me down. He sped me up. But right now, we need a mayor who's going to put aside $1 billion in a very...
Bro, we need a mayor with aura. None of these motherfuckers except for Zoran has aura. And maybe Ramos, too. She's kind of cool, too. But, like, god damn.
And strategize about how we have a short-term plan to get the city to the congressional elections. No one has more experience in city government and knows how to do that than
But
me.
Mr. Stringer, the question is, if he wants something in exchange, will you give it to him?
I'm not quid pro quoing with Trump. What I'm going to do...
Oh, I had the Vanilla Main
I'm going to organize the same thing that happened during the days when Ford said to New York, drop dead. We're going to go to the business community. I'm going to go to our congressional leadership, Schumer and Jeffries. I'm going to organize this city and the city government to wage a fight in Washington to protect the epicenter of the national economy, which is New York City.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Mr. Tilson now. And the question goes to you, saying you've been blasting Mr. Trump since 2016 when you reported, call him El Diablo in Spanish, the devil, as mayor. How can you make a deal with him? We're talking about pact with the devil.
Look, I think I've been fighting Trump and Trumpism since long before then, since he came down that escalator 10 years ago this month. But I do think we Democrats have to stop giving Trump gifts, like when we let ourselves be defined by our far left, by socialists with their defund the police nonsense and open borders, et cetera. One area that I do agree with Trump is that when a socialist like Zoran here tweets that the NYPD is, quote, wicked and calls to defund and dismantle the NYPD, that is madness, that is costing us elections, and it's why Trump has doubled his share of the New York City vote in the last 3 elections from 17% to 30%. We've got to move away from the far left and the socialism that's sinking our party and our city.
Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
I want to be very clear that police have a critical role to play in creating public safety. And when I speak to those very officers in the rank and file, I hear from them a frustration that where they joined the force to tackle serious crimes, we are instead now asking them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is why we are putting forward a plan to create a Department of Community Safety that will tackle gun violence, homelessness, the mental health crisis.
All right, Mr. Mamdani, we might get to some of those issues. I just want a brief response to
It's critically important, and I think it's important in a moment when we have a candidate to my right who is absolutely mischaracterizing anything that we've put forward in this campaign.
You can check his Twitter feed. He has not deleted the tweet that calls the NYPD wicked and to defund and dismantle the NYPD. It's still up.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blake,
those tweets.
You often highlight your past roles in the Obama administration and in leadership of the National Democratic Party, which has since lost the White House and is struggling to regroup. How does that make you effective when it comes to negotiating with President Trump if you were mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, as the only person on the stage who's been a part of a team that has actually defeated Donald Trump, and as a black man who understands that Trump goes after black folk, just ask the Exonerated Five or Barack Obama, and like them, we will win. I have the experience to make sure we address what's happening in New York City. First and foremost, anytime Trump and Elon try to take our funds, we will withhold taxes and sending in D.C., specifically working with companies that have contracts in New York City and say, you will not abide by unconstitutional behavior. Second, we will ban ICE at our schools and our places of worship. We will designate them as safe havens because there is no reason at all that ICE is going after our immigrants, in particular families like mine from Jamaica. Third, since I have White House experience under President Obama, State House experience locally, as well as what's happening as a reverend and a community leader, you need to understand that there is someone right now who can lead New York City. You have heard people now not be able to answer the question, but they're saying they can actually represent you. I am ready from day one because of what I have. From the White House to the State House to your house, Michael Blake is ready to lead.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Ms. Adams, your most powerful campaign supporter is New York Attorney General Letitia James, an arch rival of President Trump. How would you ensure that you, and by extension New Yorkers, are not a casualty of their war? You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the Attorney General. She is the most notorious, the baddest Attorney General that New York and the nation has ever seen. And yes, she does endorse me. You know, when the name Donald Trump comes up, the first thing that the advice that I get from the Attorney General is that when Donald Trump comes your way and causes problems for New Yorkers, sue him. That is exactly what I am doing right now as we speak. We have an executive order that is in front of us that is illegal, that Mayor Eric Adams had his first deputy mayor sign. The mayor didn't even sign it, but the first deputy mayor signed it. And it would allow ICE to come onto Rikers Island, Donald Trump's ICE, to come onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. I have a TRO, a temporary restraining order, that Judge Rosado feels that our case has merit. We have sued him, and New York will win. I will always be a mayor that will stand up for our immigrants. Donald Trump's ICE has no place on Rikers Island. Donald Trump's ICE has no place pulling our people that are taking their legal court dates now. No right.
Thank you.
Not in my New York.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Let's turn to public safety. It's a top concern for many New Yorkers, especially underground on the subways, which so many New Yorkers rely on to get to work. We're seeing fewer robberies and overnight 2 cops on every train, but still many New Yorkers simply don't feel safe on the subways. We'd like to know what plan each of you have to change that. You have 30 seconds, and we're going to change the order and start with you, Ms. Ramos.
Donald Trump's ICE is a lot like Netanyahu's Israel is perfect.
We want to make sure that we're recruiting and retaining police officers.
Donald Trump's
ICE. I'm
ICE.
offering a workforce housing initiative to make sure that we help them be able to keep New York City their home. We want to attract them here. I want to increase their entry-level pay. I want to stop investing taxpayer dollars in RoboCops and toys and actually think about the officers themselves. But we have to assess deployment and upskill our EMS workers to respond to mental health emergencies.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. I take the train every single day. I took the 5 train to this debate. So I'm experiencing exactly what New Yorkers experience.
Dude, Zoran, much like Bernie Sanders, has been able to single-handedly change the dynamic of any election, any Democratic primary that a fucking socialist enters. It changes the entire discourse. Every single person's talking about how they use the fucking metro. Every single person's talking about how they want to do affordable health care and maybe even, affordable rent by like possibly doing radical changes like rent freezes and shit like that. It's so crazy how the moment that you have a prominent contender that is saying like actually socialist shit, everybody else goes, oh, I'm a socialist too. I'm not a socialist, but like I want to do socialism. I would like to do socialism. It's crazy. The center of gravity always shifts towards the most credible fucking candidate. Always. And in Democratic primaries, that most credible candidate is every single time the person who is earnest and the person who is closest to true socialism.
And the subway stations and get them the help they need. We did it before. We can do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
We're going to fact check that he literally said defund the police himself when he was governor. All right.
All right, we're coming around to you.
This is the third time he's literally lied about everyone on stage.
We're coming around.
We'll get to this.
Are you saying Andrew? Are you saying you didn't say defund the police?
I never supported defund the police.
Are you saying you never said defund the police?
I never supported.
Can you just answer the question?
I used the words defund the police. I said I don't support defund the police.
You just said everyone else did that, but you would not acknowledge.
Mr. Cuomo, did you say?
He did.
All right, hold on, gentlemen.
Did you say that it was a legitimate school of thought?
Let us frame a question here.
I think that Mr. Blake may be talking about something you said, which is that both are legitimate schools of thought. Defund or don't defund.
And
you gave it some legitimacy in public.
I disagree with defund.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I'd still like to respond.
We're coming around.
We'll be coming around. We're coming around to everybody.
Mr. Tilson.
Yeah. I'm fully supportive of the increased police presence in the MTA. In fact, transit crime is down this year. It shouldn't be. It almost I shouldn't have to say
More
this,
Candy
but
Crush.
the key to reducing crime.
I'm Whitney
is,
Tilson, and I want cops to have extra money in their Candy Crush accounts.
out there enforcing the laws, and we need to make crime illegal. And this is now happening down on the subways.
We need to make
where
crime
they are starting
illegal.
to enforce the lower level
it was
crimes,
legal.
quality of life crimes.
It was legal. I'm going to make it illegal.
Drinking, smoking,
Fucking idiot.
spreading out over the subway.
Get a bigger ribbon,
And
dumbass.
Police are arresting more.
Fucking
and it turns
clown.
out that 30% of the people they are arresting have criminal records of more than
Okay, I'm sorry. We do have to move
felonies
on.
each.
We're at time. Mr. Mamdani.
In my
No,
department,
the
of
yellow
community
ribbon is
safety,
remember the hostages ribbon. It's not. It's no longer for the
dedicated
troops.
teams of mental health outreach workers who will be deployed to the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of mental health crises and homelessness. We are actually going to address this in a manner that goes beyond the same ideas that we hear time and time again, recycled by the same politicians like Andrew Cuomo who brought us to this point. And if we care about the police force, then we have to actually listen to police officers. They are leaving this force, 200 of them each month. And when you ask them why, it's because of the forced overtime. And part of the reason that that is taking place is we're asking them to respond to every failure of the social safety net.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City. Now, specifically to your question, I have said very specifically, we need 1,000 mental health professionals on our subways and streets. And so therefore, you can have police then with body cameras on go do precision policing outside. The police will indicate they were not trained on addressing mental health. Let's utilize those persons who need the help immediately.
Blake,
if we take
you're
those
stealing
steps, then we
Zoran's
can
bars,
also
bro.
make it a point
You're
to help
stealing
make
his
sure everybody
steam.
gets home alive.
Zoran invented that line.
But I want to give Mr. Cuomo an
opportunity
opportunity to
to
respond.
Stick to roasting
Blake
Cuomo.
raised
Don't
the
steal his
issue
shit.
Of sexual harassment allegations in
please.
your administration.
Just if people who are watching at home have to be incredibly frustrated. They defunded the police. They reduced the number of police. They're now saying we need more police. We should have reduced them in the first place. And we need mental health experts to address the homeless,
Would you
mentally
like-
ill. And we do that by getting them off the train so we can assess them and get them into mental
Cuomo,
health
would you
care.
like to respond to Mr. Blake's
Every
comment
woman
about
watching
sexual
tonight
harassment?
should listen right now.
All right,
that Andrew Cuomo would not respond when had a chance about sexual. Every woman watching tonight, he was just given a chance to actually address the clear claims that were stated and ignored it.
Okay, we do have to move on because we have other candidates on stage and we want to hear about their subway safety plans. Mr. Stringer, can we please hear about your subway safety plan?
Qualified.
Mr. Stringer,
Gentlemen, listen.
We are moving on from this question. You had an opportunity to respond. Mr. Stringer, please tell us your subway safety plan.
Kids, it's grown-up time, so just give me a second, okay? Let me straighten this out for you.
Thank
so
you,
look,
Scott. We appreciate that.
No, you got it, man. So look, we're spending $1.3 billion in police overtime because we don't have enough police officers. We have the lowest police count in a generation. So
Yeah,
we need
we
to hire
need more
3,000 more
cops.
cops. But in order to
We
get
need
them,
more cops.
we have to go into our communities and get the wonderful, diverse citizens to come into a department.
We need more
But we
black
also
cops.
have to make
Sorry,
it
we need more
worthy
black and
of
brown
doing it.
cops.
That's something I'm going to do.
We need more
But look, I will
Druze
say
cops.
This to you. The crisis
We need
that
more
we have
Arab
is twofold.
cops,
It's not just
Iranian
about policing.
cops,
It's
Dominican
about also helping
cops.
the people who suffer from mental illness, and we have to align policing with the mental health initiative. Why Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk
will not
about
stop until
defund
everyone
when
is
he
a cop.
signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read
We're
the
at time,
bill?
Mr. Stringer.
That is something that really caused the crime problem in our
We're
city.
at time, Mr. Stringer. Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. To address this claim that everybody's called for defund, I have never called for defunding the police, and I never will. In the 2021 budget of the City Council, we were in a season of COVID, and many agencies had to be reallocated. Their funding had to be reallocated. Many agencies, not just the New York Police Department, but many. The City Council, our funding was even reduced during that season of COVID. But my public safety agenda calls for police to be taken out of social work and mental health, for our police to be paid what they are worth. We have always supported a budget that reinforces our police department.
Thank you, Ms.
and we
Adams.
always will
We're
do
at
that.
time. Mr. Lander, again, the question is about looking forward, your subway safety plan.
Yeah, I've got a dear friend whose middle school daughter, who takes the train to school, was pushed to the ground by a homeless person with serious mental illness. This is a big deal for all of our families, which is why I have a ready on day one, detailed, clear plan to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. We don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors cycle from subway to street to hospital to jail and back again. It's a plan called Housing First. It will work. I do have to go back, though, because in the prior round, the former governor told a lie sourced from Twitter about my wife. And when I go home tonight, I better be able to make clear it's 100% false, and he knows it.
Thank you, Mr.
Mario
Lander.
Cuomo famously campaigned in Poland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lander. We're going to move on. Melissa has another set of questions about public safety.
Please don't talk. Please don't talk. We're going to try to get as much in as we can.
If you won't lie about my wife, I'll be good the rest of the time.
Thank you. Okay, we are all familiar with what it's like to try to buy toothpaste or beauty products.
I'm sorry. You will never convince me that this man I'm listening to is not Douglas Emhoff. Okay. No, this is not anti-Semitism, but much like Douglas, Brad is also a major wife guy and has the exact same dweeb energy. Okay.
Often receive a ticket to appear in court, and they're usually released to steal again. That's how law enforcement describes it again and again. So we have a few specific questions, and you're going to have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we will start with you because you signed the bail reform legislation. Governor Hochul has made some changes since you did that. Do you think bail reform is working? And how
also,
would
much
you
like
stop
Douglas, I thought Brad was gay.
and other low-level repeat crimes? You have 30 seconds.
Yes. Just to go back, if Mr. Lander says his office didn't approve 500,000 contracts, that his deputy approved, affiliated with his wife's organization.
Every word a lie.
The deputy reports to him.
Every word a lie, and he knows.
Well, then it's easy enough to check.
Mr. Cuomo, you're using your time, just so you know. You're going to have 30 seconds.
Yeah. On bail reform, we all talk about how terrible Rikers Island is.
Is he not gay? He's talking about his wife.
It's a disgrace that it is still being operated by the city.
Your time is up, Mr. Cuomo. I'm sorry.
Crazy?
Per person. And
I thought he was gay until he started talking about his wife. I guess he's not gay, right?
Mr. Myrie, you voted for bail reform as well. How would you stop shoplifters if you were the mayor and other low-level crimes that are taking a toll on our city?
I actually don't know.
Anyone that breaks the law needs to be held accountable, and we made changes to our criminal justice laws because things needed to change. And here's how I know. I was robbed with my mom in an elevator in the building that I grew up in when I was very young. Her worldview is informed by that experience. We have to ensure that every New Yorker feels safe in every neighborhood, wherever they are. And that is what I'm going to do as mayor. I'm going to return our police headcount to what it was in 2018. And I'm going to ensure that all New Yorkers feel safe wherever they are.
Time. Thank you. Rosarina.
Yeah, Ms. Ramos, the same question to you. You voted for bail reform. How would you stop shoplifters and other low-level crime to take a toll in the city?
Well, we have a little more than 1,000 recidivists in the city of New York, and I've been hard at work in the Senate already, making sure that we're looking at treatment courts in cases of kleptomania. But clearly, there are organized rings that need to be taken down by the NYPD. So I'm here to say that there's accountability to be had.
Address the root
but we
causes of
also
crime.
have to make sure
Address
that
the
there
root causes
is a
of
balance
crime.
with the job
Address
opportunities
the root causes
that
of
should
crime.
open up if we address all of the crises that we are facing.
But let's remember that you voted for the bail reform.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mandani, you opposed to rollbacks to bail reform, and you do not want to hire more cops above the current authorized level. How would you stop shoplifters and these repeat offenders? What's your approach?
I want to sustain the headcount that we have in the police department. And I want to listen to police officers who are leaving in droves from the department because they're being asked to do the work of mental health professionals and social workers. Right now, police officers pick up hundreds of phone calls a day that are mental health crises, hundreds of thousands a year. That's not the work that they signed up to do. And when it comes to shoplifting and retail theft, the key here is to listen to workers themselves. They have spoken time and time again about the need for increased staffing in our Walgreens and our Duane Reades. And when it comes to organized crime,
Thank you very much.
we have to ensure the police actually hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Mandani. Mr. Blake, do you see a need for change to the bail reform, and how would you end the retail theft as mayor?
Absolutely. So I proudly supported it when I was in the assembly because Kalief Browder was my constituent. When we talked about raise the age and bail reform and speedy trial, we had to do that. But we need to make it different and stronger now. And to your question, that means we have to hold repeat offenders more accountable, be much more attentive to that degree. But the broader dynamic, if we help New Yorkers make and keep more money in their pocket in the first place, then we wouldn't have people speaking about shoplifting. That's why we need to have local median income. That's why we have to have guaranteed income. That's why we have to help people on the front end so we're not talking about them being arrested on the back end.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, we're going to go to you with the same question. Do you see a need for any further changes to the state's bail laws? And how would you tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, look, I've seen retail theft in my own neighborhood, walking into a Duane Reade with my kids and just seeing the shelves empty and then having to push a button, wait 10 minutes for a young staffer whose job is not to be my personal shopper. This is wrong. And that's why we need to put cops on the beat, working with the small businesses to root out the people who are constantly coming back to do this. But we also have to make sure that the people who are doing the stealing also have opportunities to get them the housing and the services that they need. See, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time when it comes to criminal justice.
I just want, since you used your time, just a yes or no question. Do you see a need for further changes to the state's bail laws? Just yes or no.
Look, I think right now it's been changed a couple of times.
Okay.
When
Not a yes or no.
let me just say, when Cuomo signed it, he didn't do the work of a mayor or governor. The mayor and the governor are supposed to go through legislation and find the loopholes, and he didn't do that, and that's too bad.
We're moving on to Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams, same question to you. Do you see any need for changes to the state's bail laws, and how do you plan to tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, the state just made some adjustments and some tweaks, so let's see how that goes. We need to take a look at the ringleaders at the higher levels of the folks that are carrying and actually doing the stealing. Low-level criminals are wasting away on Rikers Island. Some have committed suicide under this current administration. So what we need to do as far as public safety is concerned, I will fill the over 2,000 vacancies within the NYPD in my first 8 months as mayor. This is what we need to look at. Others are looking at bringing in thousands and thousands of police officers. We have vacancies to fill. This will work. This is what our NYPD needs, better management.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lander, do you see a need for changes to bail reform, and what would you do as mayor about this retail theft?
I've got a detailed plan to combat retail theft, so the toothpaste is not always behind lock and key. You can look it up on my website. To develop it, I took lessons from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who I want to keep as commissioner because crime's coming down and accountability is going up. It involves giving a panic button, essentially, to retail stores. So they don't have to call 911. They can report quickly. Investigations can be thorough.
I don't know what it is.
And
It's
I've
just
actually
like
taken
weirds
the
me
idea from
out.
the conservative Manhattan Institute that drug treatment courts need to be central in our response.
He sounds whimsical. You know what I mean? He's like, aha. Methinks there is a quiz afoot.
Quick response? Okay.
Ms. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Sally, you had a quick question here.
Yeah, well, I guess we also for Mr. Tilson.
Yes. Mr. Tilson, I'm going to let you respond, but just on that, Jessica.
Yeah, I guess because Mr. Lander brought her up, just a quick show of hands, who else would keep Jessica Tisch as police commissioner? Okay, thank you.
Haven't decided yet.
Okay. Correct. All right. Mr. Tilson, you said you would cut crime by 50%. Do you want changes to bail reform? What can you do to tackle this low-level crime?
Yeah, well, I do very much believe we need to make substantial changes to bail reform and discovery reform, both of which went too far. Like what I said earlier, we basically decriminalized all low-level crime. Shocker, it went way up. So we need to have more police officers enforcing the law, and we need to change the legislation such that prosecutors can actually punish repeat offenders. I just talked to a cop right here in Midtown North last week who told me they're down from 300 cops to 120, and they have to fill out so much paperwork when they make an arrest that the criminal is back out onto the street before they're finished with the paper.
All right, Mr. Tilson, thank you. Rosalina.
Thank you, David. Now we're going to talk about e-bikes. Bicycle deaths in the city have reached record heights in the recent years, with injuries also surging, many involving, of course, e-bikes. Just the past hour, Mayor Adams announced a plan to impose a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on e-bikes. Do you believe this is the right way to improve safety? And what else would you do, Ms. Adams?
I think there's like 50 fucking candidates, and it's cool that there's 10 debate moderators. We should just have more candidates and more debate moderators. You know, make it a fucking free for all. Make the number of moderators 25. Make the number of candidates 100. Put them all on stage.
Normally does.
Dude.
He does not collaborate with the city council.
I want to hear from a guy who owns a bodega who's now running for mayor, you know?
Miles, and I believe is a penalty, which we could have come together and realize something much more reasonable for e-bike riders.
Just to clarify.
15
miles.
I understand.
Yes,
I
thank
understand.
you. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Lander.
I think the pedal assist city bikes go 17 miles per hour, so that seems pretty good to to me. But we've got to go upstream here to the folks that are causing this. Uber Eats and Seamless and DoorDash need to be held accountable for the trips that are taken where they're making money. They've got the data to keep folks safe. And, you can't operate a car dealership in this city that sells cars without license plates to people without driver's licenses. So we've got to hold the sellers of mopeds accountable. Those are motor vehicles, and they need to be treated that way if you're going to sell them. They've got to have licenses. They've got to have license plates. They have to operate safely.
I saw there's a new travel ban implemented by Trump.
Well, we have to end the criminalization
Mostly
of
Muslim
our
countries
delivery
again.
workers and bicycle riders. A lot of enforcement has now changed from civil summonses to criminal tickets, and that is leaving breadcrumbs for ICE and leaving many of our community members vulnerable. That being said, it is high time that we post speed limits and adapt our street design for the use of bikes and e-bikes. The fact is that we have to get them off the sidewalks. We have to make sure that they are abiding by the rules. And this is why we need public education in English, in Espanol, in all of the languages that our riders speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myrie.
There's no question that things feel different on our streets and that these categories of vehicles are not built for our current structure and on our streetscape. So we have to regulate. We have to hold the companies that are making money more accountable on this. But we also have to ensure that we are doing this in collaboration, doing this in a smart way, and ensuring that the enforcement on this is actually going to be going through. What we have seen is uneven enforcement in this space, and that's why there are older adults in this city that are afraid to cross the street because of how things feel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I think this is another example of just dysfunctional city management. We passed a state law allowing e-bikes. It was supposed to be regulated by the city. You've had all sorts of accidents, all sorts of warnings. The city has done nothing. The speed has to come down. City bikes voluntarily came down to 17 miles an hour. You have these e-bikes, some of them doing 25, 30 miles an hour. You have to bring down the speeds, but you also have to have them registered by the apps. They're the ones who are making the money. Let them license, let them register, let them pay the tickets.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tilson.
This issue is actually quite personal to me because I ride my bike in the city every day. And in fact, I'll bet I'm the only mayoral candidate in history who ever rode his bike to the mayoral debate. As
Boo,
I did,
you're sweaty. Boo, you're sweaty.
Have made things a lot more dangerous, not just for pedestrians.
Get a bigger ribbon.
So I've been calling to
I ride
speed
my
limit
bike.
them,
Shut up, nerd.
Since the beginning of my campaign. I totally agree with that. And I will tell you, just in the past couple of months, since police have started issuing citations, the e-bikes are behaving themselves a lot more. I see a lot fewer blowing through red lights, blowing up on
Thank you,
the
Mr.
sidewalk.
Tilson. Let's remind you guys that these are the people taking, most of them, your food to your offices and your homes. Mr. Mandan.
I find it ridiculous to hear Andrew Cuomo talk about how we need to regulate the apps when this is the very mayoral candidate who has a super PAC that received $1 million from DoorDash. How are you going to regulate DoorDash when they are giving you $1 million to influence your street safety regulations and your labor regulations? This model, this economic model, is one that doesn't just incentivize e-bike riders to break street safety laws. It often requires
Thank you,
them
Mr.
to do so
Mandan.
to make the
Mr. Cuomo,
deliveries
do you want to respond to that?
Yes. I work for the people of the state of New York, the people of the city of New York. I don't care who gave me what. I do what is right, and that's how I.
But you don't feel compromised?
That's how I've always run my.
But don't you feel
career.
compromised?
I just said the apps should be held responsible. They're the ones who should have to license the bike, register the bike. They should be responsible for the fees. They're the ones who are making the money.
Thank you, Mr.
And in terms of who represents who.
Thank you very much. We have to go to Mr. Blake.
Mr. Blake. Just want to make sure we internalize that Andrew Cuomo just said, I don't care who gave me what. That's not a man who's actually going to break the corruption in City Hall. You need a new vision right here. To your question around e-bikes,
this guy's
one of the
cooking
reasons
them.
why we cannot have an increase of people getting tickets is that it will absolutely lead to the harassment of more communities of color and immigrants in particular. Now, we definitely have to focus on what's happening around speed limits, but also how to reimagine what our city can be, because we cannot continue to have a 2025 city with a 1905 infrastructure.
Mr. Blake,
So we've laid out the vision at BlakeForNYC.com on how to address e-bikes
much.
as well as a new city.
Mr. Stringer.
Let me start by asking, just answering the question. Yes, I think 15 miles an hour is reasonable, and I think the mayor is right about this. But in the time that I have, I do want to follow up about DoorDash, because that $1 million contribution crossed the Rubicon. And the contributions of donors who are giving between $250,000 and $1 million are fundamentally buying the mayoralty. And that is something that we spent 20 years never trying to get to again since City for
Mr.
Sale.
Stringer, thank you.
You are writing a new book about how to take the mayoralty 1, 2, 3. And I find it
Mr. Stringer,
offensive.
thank you. Brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, I live with the campaign finance rules. They're talking about an independent expenditure committee. And let's remember who represents who here. I am the person on this stage who represents the working men and women of New York City. The labor unions have endorsed me, over 650,000 strong.
You were fired by the campaign finance board. I got this.
Challenged by the campaign finance board as we speak.
We have to move on. I think the issue's been spoken to and addressed. We have another question here for you. We'd like 30 seconds on this. You've all spent years in politics. What's your biggest regret? We'll begin with you, Mr. Blake.
Well, right now it's dealing with the Campaign Finance Board, who is illegally not having me on the second stage, where they have now admitted in writing 4 times that they made incorrect determinations of my matching funds. And if you go to our website, you're going to see we challenge that.
Is that a regret of something? Your regret in this? Or?
Well, my regret is that I've been trying to have patience with the Campaign Finance Board.
Okay, Mr. Blake, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, biggest regret in your years in politics?
You know, as a Democrat, one of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo, because what we've seen is that kind of leadership has delivered us to this point where we are under attack by an affordability crisis on the inside and a Trump administration on the outside. And Democrats are tired of being told by leaders from the past that we should continue to simply wait our turn. We should continue to simply trust when we know that's the very leadership that got us to this point. We need to turn the page for new leadership to take us out.
Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, my biggest regret is that I didn't see Joe Biden's decline and call for him to resign earlier. It wasn't until after the debate that I became one of the loudest voices publicly, nationally.
Oh, shut up. Nobody cares about you. Blake is going to see a big uptick, I think, in favorability after this debate because he had a strong performance. So strong that it almost made Zoran look moderate, which is not necessarily a bad thing in the eyes of a lot of New Yorkers. After the AOC endorsement, I believe Zoran to the moon.
Connection with reality. We're a person who has served in government for
They
several
literally
years.
fucking chopped Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo is going to drop in favorability, I
The
think.
greatest city on the earth. And the Democratic Party seems okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo, this question was about your personal regrets.
Stop saying if AOC endorses. I'm saying when
Regret
she
the
does.
state of the Democratic Party is
No
in that
personal
we elected
regrets.
Trump.
Not the 15.
No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to black and brown communities. Really, no regrets. No regrets.
City's retirees.
Okay, we want everyone to be able to respond.
City's retirees.
Okay, we want to respond to this, Mr. Cuomo. You only have a few seconds.
Yeah, but
no, I understand, but
it's not. It is just not accurate. Medicaid went up under me. I led the nation
cut
under
healthcare.
COVID. I pushed President Trump to give us everything
cut
he
healthcare.
had.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Right.
I
We
was
asked the
there
biggest
every
regret.
day.
You expressed it.
Leading COVID.
Okay.
I was
Mr.
Martin.
No regrets.
I have to ask him
All
something.
right.
Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry. I'm sure that people at home must be wondering about your answer to this question because we speak to voters throughout the city and quite a few of them will say, I'm not sure exactly what happened with those sexual harassment cases. We know that you say you never sexually harassed anybody. You say you're running to restore efficient government and efficient leadership. But in the past, your leadership came with what more than one investigation concluded was a toxic work environment,
Yeah, we didn't even
especially
get to
for
the
women.
sexual
And some of those
harassment
cases
stuff.
are still ongoing. So I just want to ask you, since we're talking about regrets, you have apologized to some of those women back when you were still governor. What do you say to voters now, looking ahead to your potential mayoralty? Are you doing anything differently? And why should they believe that that same situation won't happen again?
Yeah, Melissa, let's just make sure we have the facts. A report was done 4 years
You
ago.
wanna look up this
making
Blake
certain
fella? 'Cause I think he's
allegations.
actually
said
number one at the moment. Oh,
time
shut the fuck up.
That it was political and it was
Is Zoran
false.
number one?
5 district attorneys, Democratic, Republican, short, tall, looked at it all across the state, found absolutely nothing. One case has been resolved. I was dropped from that case.
Dog, half of the fucking candidates that said good
that
things about
if
policies directly ripped them from Zoran. What are you talking
It was
about?
unintentional, but I apologize, and I say that today.
There was also a Justice Department investigation, but we'll move on because we're out of
We
time.
detoured there because of the issue raised, but we also want everyone to respond. Mr. Myrie, biggest regret in politics?
I regret not having secured more funding for after school earlier in my career, but I want to turn to Andrew because during
These are short answers.
and
Mr.
I
Myrie.
think
You're
you I have 30
shouldn't
seconds.
believe women.
Correct?
Yes.
When I was in the ICU during COVID, writing legislation to protect my community, you were the most powerful person in this state, and you were in the governor's mansion taking a $5 million deal. Do you regret taking the $5 million, and will you give it back?
Yeah. First of all, that's not true.
What part?
I stood up every day and fought for this state, for COVID, against President Trump, for PPE, for masks. I was in emergency
I
rooms.
was in a hospital.
I did.
Gentlemen, I need
May I
nurses
finish?
were wearing
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I
wearing garbage
understand.
bags for PPE. Do
Yes.
you regret taking
We're gonna,
$5
gentlemen,
million?
we're going to
I
pick
did.
up. It's
we
the
were
way,
doing everything
Mr. Cuomo,
we could every day to get.
Mr.
as
Cuomo,
much
people
as
aren't going to
we
hear you
could.
if you.
Can I go now?
We
We're
are
gonna
going
come
to
back.
finish
We have to
this.
take a break.
We have a break right now that we have to take. We will pick up with the issue. I assure you. We're just about at the 1 hour break. We're going to continue this online. Channel 4 goes to regular programming, but wherever you stream, News 4 New York.
Okay, my thoughts are yes, Blake definitely took up a lot of the air from Zoran, but it is definitely something to take note of. When Bernie was in the fucking running and he was a serious contender, half of the Democratic Party's options resembled a watered-down version of Bernie Sanders' campaign promises. Just like now, Zoran is the second contender and the candidate that will most likely defeat Andrew Cuomo. And you have so many other fucking candidates on that stage that are basically biting all of the promises that he has made, okay, that he's been running on for fucking months. In a weird way, the less Zoran talks and the more everyone else shows themselves to be lame, but also shitting on Cuomo, the better Zoran looks. The only threat that I have perceived from tonight, is coming from Blake. Okay, he is unironically doing Zoran as good as Zoran, if not better than Zoran at sometimes. The fact that after Zoran speaks, no one is evil socialist moron rage responding to his commentary is 100% positive for him. Yes, Zoran has done a fantastic job of taking directional questions that are supposed to be attacking him and then redirecting it back to Andrew Cuomo. He's done a fucking amazing job. Zoran did a TikTok about people taking from him.
12 across. What's a 5-letter word for taking something? 2 years ago, I won New York City's first fare-free bus pilot. One line in each borough, and it was a massive success. As mayor, I'll make every bus fast and free. So imagine my surprise when Andrew Cuomo, the same guy who stole hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA as governor, suddenly announces his brand new idea.
Today, Cuomo unveiled his transportation policy
They're ripping.
evaluate
They're
the
straight up
expansion
ripping his
of
shit.
fare-free bus pilot.
Andrew, Habibi, when was the last time you even took the bus? And he's not the only disgraced New York executive copying our notes. Eric Adams is in on it too. In January, we announced our plan for NYC Baby Baskets, where every new parent gets a collection of postnatal products, resources, and information, free of charge. Nice idea, right? Eric Adams sure thought so. Earlier this month, he announced his own plan to give new mothers and 400...
Also, in the break, let's see this Cutie Cinderella clip. What was the clip? Where did Cutie say I'm a pedophile or something? What do you mean?
want to come on the Fear Ann podcast? Okay, you have to. No, I do. You have to do wine about it first. Wine about it? Yeah.
No, Cutie, you... I won't say the word. I will only reserve that word for the podcast when I'm in the presence of Cutie Cinderella. But oh my God, I'm thinking a word. How dare you? How dare you?
Wait, am I fake? Am I fake? Do you want to come?
I have the worst friends, bro. I swear to God.
No, don't.
The worst friend of all time. The worst friend of all time. Cutie fucking Cinderella. Okay? This is the reason why I'm watching American Primeval right now. To understand the mindset and the barbaric nature of Mormons. Okay? That's why.
Don't make Hi, Hassan. Oh, no, don't. Hi, Hassan's Hassan. ruining my date. Hey, I'll be there. He always yucks my yum.
I'll be there.
Oh boy, I knew it.
I'm freaking out.
Don't freak out.
Okay, no, it's like, guys, be chill. Be chill. Be nonchalant.
Nonchalant. I know I hate him, but I can't think of things right now as to why.
Well, I feel like the porn laptop was enough.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty bad.
Oh fuck.
What? I support sex work and sex workers. Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's on clit blocking. Clit blocking? That's a new one. That is a new one. Oh my god.
One time he was explaining the female orgasm to me. Like he knew more.
You're like, oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. I can't believe that she's literally, oh my god. She's poisoning. She's my biggest op. I swear to God, Cutie Cinderella's my biggest op. Okay. Oh my god, she's my biggest fucking op. Oh my god, she called me a mansplainer, which is literally true. I am a mansplainer. Fuck! It's the worst. Oh my god. Oh my god, she is my biggest op. She's a bigger op than Maya. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. She's not even wrong. She's right. I am a fucking annoying ass mansplainer. God damn it! Cutie! You're supposed to lie! Yeah, I got government op. She's a bigger op than Israel at this point, okay? As a man with many enemies, why is it that those who are closest to me betray me worse? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Really, buddy? Yeah. Really, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to the debate.
Every one of those things is false. The thing about my wife was sourced from Twitter. Honestly, I have no idea where he got this one. He's lied to you so many times on this stage tonight. Takes no responsibility.
All right, we're going to move on. Miss Adams, if you could speak to your biggest regret. Thank you. Miss Adams, your biggest regret in your years in politics?
Well, obviously, my biggest regret is believing that Eric Adams would be a good mayor for all New Yorkers. I have had to restore budget cuts from this mayor. I've had to save pre-K. I've had to save 3K. I've had to save our libraries. I've had to save our cultural institutions because the mayor of the city of New York thought that it was his job to cut all of those and to slice and dice the livelihoods of our children, cultural institution, our elders, our seniors through their library services and their food services as well. I have had to be the champion to make sure that all of those services were restored for the people of the city.
Mr. Stringer.
I thought about this question through my career, and I would say that the biggest regret from a policy perspective was when my mom died of COVID before her time, and she was a great trailblazer, the first woman elected city council in Washington Heights back in the day. She was a real fighter, but she lost the fight with COVID. I really wish before I left the controller's office that, like with so many other issues, I really was able to really build a COVID recovery plan for the city.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Stringer.
just ran out of time.
We'll continue with Telemundo anchor Rosarina Berton.
I thought he was
Thank you,
going to say
David. A
Cuomo
very
killed
important
her.
issue for my viewers in
Oh
Telemundo
my
47.
God, if he had accused Cuomo of murdering his mom, that would have been
So,
insane.
as we know, President Trump wants to abolish sanctuary cities like New York, and his administration has applied pressure to force cooperation on deportation. So, to understand a little bit more this issue, we're going to give you couple of scenarios, hypothetical scenarios. You're going to have a minute to answer this one. Mr. Cuomo, we are going to begin with you. Let's say ICE notifies your city-run hospitals that they must stop offering medical care to undocumented patients, or the federal government is going to withhold millions of dollars in funding. What would you do?
I've gone through this with Mr. Trump before with ICE.
But what would you do now?
You cannot give in to Mr. Trump and his demands. You cannot.
But let's say he's cutting funding.
You can't. It will never end. If you give in to him, he is a bully. I know him well. If you give in to him today, you will be giving him your lunch money for the rest of your life.
So what's the solution?
You have to fight him. And the way you fight him is not by suing him. Yes, of course you sue him, but he gets sued 10 times before he gets out of bed in the morning, right?
Kind of like you.
That doesn't
and
bother
the lawsuits are winning,
right?
by the way.
We need a national coalition, which we can put together, of like-minded states and cities that will oppose these actions. And then we're going to have to eventually beat him politically in the Congress. But you cannot give in to his demands.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Chilson?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump throws 50 tweets a day up there, and most of the time you just ignore him. If he actually does act illegally to try and blackmail us, you have to sue to restore that funding. I am appalled by what Trump is doing to terrorize immigrant communities and demonize immigrants in general. And that's an area I will fight him tooth and nail.
Mr. Mandani?
Our city is under attack by an authoritarian Trump administration. And it is under attack that is now being echoed by Trump's allies right here in New York City. And I say that as someone who would be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generations, someone who just yesterday had a sitting elected official call for me to be deported. This is not an intellectual exercise for the people of New York City. We deserve to have a mayor who is not funded by the same billionaires that put Donald Trump in D.C. We deserve to have a mayor who will actually fight back. And the way that we fight back is ensure that our local institutions continue to provide the services to each and every New Yorker.
But the question is, how can you protect those people? Going to hospitals, how can you protect them?
Here's the thing. The Donald Trump administration will use the fact that they fund 7% of our city budget as leverage over us to try and give up whichever category of New Yorkers they are pursuing in that day. Ultimately, what we need to do is tell those same institutions we will provide them that funding, and we'll get that funding by taxing the 1% and the wealthiest corporations right here in New York State.
Thank you so much. Mr. Blake, I'm going to remind you the question is, ICE notifies the hospitals that they're not going to offer care to immigrants. How can you solve this situation?
As a son of Jamaican immigrants, where I was born with a heart murmur in North Central Bronx Hospital, and my mom that's watching right now, and my wife who's Jamaican and Honduran, this is important for us to expand the conversation of what's happening. To your question, we create the protections by designating hospitals, schools, community centers, places of worship as safe havens where ICE is not permitted to enter unless there's a signed judicial warrant. Moreover, we have to expand the conversation. We've made very clear we will remain a sanctuary city to make sure that we are protected, full stop. But it also is important about how do we have the rhetoric. That we will not tolerate rhetoric against our immigrant communities. The same way we will not tolerate anti-Semitic behavior. We will not tolerate Islamophobia. We will not tolerate anti-Blackness and anti-Latino rhetoric. And that means at the same time, we have to protect our nonprofits that are helping our immigrants as well, which is why I said you must grant as well as reimburse nonprofits earlier that are helping our immigrants, in particular our undocumented ones right now.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
Look, we first have to make it clear that the buck does not stop with Donald Trump. And that's why the very rainy day fund I proposed would immediately allow us to build back the health services that the federal government could take from us financially. This is why we need a mayor who knows the buck, because that's the job of mayor, understanding how we actually get through the Trump era. But it doesn't stop there. Look, my experience has always been about fighting in Trump 1. And we won a lot of those battles. We won those battles during COVID. We never backed down, but we were strategic. And that's why we need to work with our Washington partners. You know, there are Democrats in Washington ready for the fight with a mayor who brings a confidence and a proven ability to deal with the economics of this crisis. But this is not a time for training wheels. This is not a time for somebody who has never dealt with the finances of the city to be mayor of New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stringer. Now, Ms. Adams, we're going to go to you next. We're going to change a little bit the situation. Let's say that you learned that ICE is planning to stop immigrants outside your hospitals for possible roundups. Would you warn them? And how would you handle this situation? You have a minute.
You know, it's work that I'm already doing as Speaker of the City Council. So I've already stepped up in leadership to do this. I've had a target on me because I refuse to erode our sanctuary city.
They're not even watching the debate anymore. They moved on. Is playing Chicago Med now? God damn.
Mayor is to protect the immigrants of the city of New York. New York is a city made up of immigrants. So it is our responsibility to make sure that all New Yorkers, our old New Yorkers and our newer New Yorkers, feel safe in this city. As mayor, I will not kowtow to Donald Trump.
But would you warn them that they're...
I will absolutely use my bully pulpit as the mayor to warn, as I am doing as city council speaker pretty much on a daily basis. The work that I am currently doing as speaker, I will expand as the mayor of the city of New York. Donald Trump will know that city regardless of his threats and his chaos. We will stand because we are a city and a nation, and we will be that model once again for other cities in this country to take a look at and to work towards becoming like New York.
Thank you. Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Rosarina. I mean, as you well know, 40% of the 8 million New Yorkers are foreign-born. 50% live in mixed-status households, including 1 million children. This is the future of New York City that we're talking about, which is why I was proud to be a co-sponsor of those sanctuary city laws. 3 specific things I would do here. 1, it's not just the mayor. Every New York City employee needs to understand the sanctuary city laws. So I've got a detailed plan to make sure our school social workers and receptionists, our shelter security guards know the sanctuary city laws. So we'll have a network to get this information out and absolutely warn people before they walk into ICE. I've proposed creating an independent health authority to segment off city money from Medicaid money. And I want to expand NYC Care so it's not just in health and hospitals, but in our federally qualified health centers as well. That'll make sure our immigrants are protected.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos.
Rosarina, Trump mintió. Trump anda detrás de todos los inmigrantes. Pensamos que solamente iban a ser los supuestos criminales y hemos visto que eso no es verdad. We have to keep ICE out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our houses of worship, out of any public institution, and really limit cooperation of ICE with the NYPD only when it comes to the 90-plus charges under the current sanctuary city law. Those are very serious charges. I want to make sure that
it's so funny that one of the chatters tried to say, please speak English, and then couldn't even type that correctly. It goes to show you the mindset of the fucking dumb hog American.
It'll be my responsibility as mayor of the city of New York to create entry points into the economy so that they can stay busy, provide for themselves and for their families, and honor the fabric of this city and of this country, which cannot function, whose future won't be brighter without our immigrants.
And that sounds like that sounds like a great plan, but would you be using taxpayers' money for that?
Yes, this is actually making sure we are expanding Action NYC and our cooperation with our community-based organizations, clinics with our 7 law schools to make sure that we are on the ground protecting and teaching people their rights.
Mr. Murray.
This isn't just a hypothetical for me. I grew up with pretty severe asthma, and both of my parents would take me to a city hospital, Kings County Hospital, when I had an asthma attack. They weren't documented then, but they knew that the city had their back. So not only would I be warning, I would be assuring them that we had their back right now. Sanctuary city laws used to not be political. Well-known progressive Rudy Giuliani stood up for our sanctuary city laws because he understood what this community meant to our city. I plan on doing the same. This isn't a time for us to give half measures to say, well, maybe under this circumstance and maybe under that circumstance. We have to stand up. They are snatching people out of our schools. They're snatching people out of our courthouses. We cannot stand for that in this moment. I have a frontline agenda. I want to hire 50 more lawyers to the law department. I want to go on the offensive. I want to utilize the 10th Amendment to ensure that we are not carrying out the federal government's immigration policies. We have to stand up in this moment. That's what I'll be as the next.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Sally?
Thank you. Let's move on to another very important topic, public schools. The city spends more of its tax dollars on public schools than anything else. But after shelling out some $40,000 a year per student, only about half of New York City kids can read or do math at grade level. Only half. Bottom line here, what do you see as the top reason for that dismal return on this $41 billion a year investment, and how would you turn it around as mayor? You'll all have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Blake, we'll begin with you.
We have to address literacy and have a better pedagogy on the front end so that our teachers and our educators and families are able to make sure that we address this critical issue. It's the reason why I led the My Brother's Keeper program. But it also means that we have to be clear to be against any anti-Blackness that is happening in our schools. And something that many people may not realize. In 2008, Andrew Cuomo said that no candidate should shuck or jive in an election. Clearly, Barack Obama was there. So when we talk about education, it's not just about making sure that we're understanding how more kids can read, but making sure we address the anti-Blackness happening in schools.
We're at time, Mr. Blake, and before we move to Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond to that?
Okay.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So no.
What about it is ridiculous?
Is it inaccurate that you said in 2008?
I never insulted President Obama.
Is this
Is it
Mr. Mondami
incorrect?
who said he is a liar?
Is the quote incorrect?
And evil.
This is
I never insulted.
Okay, not hearing an answer to
This is
whether
very
the quote
clear.
is
In
incorrect.
2008, in 2008,
We do have to move on because many people do want to hear about public education, so we're going to move on to Mr. Mamdani to discuss. Okay, you can have 45 seconds to respond to him, and please address the question about public schools.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do so shortly after. We have Mr. Cuomo, who said these words of shuck and jive when Barack Obama was running to be the president of our country. I was proud in 2008 that the first doors I ever knocked on was for Barack Obama, while we had a candidate here.
Why do you call him an evil and
While
a
we have a
liar?
candidate here
Why would you call him a liar?
a candidate here who is so allergic to any accountability or acknowledgement of a mistake that he can't even admit that he said these kinds of words. Now, as it pertains to public education, all of the challenges that we are facing in our city when it comes to our schools, they are also downstream from the fact that 500,000 of our children are going to sleep hungry every single night. 100,000 of them, for the 9th consecutive year, are now homeless. We need to ensure we have a city where our children can not only have food to eat, a place to call their home, and we also have to have the full implementation of class size reduction.
Mr. Tilson, we're going to move to you. And I just want to remind you, we do want to know a solution to the problem in the public school system. That is the heart of this question.
Sure.
Mr. Tilson.
The failure of our public schools is exhibit A of how city government spends way too much and delivers far too little. Our kids are reading below Mississippi's despite spending $40,000 a kid. They're the poorest state in the nation, spending 12. It's really, if you're a business person, I know, and I am for 40 years, it's bad management. There are few, if any, rewards for success and few, if any, consequences for failure. I served on the board of KIPP charter schools for more than 20 years, and 15% of our public schools, the charter schools, are held accountable. Not surprisingly, they are the best charter schools, public schools overall in the city, delivering for kids.
We have to move on, Mr. Cuomo. And I just want to remind you again, we've established that there's a problem. We're looking for solutions. Mr. Cuomo.
Gotcha. Interesting, Mondami never denied saying Obama was evil and a liar.
I believe neither of you denied the quotes.
You didn't deny that you said shuck and jive.
Neither of you denied the quotes that were raised.
He did not.
But we are here to talk at this moment about public schools.
The reason why he's hitting the Mamdani thing is because Barack Obama is a god. Okay, this is the Democratic primary, and that's the only valuable attack line against Zohran Mamdani.
Do you have?
No. Let's give Mr.
I'm proud that I raised education to the highest level of any state in the United States. I understand the point about we need to reform the education system. I would start with the DOE. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on consultants. We don't know what we get. I wanted real analysis of the curriculum New York City solves and New York City reads. We need more paraprofessionals in those schools. 1 out of 8 children are homeless. It's too much for a teacher to do.
Understood.
Pay the paraprofessionals.
We're at time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cuomo.
More
assistance.
I got it. Thank you. Mr. Myrie.
I wouldn't be standing on this stage if not for our city's public schools. I went to PS 161, the Crown School, and made my way to Cornell Law School with Brooklyn Tech and Fordham in between, only because there were teachers that got up every single day and put their best foot forward so that I can be on a path to success. But we also have to think about what is happening after school. We had learning loss over COVID-19, and I want to provide universal after school to help make up for that learning loss. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have an after school program that taught me karate, even though I was terrible and I was the only boy on the step team and had the moves to prove it. I want to give that to every single kid.
We're at time now. We're going to move to Ms. Ramos.
Well, now I have to shout out PS 70, IS 10, and the Academy of American Studies in Astoria. I wouldn't be here without them, and my children wouldn't be where they are in middle school in Queens if it wasn't for PS 69 in Jackson Heights. Look, it's true that our children suffered some lapses in developmental and social skills throughout the pandemic. I've seen it. So I want to make sure that we are delivering on teacher centers and so that our teachers have more supports. Giving NYC Reads more time to really seek in and really providing our District 75 schools with all of the funding they deserve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Lander, again, we are looking for solution-oriented answers here.
Both our kids also pre-K to 12 in New York City public schools. Shout out PS 107. 30 seconds is hard. I've got a detailed plan. I'm the only candidate in the race with a detailed plan on my website for education. How I'll measure what matters, what metrics I'm looking at, how I'll recruit, retain, and support teachers, including a teacher's center in every school, and how I'll deal with the growth we've seen in mental health crises, in homelessness, and in chronic absenteeism by making every school a community school so it can support all our students.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
You know, prior to becoming an elected official, I was the education chair for my local community board. Education has always been a priority for me. It always will be. We raised 4 children in the public school system. So again, I am that everyday New Yorker that knows what this feels like. So we know that the DOE has the highest budget of all city agencies. What I would do would be to redeploy resources. I have seen as council speaker how difficult it is to maneuver through the DOE agency and the barriers of bureaucracy. But as mayor, I will have full view in order to help all of our children get through the bureaucracy and get our children taught the right way.
Mr. Stringer.
My sons, Max and Miles, are going through public middle school as we speak. And the challenge for them as COVID kids is very real. And there's a lot of kids out there that need help, and they need it now. They need mental health services. They need extra tutoring. And we're not providing that with this $40 billion budget. I know that because I audited the Department of Education more than any controller in history, found missing computers, missing iPads at the height of COVID. But here's what we have to do. Childcare, baseline pre-K, 3K. We need an after-school program that focuses on tutoring and giving kids that don't have parental resources financially the help they need. It doesn't matter how you start the race. It matters how you finish the race.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. We're at time. David?
Okay, thank you, Sally. We call this next section of the debate, What's in a Name? We have 3 quick questions looking for fast answers. We'd like you to answer each of them with a name. We'll go down the line, starting with Mr. Stringer. Right now, who's the most effective Democrat in the country?
It's not Eric Adams. I would say the most effective Democrat right now is Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay. Mr. Blake?
I would say myself because I actually defeated Donald Trump when I was vice chair of the DNC.
Mr.
Oh, my
Mamdani?
God.
Mayor Wu of Boston.
Mr. Tilson?
My old friend Cory Booker, after his 25-hour Herculean.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo?
Hakeem Jeffries.
Mr. Myrie?
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins.
Ms. Ramos?
Maryland Governor Moore.
Mr. Lander?
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
Ms. Adams?
I would have to say the next speaker would be Hakeem Jeffries.
In the primary, voters will be ranking you 1 through 5, number 1 being their top choice for mayor. So we break up the order and start with Mr. Cuomo. Assuming you rank yourself number 1, who on this stage would you rank number 2?
I'd leave it to the voters.
So you would not put a name, or you're not sure?
No, I'd leave it to the voters.
Okay. Mr. Tilson?
I haven't decided on my number 2, but I'm an ABZ. No disrespect, Zoran, but I think his policies are dangerous.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani?
I'm more of an ABC guy, anybody but Cuomo. I'll be telling my voters, however, who to rank number 2 before Election Day.
Okay, no name was yet. Mr. Blake?
I'm going to take the Andrew Cuomo approach and not answer your question.
Mr. Stringer?
Well, you're not supposed to make news at these debates, right? No, just joking. My second choice really will be based on who I think would be the second best mayor on the stage.
Ms. Adams?
I also would rank myself number 1, of course. But we will not be breaking news as far as who my number 2 will be tonight.
All right, Mr. Lander?
Zoran.
Andrew Cuomo has shown you many times tonight why he should not be anywhere on your ballot.
Ms. Ramos?
Well, I think this debate is really good food for thought and will give us all a better idea. I'm hoping to have a better idea by the end of tonight.
Mr. Myrie?
Stay tuned.
All right. The last one, we'll start with Mr. Stringer again going around. 4 years ago in the race for mayor, who did you rank first on your ballot?
What's wrong with him? He fucking sucks. He's a bot. He's an NPC. He is horrible. He hasn't resisted even one bit against the Trump administration's fascist fucking policies. They all suck. Just say AOC and Bernie or something if you want to fucking point to a Democrat that's like good. Or say Chris Van Hollen. I don't know.
Mr. Tilson.
The Boston mayor is a good argument, though. She has actually done decent by her
Did he live
constituents.
in New York City to even vote?
He said he would have done. You said you
I think it was about 30 years since he lived here, right?
Mr. Meyer.
I ranked Maya first.
Ms. Ramos.
I voted for Maya Wiley.
Mr. Lander.
Maya Wiley 1, Catherine Garcia 2.
Ms. Adams.
My biggest regret was voting for Eric Adams, number 1, with Maya a very close second. Kathy Garcia was.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'm not ranking any of you.
All right, thank you, candidates. Sally.
Okay, we're going to move on to housing. You've all made housing a top priority in your campaigns. And as you all know, the city is in a housing crisis with a vacancy rate of just 1.4%. We'd like you to explain your proposed solutions to this housing crisis and how you would pay for it. You'll have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Tilson, we'll begin with you.
Sure. Well, as I discussed about an hour ago, the key, I think, is to unleash the private sector to build a lot more supply, which wouldn't just stabilize rents. We have the highest rents in the country. We need to bring them down. I think they can come down by 20%. Austin just demonstrated how to do this in only 3 years. How do we do that? We need to ease zoning restrictions, fight NIMBYism, properly staff the city departments to streamline that process. And overall, just speed up the process. It's taking 4 years to build, start to finish, and it should take only 2. I will say my plan is basically the opposite of Zoran's. He wants the city to build all new affordable housing, which I think the city has we've seen the city is no good at building and operating housing. He would also saddle us, he proposes, with $70 billion of debt. This would end up looking like California's high-speed rail project. Nothing accomplished.
We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo, how would you try to resolve the housing crisis, and how would you pay for it?
Yeah, it's a desperate problem. I built housing for the homeless in my 20s. Excuse me. I served as HUD secretary and built housing literally all across the nation, hundreds of thousands of units. We need to blow up HPD. It's an obstacle. The city council is a bottleneck. We have to use faith-based
I'd like to respond to that.
We need to use vacant city land. I've shown that I know how to build. Look at LaGuardia Airport. Look at the Kosciuszko Bridge. Look at the 2nd Avenue subway. I know how to get things done. And that's what this election is all about. Not plans. Who can get something done?
Ms. Adams, yes, if you would like to very briefly respond to that since he invoked the
Go on, be like, I'm going to molest every city council member who stands in my way. I'm going to molest them extra hard. You know I have experience in this field.
The only person on this stage, actually, that has experience of city governance and doing the work. The city council, under my leadership right now, has already walked.
It's okay, I'm Italian. This is my culture.
For the people of the city of New York. So the city council is not bottlenecking anything. Maybe perhaps 10, 20 years ago, when you were a governor, that was happening. But under my leadership, we have a brand new culture in the city council where we are actually working for the people to make sure that housing is built, and housing is built now.
Very, very briefly.
Yeah. The mayor has an interesting proposal that I think we're going to see in the Charter Commission that talks about the role of the city council and expediting the approval mechanism.
Okay. Mr. Myrie, your top solution to the housing crisis. You have 1 minute to discuss it.
I grew up in a rent-stabilized apartment. It is a place that my mom, my parents were able to find, the only affordable place they were able to find to raise me to be on this stage right now. But that opportunity has slipped away for too many New Yorkers. My wife and I, we want to put down roots in the same neighborhood that we grew up in. When you walk down Bedford Avenue, everything costs $1 million. Who has $1 million? Maybe some of the people on this stage do, but I don't have it, and I know you watching at home don't have it either. So I've been clear about what my plan is to drive down the cost of housing. 1 million homes over the next 10 years. We can actually do this with some leadership. The leaders of the past, like Cuomo, who had the opportunity to do this, only gave us a city that is more expensive than it was 10 years ago. I want to also extend pre-K and 3K from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. so that we can draw families here and keep them here. And I want universal free after school for every kid in this city, because it has to be a city where you can raise a family and where we can move everyone to a path to success.
And very, very briefly, what is your price tag on those 1 million new homes?
My plan does not require us to raise taxes and reduce the private market in order to build housing. Incentivize.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Ramos.
Property tax reform is at the crux of our affordable housing crisis in this city. I want to make sure that we are helping homeowners and landlords bring down their costs. Water rates, the cost of water has skyrocketed in the past 3 years under the current administration. And then I want to freeze the rent. As a rent-stabilized tenant, I know how tough it is to be able to keep up with rent. The rent is too damn high and the wages are too damn low in this city. So I want to make sure that we are unwarehousing the 5,000 apartments that NYCHA is hanging on to. I want to make sure they're repaired so that we can chip into that 200,000 New Yorker waiting list. I also want to bring back the co-op city model so that we can attract the city services that are needed. We need more nurses. We need more teachers. We need more doctors. We need more police officers and firefighters. So I want to build more low-income rentals and modest equity homeownership opportunities so that every New Yorker can own a piece of our
Thank you, Ms.
city.
Ramos. Mr. Lander.
Everyone on the stage talks about affordable housing. I've spent 3 decades delivering it. Spent 15 years before I ever got into elected office with my sleeves rolled up, renovating abandoned buildings and vacant lots into affordable homes. In the city council, I was the champion for the Gowanus redevelopment, 8,000 new units, 3,000 genuinely affordable. Saved the 35,000 units of Signature Bank rent stabilized housing when they were put at risk by Signature's failure. So I know how to do this. That's the leadership I'll bring to City Hall. I'll declare a housing emergency on day one. I put out a detailed plan for how we can build 500,000 homes over the next 10 years, and I've laid out where, including 50,000 units in great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 city-owned golf courses. Might be losing the golf vote tonight, but we need the pathway to homeownership and genuine rental housing. I've also laid out detailed plans for how to fix HPD and NYCHA. I've got the management experience. I can deliver those homes.
Thank you. For viewers at home, that's the Housing Department and the New York City Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Ms. Adams, given that you spoke about this before, we're going to give you 30 seconds to continue your answer.
Yes, already doing the work. Don't need a manual or a transcript in order to do it. I'm already doing it currently as we speak. So I've already delivered thousands of affordable units to people of the city of New York. We can take a look at Innovation Queens, the largest privately developed structure that is coming up right now, unheard of. We can look at Bronx Metro North rezoning. We can also look at what we just passed 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic Avenue rezoning. And yes, we can take a look at the City for All, which will create over 80,000 brand new affordable units.
We have to move on to Mr. Stringer.
Doing the work.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, can you please talk about your housing plan and how you would pay for it?
Well, first of all, this housing crisis is way too real, and we've confronted housing issues in the past. Mayor stepped up and didn't do the minimum, they did the maximum. LaGuardia built 2,200 public housing units. The Mitchell-Lama housing program, the greatest integrated housing program in a generation, was also built. Right now, all we do is have luxury developers propose projects that gives us affordable housing. I want to upend this. My plan, take 1,000 vacant lots, build the affordable housing that we need. You give the land to not-for-profits, to community-based organizations. We're in the game. This is not pie in the sky. I can't say to you tonight, given my 30 years of experience, that anyone has a plan to build 1 million homes or 500,000 homes in 10 years. Don't believe it. Believe what we can do in the next 2 years. That's the first step. Lastly, we also have to recognize who can best do this work.
This chatter is correct. They never asked their stances about Israel. What the fuck's going on?
For 8 years. And
we're at time, Mr.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Mr. Blake.
Chatter, you are right. They never asked about
a
Israel.
housing crisis, you have to actually go through the journey. My mama overcame homelessness. We sold dinners to pay rent in South Bronx. And so this is not about a report from me. This is about reality. So how do we fix the crisis? We need local median income because area median income is not working. We need to end credit scores being utilized
Who
for
cares
housing
about
applications.
Israel? What do you mean? I'm Israel high, brother. What the fuck? How will I know who to vote for?
Of our New Yorkers. When you think about what's happening
So far, I only know who likes Israel the most by ribbon sizes.
to happen at Co-op City or Concourse Village, Tracy's Towers, just to name a few. But then we got to go a step further. For public housing and those that are living in NYCHA, for those who have not helped you with heat and hot water, they need to go to jail because they are not being held accountable to actually fight for you. And so when we talk about the actual vision of a housing plan, if you go to blakefornyc.com, you will see the welcome home vision because we want to make sure you can afford the home you deserve.
Mr. Blake, we're at time. Just a very quick follow-up. Who are you implying should be going to jail?
The individuals that are working at NYCHA that were a part of a bribery scheme that has been unveiled and uncovered, where it's been very clear that they were taking in bribes and not actually fix what's happening in the residences.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, we'll go to you.
If you are one of the close to 2.5 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, I will freeze your rent. And I will do that because you have a median household income of $60,000 while your landlord profits have increased by 12%. This is an act that will bring nearly $7 billion back into your pocket and back into the pockets of our local economy. This is what we will do immediately, and we'll do so because the mayor has the power to. Even though there are those like Andrew Cuomo on this stage who will tell you it's unrealistic, we know the previous mayor actually did this 3 times. And on top of this, we're going to build 200,000 truly affordable homes. Homes that are for the New Yorker who has a median household income of $70,000 for a family of 4. We'll do this while taking on the very bad landlords and the real estate developers who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign, $2.5 million last time I checked. And we're going to do that because ultimately every single person needs to follow the law, and that includes the landlords who are violating our housing code and have $800 million in fines that the city have yet to actually collect on.
Very brief response. Very brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mamdani is very good at videos, but not reality.
We've already heard that line before.
The Daily News said that his plan to finance his proposals, it violates the constitutional debt cap of the city of New York. It would double the state taxes, and there is no way the state is going to pass a tax statewide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cuomo. We have to.
No, he's invoked me. I should be able to respond. Just for 10 seconds. Just for 10 seconds here.
Brief response.
What the governor is speaking about is when we want to fight for working class people, it's considered unrealistic. But when he wants to give Elon Musk a $1 billion tax break, it's totally feasible. What the Daily News found is that this would mean taking a $30 billion budget, increasing it such that we could actually create truly affordable housing.
All right. We have to move on. We have some breaking news we want to ask you about. The Trump administration is threatening the accreditation of Columbia University. In a statement, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said after Hamas's October 7, 2023 terror attack on Israel, Columbia University's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students on its campus. This is not only immoral, but also unlawful. That is a statement from the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. 30 seconds. What's your reaction to this move? Mr. Cuomo, we'll begin with you.
I think you have 2 separate issues. Number one, I do believe there's been anti-Semitism in the city. I believe it's a growing problem. And I believe the rhetoric about Israel has actually inflamed the anti-Semitism. Put that aside. I think this is just another overreach of the Trump administration. Now he's going to take over the academic universities in this country. He is literally attacking the foundation of democracy.
I was not pooping.
And he must be opposed at every turn.
Mr. Tilson, your reaction to this, threatening the accreditation of Columbia University.
Yeah, I'm totally appalled by 2 things. First, the failure of Columbia and other elite institutions to adequately act quickly after the October 7th attacks on mobs that were creating a very dangerous environment for Jewish students. My daughter is one of them in college right now. My wife and children are Jewish. This is personal to me. But I am, and these mobs, let's be clear, were incited by activists like the Democratic Socialists of America and their anti-Israel rhetoric.
Mr. Tilson,
I am even more appalled, however, by the Trump administration pretending to care about anti-Semitism and threatening the accreditation of universities.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think this is yet another example of a gross overreach of the Trump administration, one that they have shown they will continue to pursue with whichever university they decide to target. It's been Columbia, it's been Harvard. We need to have a mayor that will actually stand up to Donald Trump, not one that we have right now that will collaborate with them. And that is who I will be, as someone who is, in the words of Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, because the donors who are putting me in second place in this race are working class New Yorkers across this city.
Mr. Blake, 30 seconds, please.
As a reverend, let's start from the core that all hostages have to come back home on both sides. Let's also be very clear that we have to reject anti-Semitism and also have humanity to what's happening for the Palestinian people at the same time. The overreach is unacceptable in what Trump is doing. Linda McMahon is clearly more focused on wrestling rather than the facts. And it's one of the reasons why I'm running in this race. Because of my federal experience.
I've never heard that from a Democrat. Hostages on both sides must be released.
We have to make sure that we're not allowing D.C. to have overreach. And when they take these steps, we will withhold sending New York City taxes to D.C.
Maybe Zoran should be taking notes from Blake, bro. What the hell?
That on so many of these college campuses, the anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish hate is very real.
Oh
we
my
have to
God,
make sure that we
shut the
hold
fuck
universities
up.
accountable to make sure every student. of
You
all
guys
different
sound like
backgrounds
Trump. You sound exactly like
But
Trump.
this
You are literally Donald Trump on this issue.
against everything
These people are
that's
so
American.
fucking stupid. Steven Pinker doesn't even agree with you, and he sucks. I can't believe Steven Pinker's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about with anti-Semitism about campuses?
Fund the civil rights divisions. He would not cut programs that could go a long way to fostering
Thank you,
the
Mr.
ability
Freeman.
for all different people to work together and come together.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, your reaction. The Trump administration says that the university's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students. It's now targeting or perhaps threatening their accreditation. Your reaction.
You know, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe no matter who they are. As Speaker, I've allocated over $18 million to combat anti-Semitism in New York City. As mayor, I will continue to combat anti-Semitism within the city of New York. We have got to come against this Trump administration who is now terrorizing our college students, our students across the country. We have to have a mayor who will stand up. I've been that speaker that will stand up. As mayor, I will continue to stand up against Donald Trump. Our students deserve to be in safe spaces on all of our college campuses.
Okay. Thank you.
Bro, how do you guys go from I hate Donald Trump, we
This
must
is a
defend our
frightening
institutions
time
against Donald
for
Trump,
Jews.
except for when
and
it comes
I feel
to
it really
Israel?
personally after the flame throwing in Boulder, Colorado, and the 2 murders in Washington, D.C. I go to a lot of Jewish communal events, and you can't just be looking over your shoulder. So I've got a really detailed plan for how we're going to deal with hate crimes and anti-Semitism in New York City. But let's be clear, Donald Trump, he platforms white nationalists and anti-Semites all the time. This has nothing to do with keeping anyone safe, and trying to discredit Harvard or Columbia is about destroying higher education and democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Landry.
Won't keep Jews safe.
Ms. Ramos.
Look, McMahon is no educator, and Trump has no interest in funding our education. He is trying to make our education less accessible to students. I do wish Columbia University fought the way Harvard has. We have to stand up to Trump. We have to be willing to fight back, to sue. And that is exactly what I will do as your mayor to make sure that we are keeping our Jewish students safe, our Muslim students safe, and that we are fighting bigotry at every turn. There is no room for the skyrocketing anti-Semitism that we are seeing in our
Thank you, Ms.
communities,
Ramos.
and the xenophobia must end.
Mr. Byron.
There has been a clear and unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism in this city and across this country. And we have to be just as clear and unequivocal in calling it out and rooting it out wherever it rears its ugly head. That is what I'm going to do as mayor. But come on, this is New York City. Our Jewish friends and our neighbors, they make our city what it is. Kindergarten through 8th grade, I went to school next to Beth Rivka. That is part of what makes our city great. This is a shameful, unconstitutional overreach by this Trump administration, and it is pattern and practice for what they have done all across our city and country.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to stay in the area of Columbia University with our next question and Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you, David. The case of Mahmoud Khalil, a permanent U.S. resident who helped lead pro-Palestinian protests, drags on in the courts. The Trump administration wants to deport Khalil, accusing him of supporting Hamas, a terrorist group, and making Jewish students feel less safe on campus. They say he's a threat to foreign policy. He was arrested and detained, but has not been formally charged with a crime, and he says he's done nothing wrong. We're looking for a very short answer here, and we'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani. Do you believe that Mr. Khalil should be set free or deported?
He should be set free. He should be at home with his wife, Noor, and their young child. And the fact that he is still in Louisiana is an abomination. It's an attack on our First Amendment. And it is clear, another example of Donald Trump weaponizing the very real issue of anti-Semitism to then throw Palestinian New Yorkers into detention facilities and not even tell us what the crime is that they're charged with.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson.
Nice.
I can't answer the question without knowing all the facts right now. It certainly looks like another case. Stop. Let me finish. It looks like another case of Trump administration overreach. They need to prove their case and show that he has ties to terrorism. That would justify via due process revoking his green card and deporting him.
I hate him so much.
Oh my God, fuck you. Will be able to do that, and therefore he should be set free.
Why don't you believe in the Armenian genocide? What do you mean?
Mr. Cuomo.
Where are you getting this information from, Chatter?
Trump eroding democracy.
When have I ever said that I don't believe in the Armenian genocide, you fucking moron?
He should be released.
Why do you have to fantasize about positions I don't have?
Mr. Myrie.
He should be immediately set free.
Ms. Ramos.
We have due process in our Constitution for every person. Mahmoud Khalil is no exception. He belongs home with his family, just like Andrea Hernandez and so many others who have been unlawfully abducted by ICE.
Mr. Lander?
Mahmoud Khalil should be at home with his family, and so should Dillard Contreras, a New York City public high school student that ICE tricked and then arrested and is trying to deport. We've got to stand up, make sure folks have legal services, and that New York City has their back.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, Mahmoud Khalil should be released immediately. There is no due process in Donald Trump's America, and that is why we all have to pull together and fight this chaotic Trump administration. It cannot be allowed to harm more families, to harm more individuals that have committed no crime. This should be unacceptable to every American and everyone that lives in this country.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer.
As a Jewish American whose wife works at the Jewish Museum in Lower Manhattan fighting the Holocaust, fighting to make sure we remember the Holocaust, I will say unequivocally that taking this man off the streets and others off the streets without any charges or any rationale is a direct horrifying moment for our Constitution. Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself for doing this.
Mr. Blake?
Mahmoud should be home with his family, full stop. It's really that easy, Whitney. Extended on this is the appreciation and understanding that whether it be Dylan from the Bronx or any of our communities, we should not believe that a convicted felon president is actually going to ever honor the Constitution. It's the reason why we have to make sure we protect our immigrants and have more lawyers at our immigration hearings, because we should actually know where individuals are so they have a chance to fight for their own justice.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. We're moving on to a subject that none of you are discussing much on the campaign trail, but it could reshape the city in the next few years, and that is the rapid advance of artificial intelligence. It could improve many things in the city, but it could also eliminate thousands of jobs. So the next mayor will likely have some opportunities to replace some city workers with AI technology and in the process save hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. AI will certainly be on the table when city labor contracts expire. So here's the question. Is there an area where you would consider replacing city workers with AI if it saves tax dollars? And would you also offer any protections to city workers? You'll have 30 seconds to answer. We'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani.
Well, I think Andrew Cuomo would tell you that he's already replaced a campaign worker who would have written his housing policy with AI because he had it written by ChatGPT. I can tell you that I'm proud to be endorsed by the labor union representing the largest number of city workers, DC 37. And I'm proud of that because my approach to artificial intelligence will be one where we can find efficiencies in the contracts and consultants that we work with as a city, but we are not going to use this language of artificial intelligence as a justification for further layoffs of city workers.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, time. Thank you. Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, I think actually AI is going to be a home run for this city because we are second only to Silicon Valley, the sort of tech hub, the East Coast tech hub for a lot of these West Coast companies. So whatever we might lose in some jobs, I think we're going to gain if we're smart, if we roll out the carpet, because we have the knowledge workers here to attract these entrepreneurial businesses. But we've got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot with left-wing madness like driving away Amazon and the 40,000 jobs that they wanted to bring here. And lastly, I'll say we can use AI to bring a lot of permitting by the city online to
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I am the candidate on the stage who's endorsed by more labor unions than anyone else, over 650,000 working men and women, and I'm proud of it. AI is undeniable. It's coming. There's I think, a tremendous opportunity for economic development here in New York by bringing AI to New York and bringing those businesses here. The West Coast doesn't have a franchise. You hear a lot of four-letter words here. You hear free, you hear taxes. You don't hear jobs. We need opportunity, we need jobs, and we want to reorganize government. AI can help, but we want to protect jobs.
Mr. Myrie, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm the proud son of a city worker. My dad taught special education in the Bronx.
This guy loves going back to his background. He's like, I have autism, I have asthma, I went to a kindergarten where there were Jews around.
Like, to serve this city. We actually have thousands of vacancies in our city workforce now, so I want to hire more city workers workers to get them to do it. Of course, AI is going to have a role to play
literally
going
said those
forward.
things,
We
by the
have
way.
to
I'm not
all
even exaggerating.
play a role in ensuring that this is an industry that grows in our city. One way we're going to make us
Okay.
attractive
Thank you,
is
Mr.
1
Myrick.
million homes over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
I wrote the law to protect our artists, our actors, image and likeness
What is Slasher
from
saying?
AI's use through movie
Every day I
studios.
walk out of my building,
and
down
that's
my block,
exactly
there's
what I
Central Park
want to
looking
do.
over
I
my shoulder
want to
in an
put the
anti-Semitic fear
power
of
in our
pure
workers'
terror.
hands to
70-year-old
help us
Upper West Side
lead
NIMBY terrorist.
the transition into the use of artificial intelligence. We can't be Luddites, but we do have to make sure
The
that
most dangerous
workers
place in America for Jews is the Upper West Side of New York.
them and repurpose them for mental health capacities where we have deep shortages.
dangerous place on the planet for
Three
Jews.
strategies I've proposed to use AI and technology to make government more efficient that won't cost any jobs but will save us money.
Columbia
Last
campus.
year, we paid out over
Look
$2
out.
billion to settle 12,000 claims. I have an RFP in the field to use machine learning and AI to find patterns, put it on the books of the agencies that cause it so we can actually reduce that. Second, we should have NYCHA vendor scorecards that enable residents to rate the repair vendors that come into their units. And we're not doing that right now. We could make much better use of our taxpayer dollars
Thank you,
by
Mr.
going with the
Lander.
vendors who actually get the work done.
Thank you.
And
Ms.
third,
you're up.
she
I'm
says I
so-
got 15.
Oh,
I got the 15 seconds.
sorry, mixed
All right.
signals.
Okay. I got one more idea for the next time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Ms. Adams?
You know, I'm not a career politician. I come out of the world of corporate America, so I know the benefit of technology. I actually used to teach tech in another life, so I know the
Boo,
benefits
corporate
of
America
AI. I think
sucks.
it's something that we need to embrace as New Yorkers. I think that it's something that can bring a lot of profits into New York City. That said, we should not balance AI along with the release of our workers that can do such a great job and are doing such a great job for our city. There is a balance here. As mayor, I will reckon that balance and reconcile that balance so that we do not lose.
Thank you,
but
Ms.
that we are
Adams.
training our workforce towards embracing AI.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Look, I think AI is a great opportunity for the New York City economy, and we should embrace it. But we also have to know that with any new technology comes the job of the mayor to protect our workers and our citizens. And I don't think it's an either-or question. I think AI can come in and actually have a benefit to the city workforce. Imagine training new kids at CUNY and places to get into the tech economy. This is one vehicle to do it. Obviously, as mayor, you have to worry about the abuses. I will do that. My record as a pro-labor elected official, borough president, controller is without question, and I believe we can manage this.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I'm sorry I jumped that. Mr. Blake, you have the final word. It was my mistake.
Our campaign theme is Tomorrow Begins Today, and that's the epitome of when we talk about for AI. As a small business owner, in which I've managed more than 15,000 people across the country over the years, it's the appreciation of groups such as Adventure or National Gem Consortium on the Knowledge House, so we can be very intentional how AI can be utilized for good. I would say also specifically, we need technology for good. You can track a flight or food, but you cannot track closing a residential repair in your home. So we have to find better ways. And to your last part of your question, you can do that and equally create jobs while reducing regulation and red tape at the same time.
Candidates, thank you. We have a few short questions, lightning round questions, some call them, just to get a glimpse of your thinking on some of the issues that are relevant to New Yorkers. So New Yorkers are feeling stressed about housing in the city, as you've all alluded to, as we know. How much do you pay each month for rent or a mortgage? We'll go left to right. Ms. Adams?
Our home is paid. I'm a homeowner.
Okay. Mr. Lander?
We have a mortgage, a home with one rental unit. The total mortgage on the house, $3,300.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ramos?
We rent, we pay $2,500 a month.
Okay. Mr. Myrick?
Renter in a rent-stabilized apartment I grew up in, $1,300.
Mr. Cuomo?
$7,800.
Mr. Tilson?
I own and pay about $5,000 a month in maintenance and taxes.
Mr. Mamdani?
$2,300 for my one bedroom in Astoria.
Mr. Blake?
About $1,800 for the home that I own with our family.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
I'm getting ripped off $6,400 a month.
Property tax reform.
Come on, come
I can do it.
come
for you.
All right, thank you. Helicopter traffic around Manhattan is a constant debate. It's a complaint for many. Should helicopter traffic be limited?
I can't be the only one who's confused that Andrew Cuomo doesn't own his own fucking estate.
Mr. Mamdani?
Like,
Yes, we should
yeah,
ban
his
all
rent is
non-essential
insane,
helicopter travel.
but also
Tilson?
Yes, I
he's
agree.
renting.
Mr. Cuomo?
It should be limited, yes, sir.
Especially out of Westchester.
Mr. Myrie?
Yes, and I've co-sponsored legislation in the state to that effect.
Okay. Ms. Ramos?
Stop the chop.
Mr. Lander?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Adams.
Already doing the work. We've already passed a bill in the city council.
Okay. The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Okay. Ms. Lander. Mr. Lander, sorry.
Boy, what Trump is doing to Canada, there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner better with them.
Ms. Ramos.
I'd love to meet Claudia Sheinbaum, but I'd probably head to Colombia, to my parents' homeland.
Great fucking take.
I am the proud son of 2 Caribbean immigrants. I represent a robust Caribbean constituency. I'd like to go to the Caribbean as my first visit.
Look, he did it again.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies.
Bro, New York Jews don't even fuck with Israel like that, dude. Stop!
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
What? What the hell's going on? What the hell's going on?
I've said travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing, New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Blake, where would you go on your first foreign visit as mayor of New York?
My full name is Michael Alexander Blake. I'm named after Michael Manley Alexander Bustamante. So, of course, I'm going to go to Jamaica to mash up the place, my fellow patois Jamaicans out here.
What is happening with this? What's going on with this delay?
It'll be a great
what is
trip.
this delay?
All right, I'm sorry.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's life work in this area means.
What the fuck?
Okay, about a minute left. What's your favorite go-to pizza spot? What's your order? Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you.
Gabby's in Queens.
Mr. Myrie.
Gino's Pizza, Flatbush Ave.
Ms. Ramos.
Louise on Baxter Avenue in Elmhurst.
Mr. Lander.
DeFar is in Midwood.
Ms. Adams.
Alba, Queens Boulevard.
Mr. Stringer.
Kids' Choice, Joe's.
Mr. Blake.
Vinny's, Grand Concourse, Burnside.
Mr. Mamdani.
I grew up in Morningside Heights, so I have to say Coronets.
Okay.
And Danino's in Staten Island.
Okay. All right. And real quickly, this will be thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe your reaction. We already heard this from one. To the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams. Thumbs down. Mr. Thumbs down. Thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Our goal is to win the finals.
Okay.
It's not to get to the
Thank
conference
you all.
finals.
Thank you all for a spirited debate. That's all the time we have. Again, we thank the candidates for an informative evening tonight. We also thank the New York City Campaign Finance Board. We urge you to check out their website, nycvotes.org. It has information on the candidates, race, and importantly, you'll learn more about ranked choice voting, which is how the nominees for mayor will be selected. For all of us here at NBC New York and Telemundo 47 and Politico, go vote June 24th.
I'm losing my mind. Jumping on Zoran on the Israel question was hella weird. Bro, that was so fucking insane. That was so insane. Okay, let me explain to you something. First, they went, does Israel have a right to exist? Which, again, no state has a fucking right to exist, okay? Nazi Germany did not have a right to exist, and it didn't exist any longer after World War II. Apartheid South Africa did not have a right to exist. Rhodesia did not have a right to exist, okay? So Zoran being like, Israel has a right to exist, again, bad answer to begin with, okay? Now, once you answer it like that, now they're fucking saying, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? Which it abso-fucking-lutely does not. Okay? No. He's saying Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights is correct. I cannot believe that this is now a major point of contention that they're fucking posting. John Podhoretz, Mamdani will not say Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, but wants to go to synagogues. Don't stain 1 square inch of a shul with your rancid presence, Zoran. Fucking fascist, dude. Suck my fucking cock, okay? Anyway, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? Do you think Iran has a right to exist as a Muslim state? No, it doesn't. And it's not. If you think Iran is a fucking ethno-state, you're delusional. And actually, as a major point of contention, the Mullah regime is a major fucking point of contention. Who the fuck would turn around and say, yeah, no, Iran should be the Islamic fucking republic? No one thinks this. Iranians don't fucking agree with this. Who the fuck agrees with that statement? It's also not a fucking ethno-state to begin with. What is going on? Americans are so stupid that they will look at Zoran saying, hey, I want to make your life better by making rent low and making housing affordable and make nice with everyone. And we'll say, sounds good, but it's communism. So I'm voting for mega rapist Hitler bin Laden. Yeah. Oh my God. Instantly does not believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state and will not commit to visiting. Dude, this is why you can't even give a fucking inch. You can't even give an inch. You can't even give a fucking inch. Whatever your opinion is, you should stand by it, okay? You should stand by your position and rely on the actual clarity, the moral clarity that average fucking people have. It's so stupid. No, of course. The idea that like Israel has a right to exist, like fuck you. No state has a right to exist. People have a fucking right to exist. States don't have a fucking right to exist. Okay? As a Jewish New Yorker, I'm deeply disappointed in Zoran's inability to stand up for Palestine during this mayoral debate. He never once mentioned the genocide and says Israel has a right to exist. I expected better from a DSA candidate. Thumbs down. Zoran should have been like, why would I go to Israel? Look at what they did to Rashida Tlaib. I can't believe that they fucking turned around. Isn't Japan an ethno-state? Asking genuinely. Yes. And that's a fucking major self-defeat. A major point of self-defeat for Japan to begin with. Yeah. No shit. Ethno-states inevitably end up destroying themselves. Look at the fucking Japanese birth rates. Yeah. That's a major problem. Japan is slowly fucking dying as a direct consequence of its fucking ethno-state measures, unironically. Trying to explain ethno-state to a white man, so imagine Japan. Also, there's a lot of fucking xenophobia and racism in Japan, but as far as de facto or de jure racist racial practices, it does not resemble what the fuck is going on in Israel, okay? There's no like direct fucking law in the book. Like there's still a fuck ton of migrants that are abused and exploited in Japan. There are so many fucking issues, but it's not an apartheid. Japan had its own historic ethnic cleansing campaign against the Ainu people. Okay, they already did that. Except they're not doing it currently. Just like America had its own exterminationist policies of the indigenous population, the Native Americans, is not happening currently. There's still major issues in terms of the contemporary existence of indigenous populations on U.S. soil. Or Canada or Australia. The point is not currently happening in real time in front of our fucking eyes with our fucking tax dollars. None of this is a defense of historic atrocities. Okay? If I was around back then, I would try to do my very best to stop that too. And I'm here right now trying to stop the modern version of that. Do you understand? So anyone that tries to bring it up, anyone that tries to bring that shit up, is so stupid. Anyway, yeah, I said, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state, ethno-state? Is an insane question to ask at the New York mayoral primary, Lamar. What the fuck is this gotcha? Of course it doesn't have a right to exist as a fucking ethno-state. No state has a right to exist to begin with. I think Zoran, understandably being Muslim, okay, and visibly Muslim and brown, is causing him to be extra fucking careful in order to avoid the unlimited Islamophobia from the city that experienced 9/11. Having said that, however, one of the greatest values that Zoran has is that he is authentic and unflinching. I'm disappointed in your lack of support for a Jewish ethno-state committing an unlimited baby holocaust. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Like, I'm not expecting him to fucking get up there and be like, we must dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece, okay? It's not what I'm expecting. But, like, you're a fiery guy. You attack Andrew Cuomo, you can fucking attack the media for framing the question in that way as well. You could just be like, I think this is a ridiculous way to ask, a ridiculous question to ask when we have American congresspersons who are Muslim who are not allowed entry into their ancestral homelands by the Israeli state but like that is currently committing an ethnic cleansing campaign. He said it's a genocide. He can say it in the fucking debate too. That would actually do LeBron numbers if he were to say that at the fucking debate. Because the reality of the matter is, New York Jews are also aware of what fucking Israel is doing, and they're not as invested in Israel as like the American media class and the American politician class is. Because they're not fucking paid by AIPAC. Especially now, at a time when the attitude is swung so dramatically in the direction of truth, I see no reason to back away from this. 19 months of unlimited child holocaust backed by the American state. It's okay to be like, this is unacceptable. The only thing I foresee, and people don't care, like his wishy-washy answer is not going to fucking win him any favors anyway. Because look, the freaks are out. The Podhoritzes of the world are fucking out. You need to correct that indigenous people in America are still being genocided. Okay, I'm sorry. Indigenous people in America are still being genocided. It's just like Gaza. They're currently fucking dropping bombs on reservations. You're right. There is systematic discrimination towards the indigenous population. Not only is there systematic discrimination towards the indigenous population still to this day, okay, but beyond that, they are still hyper focused on by federal authorities, by law enforcement, underserved. None of this is, admitting that or recognizing that is not incorrect. My point is, it does not resemble the initial settler colonial ethnic cleansing campaigns, okay? Whereas a close comparison to the initial settler colonial ethnic cleansing campaigns is occurring right now. Jesus Christ. What the indigenous population went through in the indigenous genocide that the American settler colonialists engaged in is a one-to-one comparison, a modernized version with what Israel is doing right now in the fucking Gaza Strip. That is not what's going on currently because the genocide has been conducted already in the United States of America. Oh my God. Can you read my message, boss? An outsider POV. I'm tired of Israel killing civilians. I'm really tired, boss. I'm from Barcelona. I have a big impotence on me and cannot help me. I'm a grown-up man and this makes me want to cry. Fuck it. What the goal is I don't know what the fuck that person is saying. What the goal is right now is to try and stop the Israeli ethno-state from finalizing its ethnic cleansing campaign so that they can, 50 years down the line, do land acknowledgements in the shameless ways in which Americans do as they whitewash and completely avoid talking about its disgusting history with the indigenous genocide that took place, that unfolded. This does not mean that there isn't still systematic discrimination towards Native Americans. Who in his crew is failing to prep him for these talking points? He shouldn't be caught off guard by these questions this late in the game. You said this weeks ago as well. I mean, I think it's because he's afraid as a Muslim dude. Loyalty pledges to a foreign state that's doing genocide is a requirement for public office's indictment of the electoral process in this country. Yeah. More coming out. Deborah Lee, the jihadist candidate for New York City mayor, Zoran Mimandi, is just straight up refused to agree that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Yeah, I think these people are getting a little too fucking horny. I think they're firing off a little too fast. They don't realize that as long as there are people like myself and hopefully many others who go, hold on, what do you mean Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? Wait a minute, that doesn't sound too right to me. That sounds like you're advocating for a Jewish ethno-state, as a matter of fact. It's weird, especially considering that said Jewish ethno-state is currently conducting a fucking child holocaust. I don't think that's appropriate. As long as there are people who actually push back on these fucking ridiculous claims, after 19 months of unlimited child murder, for the record, I suspect that all of those people will look quite fucking silly in the rear view mirror. Anyway, the debate did go very well for Zoran. Adrienne Adams is the first at the New York City debate to say she would travel to Israel as her first foreign trip as mayor. I would visit the Holy Land. Jacob, you are fucking so weird, man. You are so goddamn weird. I can't believe this man was a whistleblower who almost got assassinated by the Orthodox community during COVID for whistleblowing on the Orthodox community's fucking practices of violating COVID protocols. He literally almost got assassinated. It's crazy. That's when I started following him. And he has been so insane about this Israel shit, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, New York City voters do not give a fuck about Israel, okay? And the people that do give a fuck about Israel are not voting in the New York City Democratic primaries, okay? There are communities that do give a fuck about Israel. They're Republicans, okay? Go to the fucking Republican primary if you want to talk about how much, Tel Aviv matters, okay? It's bullshit. New York City has an incredibly big Jewish population. Yeah, I know it does, dumbass. And I'm saying those New York City Jews are New York City Jews. The ones that care about Israel, specifically some Orthodox communities, are already voting MAGA Republican every fucking step of the way. Bro, you have no clue about this one? Dude, I do. You don't. Okay? For Jews, Israel is not the highest fucking priority when voting for a goddamn mayor. This is a perfectly made up media fucking narrative. There are plenty of polls. Here, another question from the New York City mayor's race polls that's interesting. How important to you is that the next mayor of New York City has a pro-Israel stance? For all voters, very somewhat important, 32%. Very somewhat unimportant, 45.9%. And for the Democratic primary voters, very somewhat unimportant is 50.9%. A net 20%. You have deluded yourselves, and the anecdotes that you have seen from members in your immediate vicinity have caused you into believing that the number one priority for American Jews is Israel. If it was, they would be living in fucking Israel. They wouldn't be living in New York. What the fuck? It's not like there are major hurdles for an American Jew in Brooklyn to live in fucking Israel. There are none. Israel wants them to live in Israel. They are choosing to stay in America. If it was the scariest place on the planet for Jews, they would go to fucking Tel Aviv. Shut the fuck up. I hate hearing this from dumb fucks that are all up the asshole of the ADL and all of these other fucking Zionist advocacy groups. But I especially hate it because I feel like when I hear from a leftist community, it is woke anti-Semitism. Okay? Jesus Christ. It's like the woke version. You're doing the same shit that they're doing. What is this? Stop conceding to the fucking idiotic Zionist framing that all Jews only care about Israel is their top priority. It's that simple, okay? It's that simple. If an American Jew was truly terrified of living in the United States of America because of the heinous anti-Semitic attacks, they wouldn't live in America. They would live in fucking Israel. If Israel truly was the safest place on the planet for Jews, they would just go and live in Israel. Why don't they? Because they're American, okay? Because they're not Israeli. They're American. It's that simple. What the fuck? This isn't to say that there aren't Jews and non-Jews that love Israel and care about it and place it at a high order of priority. I'm not saying that at all. Those people oftentimes vote Republican, though. Okay? This was the Andrew Cuomo show. Oh, my God. We asked Dem Insiders how it's going. They're trying to fucking frame it as favorably to Andrew Cuomo as possible to basically not believe your lying eyes. Andrew Cuomo got ass fucked. Sounds more like your typical Jewish exceptionalism. You don't think that they can think that they want to stay in the U.S. but still have problems with still people saying bad things? Sounds like your typical Jewish exceptionalism that Bad Empanada was calling out. Dude, Bad Empanada and I agree on this fucking point already. What the fuck are you talking about? We already hashed it out. We already had a conversation about this. You're running on notes from, I guess, 3 months ago before he actually fucking had a back and forth with me on this issue. God damn. Drama perverts. No, we didn't debate. We just hashed out our disagreements that were born out of not knowing my full spectrum of opinion. In any case, saying that, number one, first of all, I don't give a fuck if 100% of American Jews cared about Israel. That wouldn't change my perspective even a little bit, okay? Who gives a shit? That's number one. Like, Jews are not like a magical, mystical group of people that as long as they believe something, I have to also abide by this principle, abide by their standards. Like, ridiculous, okay? And number two, many Americans, American Jews, okay, that are a part of the American dynamic have a multitude of different issues that they care about, regardless of how much Zionist social conditioning that they've been brain broken with, okay? Because let's say you're an American Jew who is, I don't know, 40 fucking years old. You're still paying off your student loan debts, okay? And a guy is out there being like, I want to eliminate your student loan debts. But that guy also says Israel's doing a genocide. Okay? Do you think that 40-year-old American Jew is going to be like, well, this guy says Israel's doing a genocide, but he wants to actually fucking eliminate my student loan debts? Something is going to be a higher order of priority. If you automatically assume that every Jew is going to be like, whoa, he criticized Israel, he's saying mean things about Israel, obviously I can't vote for him, you're a fucking psycho. Okay? It's the same fucking calculation that black people make when they're voting for racist white people, okay? I also hate this fucking question. Like, it's so stupid. Who gives a fuck? I can't believe we're having a conversation about a foreign state. Like, are they allowed to be a foreign ethno-state? Does Israel have a right to exist as a fucking Jewish ethno-state? Is so psychotic to me. It's like, bro, it's like asking about Estonia's fucking internet policies. Like, why do you hate that Estonia has widespread broadband? Like, I don't understand. Like, as though this factors into your fucking equation at all. Like, how delusional, how insane. What do you think about Viktor Orban's policies of building new stadiums with Chinese funds? I don't know. I don't care. I'm running for mayor of fucking New York City. I'm not trying to run as the commissioner of stadiums in fucking Budapest. What do you mean? I want to lower the fucking price of rent. Why the fuck are you asking me if the modern Nazi state has a right to fucking continue doing baby murder? What the fuck? The very fact that they're asking him about Israel, will you visit Israel? Does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish ethno-state? Like, all these questions are fucking so psychotic. And if you think New Yorkers, when they hear that question, go, oh, well, I don't know. Oh, my God. I think more New Yorkers are going to look at that question and be like, why the fuck is this question even being asked? It's all made up media bullshit. The idea that this is like a significant question that will be incredibly important for this fucking election. And if he were to turn around and be like, yeah, Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish ethno state, which would be psychotic for him to fucking say, okay, then they would move on. They'd be like, why do you say Israel did a genocide then? Because it's not. It's about wearing your opposition down. Do you understand? That's why I loved the France Unbowed candidate when they were asking him about how, like, Mélenchon did an interview with me. And on French national television, they were like, oh, you did the interview with the anti-Semitic, Islamo-gauchiste, Hassan Piquet. And the guy was like, you guys call everyone that talks shit about Israel anti-Semitic. Israel's killing children. I want to talk about that, okay? Let's talk about that. And he shut that shit down. That's it. That's how you're supposed to deal with this. And be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Oh, yeah, okay. Everyone is anti-Semitic because they just find it to be unconscionable. How does he pray with all those pictures? What the fuck? Yeah, Manuel Bompard, Le France Insoumise, second in command. He was asked, this was the second time on French TV, mentioning Hassan's interview with Mélenchon, trying to paint Hassan as anti-Semitic and Mélenchon by proxy. Okay? They said, Mélenchon appeared on a Turkish-American social media influencer show who believes that rapes committed by Hamas or October 7 don't matter and calls Israel's inbred assholes POS. Isn't that a complicated relationship, like problematic? No, just stop. Because anytime someone speaks out against what's happening in Gaza, people dig up quotes that they sometimes never even actually said. So please, I think my positions are clear enough. They are respect of international law, prosecution of all war crimes. I completely support the arrest warrants of the ICC against Netanyahu, members of the Israeli government and leaders of Hamas. And I'd like to ask the other political leaders in the country what they think about those warrants, because I've heard people on the right and the far right saying we shouldn't apply those arrest warrants to the ICC. I saw Netanyahu's plane fly over the country a few weeks ago, apparently with the president's authorization, which is a violation of the ICC's warrant, while nobody spoke out. And the ICC was ratified in France under Jacques Chirac's presidency, who wasn't exactly a leftist. Move on to issues that actually matter. Don't give any fucking air to like these idiotic, hyper-specific, bias-framed questions. You're not a Muslim if you don't pray like that? Man, shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. Ay, ay, ay. We do too much. We do too much of this, like... We do too much of this silly ass, like, well, if someone asks me a question, even if it's like a very clearly fucking biased question, I have to take it seriously. I have to answer the question sincerely. No, just sometimes it's okay to fucking turn around and be like, why are you asking me this question? Do you think this is what's most important for New Yorkers? Do you think that's all they care about? Is whether or not Israel has a right to be a Jewish ethno-state in direct violation of international human rights? It's so fucking stupid. After he was the only candidate to say he would prioritize serving New Yorkers over traveling abroad, they had the gall to demand that he alone answer questions about Israel 6 stuff. Because the reality of the matter is, yeah, what's funny is the one candidate who has a citizenship question is the one who gave the patriotic answer. When asked which foreign country they would visit first as mayor, only Mamdani says he'll stay in New York and serve New Yorkers. New York is his country. That's kind of rich coming from you, man. I get that it's kind of how the stream works, but you entertain bad face shit all the time, but you don't have a 30-second time limit. I'm not a fucking media-trained politician running for a political campaign. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just saying that at this stage, Zoran knows he's going to get those fucking questions. And I still love Zoran. I want him to win. I am 100% full-blown, unconditionally pro-Zoran. Everyone else can suck my cock. Okay? I'm stating I'm more angry at the fucking framing of the question. I'm not angry even at Zoran. I'm even saying that the reason why he's answering that way is because he's fucking scared, because he's Muslim. And we are an incredibly Islamophobic nation. Okay? There are a million different ways that he could respond to that, by the way. I don't even think his response is all that bad. I just think that there are better responses in that situation. And the better responses can be more contentious. I think people should be people shouldn't be as afraid to stand 10 toes down with their moral clarity on this situation, because a lot more Americans agree with them than they think. Maybe not in the media, but a lot more Americans agree with them. The other side of the story always is like, what do you think this does to the average American that hears this, where we have to symbolically genuflect to Israel and its existence as a Jewish ethno-state? What do you think that does to the average American that hears this over and over and over again? Average Americans that are experiencing fucking affordability crises, average Americans that feel like they can't get a good job, they don't have any fucking free time, and then all the media ever talks about and all the fucking politicians ever have to do is basically be like, yes, I would love to suck Benjamin Netanyahu's cock. I would literally fucking suck him dry. Oh my God. And if I don't do that, then it's like, I hate Jews. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for hating Jews. What do you think that does to the average American? When they hear that, they go, what the fuck is this? At that point, even if you weren't fucking anti-Semitic, you're going to be like, okay, I guess Jews do run the fucking media. What is going on? You know what I mean? It's fucking psychotic. They're like bludgeoning the heads of every goddamn American to be like, no, Jews do actually run the government and Jews do actually run the media. You aren't wrong. You thought that there were conspiracies. They're not conspiracies. Look, I'm saying it right now is like what they're trying to do, it seems like. What the fuck? Anyway, the best part about his answer at the end of that was that he said Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights for everyone. Okay? And that framing is perfect, because who the fuck is going to say no to that? He's framing it within the confines of liberalism, and he's doing a great job with that, because then the people that have to fucking yell about that, have to be like, no, actually, no, people don't have a right to equal rights under Israeli rulership. No, like, okay. We need more canvassers, so if you can help promote the link and get people signed up. Yeah, Zoran for NewYorkCity.com/volunteer/events. Go canvas for Zoran. I'm literally a New Yorker, and nobody's talking about, 1, climate change as our city loses power more often during the summer due to heat. 2, congestion pricing, which Trump is trying to fuck us on. Yeah. Anyway, I think Zoran's performance was fine. We're hanging on too much on the last fucking part of this conversation. And I also do think that, like, people trying to make a bigger deal out of this, like being like, no, you don't understand. Israel has a right to be an ethno-state. How dare you? You must be anti-Semitic if you don't think that, like, Israel has a right to exist like a fucking neo-Nazi ethno-state. Well, yeah, I don't think that's the most valuable, most reliable fucking framework to operate off of to win any election whatsoever. if that was the fucking case, AIPAC wouldn't constantly attack people on every issue outside of Israel. AIPAC spends tens of millions of dollars in primaries. Why do they never talk about how bad a candidate is on the issue of Israel, I wonder? If Israel is such a fucking popular point of contention and that Israel is everyone's darling and that everyone wants to defend Israel, why the fuck is the largest Israel lobby never talking about Israel in their fucking attack ads? I wonder why. Perhaps because everybody fucking hates Israel, okay? People have a very unfavorable opinion of Israel, especially right now, more than ever before. So if AIPAC understands that Israel ain't shit in the eyes and the minds and hearts of average Americans, why the fuck are you guys acting like this is a dangerous landmine to step on? Israel is a fucking international pariah. Every goddamn day there's new polls that come out that's like, people fucking want an end to Israel. People cannot stand Israel. And these motherfuckers in here in this chat are still going, oh, well, I think you have to really love Israel. Otherwise, you can't win anything. Kufi is actually the largest Israel lobby. True. Sorry. AIPAC is the second largest Israel lobby. Let me see what Will's up to. Let me DM Will. Let me DM Willard. Let's see if we can rip a night rain real quick. I don't have that much time, unfortunately. I can do one. Hold on. You promised? Dude, I don't know. I don't want to fucking stop Will's stream dead in his tracks to do one fucking night rain raid. One run is 40 minutes. That's exactly the amount of time I have. It's 40 minutes if we don't die. Oh, he's mid-run? Okay, we might not be able to do it then. Can I solo? Is that, maybe I can understand the mechanics a little bit better if I solo. I guess they made it easier solo. Solo game will be really hard for you. Let's look at all this stuff. Team session, invite members now. Many-legged beast appearing from shadow, carrying on his back a chain link sword used to hunt his prey. What does this mean? What does this like expedition target mean? Like what's all the way out here? What's happening over here? Let's see.
Quick. You only need to punish a fleet-footed adversary. Be relentless. That's your best bet.
Track the progress. I almost found myself defending QD over Asanabe. I was able to stop myself, but I'm not sure how much longer until Girly Pop wins, my lord. On what? On what grounds? What is Girly Pop Nation doing? Sparring grounds. Wait, I thought this was multiplayer. It is. You need to be using the cursed sword all the time. L1 is deflect. I saw the clip. She cooked you for like no reason. Animate the enemy in the corner. Wait, you can do that? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. What is it? What does L1 use, chat? Like... L1 just uses stamina? What uses the fucking main thing? Executor does tons of damage. He's really good status. Bleed, etc. Lots of scales off Dex and Arcane. L2 uses mana. Wow. It's a Sekiro parry. It charges a sword when charged. Yeah, I got it. Bleed and poison he's also good at. You know the furry mode has L2 that does good stagger? I didn't know that. Oh shit. He hit me with that. I didn't realize. Oh. L2 has R frames as well. I frames as well. Will's calling. Wait, how do I let this guy leave me alone? Oh. Does he come in here? No, he left. Okay, Will's calling. Burn, burn.
Something.
Burn, burn.
Oh my God, you're so loud.
Burn.
Why are you so loud? Impossibly loud.
Wait, really?
I think I just had you set loud for some reason.
Just at 200% or something.
All right. You're about to watch.
You said you're doing a tutorial?
Gameplay.
No, I already played it. I already played it with Element Sky. So, we went up to the last boss.
Okay.
But we didn't, every boss, the last one?
Yeah, we didn't. We lost to the fucking dragon, but yeah.
Wow. All right, we can do that next.
Damn.
All right, invite me to your fucking Steam party, bro.
Yeah, we're clearing a boss right now. We need about
you're playing right now. Okay, I have like.
Yeah.
I don't. Fuck. I might not have enough time. I have to get a haircut.
Crazy.
I know. I'm fucking pissed.
I'm glad he said it. I'm glad he said it.
Okay, but here's what it is.
You messaged me this morning at 7
No,
a.m.
I know. Here's what it is, okay? I can play after if you're still live, or if you want to play off stream, I can still play.
How about the next time you see me, you give me the best sympathy suck I've ever had in my life.
You got it.
And then maybe you can preserve this
Next
friendship.
next podcast episode, I'm just gonna suck you dry.
Also, who gets a haircut at 7 p.m.?
Dude, it's really rich people shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, truly.
What
Like,
are the relics? I have like Grand Tranquil Scene relics.
Well, I need you to lock in.
I mean, I just got fucking smacked in my bussy.
Yeah, lock the fuck in.
Okay, my damage is absolutely absurd still, though.
Ow. Oh, come on.
I'm going to pull aggro.
It's not looking good.
Since
So you're going for your haircut?
Since you guys are playing too well, I'm gonna go get my haircut right now.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
But I will be after I get my haircut. I'll be back and I'll be ready to suck.
Jeez.
Suck.
All right.
Oh, Billy, one more hit. Oh, there we
Peace, guys. Good luck.
All right, peace.
Later.
Hassan lied people died. Well, I can't do anything right now. I have to go. I fucking told you. I have a situation. I have to look hot for you, ungrateful bastards. I have to look hot for you, ungrateful fucking bastards. But you don't appreciate it. You don't respect it. You don't fucking care. You think this shit is just like, you think this shit magically happens. Okay? Anyway, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully, AOC endorsement inbound, you know? That's what I imagine. That's what I envision. Anyway, love you guys. Peace. And bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan